The Awakening Plaza is a hustle and bustle of activity as people desperately line up in front of the Awakening Stanley. Touching this ancient stone can awaken a person's profession and set their destiny towards either greatness or nothingness. Dull manner of pathetic-looking NPCs are eagerly waiting to receive their destined professions, but most of them are complete trash, and Dominic Anderson knows it. Dominic awakened as a great sword warrior, and he believes he is superior to every other lowlife in this place. There's not a single person who can rival Dominic's ego, and even his glazers are completely insufferable as they continue to hype him up for getting one of the better professions. While Dominic is glazing himself, a random guy bumps into him and doesn't even spare a second glance or apology. Dominic and his trashy friends get riled up at the audacity of this random-ass boy who looks like any other generic MC, but one look and Dominic knows exactly who he is dealing with. This average-looking boy is actually Kale Powell from the once powerful Powell family. The Powell family was actually worth something, but then they all got wiped out, and only Kale was left as the sole survivor of his weak-ass family. Even though Dominic decides not to pick a fight with Kale for now, he knows that this worthless boy is wasting his time by trying to receive a profession. It is unlikely that Kale is going to emerge as an underdog and receive a profession that will put Dominic to shame. Despite the constant chatter and insults from Dominic, Kale confidently steps forward and touches the Awakening Stone. As soon as his hand makes impact with the ancient monument, a bright golden light envelops the entire area and reaches towards the sky with immense force. The light blinds everyone in awe and shock. Dominic starts to worry that Kale has triggered a special profession that is rarely witnessed in this world. If that ends up being true, then Dominic is going to be labeled as a clown for the rest of his life. The light then slowly dissipates, and Kale's profession manifests on the stone. He has been labeled as a beast tamer. The people gathered around immediately start mocking Kale for landing one of the most useless abilities. Being a beast tamer basically means you're cooked if you're not loaded or super talented. Dominic immediately stops worrying once he realizes that his position as the best profession holder is going to remain untouched. As Kale turns around to leave, he has to deal with Dominic opening his big mouth again and throwing insults at him non-stop. Dominic is convinced that Kale's broke ass can never go far as a beast tamer because this profession requires a lot of money. Dominic even has the guts to tell Kale that he will give him a dog as his first beast if he crawls on the ground like a slave. Fortunately, Kale doesn't fall for Dominic's rage bait. He plays it cool and tells Dominic that his entire personality is just his profession and nothing else. Dominic starts crashing out because he can't stand getting slandered. He charges forward to punch Kale, but this turns out to be a huge mistake. An incredibly thick mommy appears out of nowhere and kicks the hell out of Dominic before he can even land a single finger on Kale. This boy might be a pathetic orphan, but he is being protected by Samantha Russo, an insanely hot teacher who views Kale as her special student. Samantha tells Dominic to back off, and the loudmouth bully immediately scurries off like an insect. Once Dominic leaves, Samantha congratulates Kale for awakening a profession, but she is also pissed off that Kale had the audacity to sneak out for the awakening and not say a word. Kale fights for his life as Samantha chokes him with her huge melons and makes him apologize for his mistakes. Samantha then pulls out her credit card and tells Kale to go crazy with it. It is true that Kale is going to need a lot of money if he wants to be a decent beast tamer, and Samantha is willing to be his sugar mommy. Of course, Kale turns into an obedient puppy and thanks Samantha for the help. He is even willing to offer up his body as payment, but Samantha tells Kale not to forget his place as a lowly slave. With his profession finally awakened, Kale heads back to his depressing apartment where he gets to work and dives right into his god-tier beast-taming ability. Kyle has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, especially ever since he transmigrated to this new body. The sole survivor of the Powell family actually died from grief, but Kyle woke up in that person's body instead. For 3 years, he patiently waited to participate in the profession awakening ceremony so that he could activate his secret god-tier system. Doll Manor, now the beast-taming system is active and ready to turn Kyle into an overpowered MC. The status screen appears and immediately forces Kale to use his money to become even more powerful and unlock insane cheat codes. With Samantha's credit card in hand, Kale basically goes crazy so that he can get his hands on those juicy cheat codes. He wants to see what the system is truly capable of. As soon as the money is spent, Kale is teleported to a strange dimension that looks like the center of a galaxy. The system announces that the awesome cheat code has been unlocked and Kale can choose his first ultra-rare beast. Since Kale's profession is still only level 1, he can only choose one beast. So making the right decision is super important, especially since Kale doesn't want to get stuck with a weak beast. Kilwipsdive and Gale looks over at the beasts and chooses one that he can actually afford right now. He is hoping to get a super amazing and powerful beast that will help him get stronger and level up faster. As soon as Kale makes his choice, the system lights up and something weird pops out. The system then tells Kale that he has just unlocked one of the 10 ancient fiends, the Skyhorn Ant. What was supposed to be a hardcore super ripped beast turns out to be a small ant with zero aura. Kale starts crashing out because he just spent a shit ton of money on a stupid little ant. He feels like the system just betrayed him, and then to make matters worse, the ant initiates a contract with Kale without his consent. Things are moving way too fast and Kale tries to protest the contract, but it's already too late. The contract triggers an evolution, and Kale braces for the worst only to hit the ultimate jackpot. The goofy-looking ant turns into a beautiful girl with massive assets. Her white hair and piercing red eyes make her look 10 times more intimidating and powerful than the stupid little ant. This is the true form of the ant and Kale's first real beast girl. Kale gets super excited when he realizes that he will be taming this thick ant girl as first-time beast tamer. The following day, Kale and his new beast ant head over to the trial grounds where he will begin his first leveling session after awakening his profession. This trial is usually conducted by Samantha, but right now the instructor Mark Rivers has taken over. Mark explains that the students will enter a portal and commence a trial adapted to their current power level. Kale is not worried because he knows that his little ant can turn into a muscle mommy with impressive gains. Conober is then interrupted by his fat friend Avery Peterson, who offers to help him capture a few beasts if he still doesn't have one. Unfortunately, Dominic is in this group as well, and he immediately starts mocking Kyle for not being able to capture his own beasts and asking his nerdy friend instead. Dominic then offers to give Kyle a beast if he barks in return, but the only barking Kyle can hear is coming from Dominic, and he tells the egotistical loser to stop disturbing everyone with his annoying voice. Dominic gets into a fit of rage as per usual and tries to hit Kyle once more. But this time, Kale starts aura farming and stops Dominic's punch with his bare hands. He doesn't even flinch, and Dominic wonders if Samantha did something to make the boy stronger in just a few days. Before things can escalate, Mark calls up Kale to go through the portal and begins his leveling session. Dominic watches on with a smirk on his stupid face because he actually made a deal with Mark beforehand. Apparently, Mark has the hots for Samantha and he wants to marry a woman who is clearly out of his league. So he colludes with Dominic and decides to get rid of Kale so that Samantha can stop showering the little boy with her love and affection. Kyle as a guy doesn't know it, but the portal he is entering is going to lead him to a leveling zone that is way beyond his level. Both Mark and Dominic are hoping that Kale can meet a pathetic end right here and now. As soon as Kale enters the portal, he notices a signboard letting him know that he has entered a silver leveling zone. The recommended level for this zone is actually much higher than Kale's own measly level. Additionally, the monsters in this zone are the vicious gale wolves who will rip apart anything in their way. Kale panics for a brief moment as the wolves surround him, but then he remembers the ant baddie by his side. Kale awakens the skyhorn ant sitting on his shoulder, and it immediately transforms into the white-haired hot mommy ready to defend and protect Kale no matter the cost. Kale is happy to just sit back and watch his hot beast girl handle the wolves for him. This is the perfect opportunity for Kale to experience what it truly means to possess the special beast tamer ability. The ancient skyhorn fiend turns into One Punch Girl as she takes down the gale wolves with a single strike of her fist. A fight that should have taken several hours was easily reduced to mere seconds by Kale's first beast girl. He decides to name the girl Millie since she is less of an ant and more of a grown-ass girl. Kale is more than satisfied with Millie's combat prowess and he can't wait for her to get stronger. After killing the gale wolves, Kale reaches level 6, making his progress incredibly fast. He is hoping that one day his stats and level are high enough to rival Millie's powers, but this sentiment only makes the beast girl confused. Khalil assures Millie that he will never actually reach the level of an ancient fiend, but he doesn't view her as some sort of a legendary beast. For Khalil, Millie is just like a clueless girl who needs to be taught everything, but she's still pretty down bad for someone so naive. Millie puts Khalil's hands on her melons as she moves closer to him. This gesture almost makes Kale pass out and he doesn't know what to do. Meanwhile, 3 attackers are watching the entire scene unfold and they are low-key jealous of Kale. These attackers were hired by Mark to eliminate Kale, but they were not expecting him to be accompanied by such a powerful girl. The men decide that they would like to have fun with Millie as well, so they plan on killing Kale first and then taking care of the beast girl. However, this plan is quickly foiled when Millie herself pulls up behind the attackers and completely crashes out. Without wasting even a single second, Millie teaches the attackers a hard lesson. Her strength is so ferocious that Kale has to tell her to stop before she straight up kills the guys. But then things only get more intense when a level 22 Gale Wolf King appears out of nowhere and crushes one of the attackers underneath the weight of his massive paw. Kale already knows that he is cooked because Millie's level is not high enough to take down the oversized dog. But the baddie ant is not going to back down without a fight, and she charges forward to confront the wolf. Millie is immediately overtaken by the wolf and thrown into the air with immense force. She crashes back down only for the wolf to completely overpower her. The monster uses its claws to tear down Millie, but somehow she manages to endure the attacks. Things are starting to look dire, and Kyle realizes that the gap between Millie and the Wolf King is just too much. Luckily, a pack of smaller Gale Wolves launch a surprise attack on Kyle, and he notices them just in time. Instead of getting scared, Kyle crashes out and starts killing the wolves so that he can get strong enough to level up some more in a short amount of time. This time, Kyle is the one to handle the wolves with an intense bloodthirst. Kale needs to kill 10 wolves in total to meet the requirements of the initial battle quest. Each kill prompts the system to pop up a message with the confirmed kill count. The numbers slowly rise, and with them, Kale is also becoming more brutal. He grabs one of the wolves by its jaws and rips it apart with his bare hands. Finally, Kale defeats 10 wolves, completing the requirement for the quest and unlocking an insane new power-up. Once Kale completes the battle quest, he receives 100 beast points. He then quickly tells Millie to use a new ability called the Berserker Strike. Kale actually used the 100 points to awaken a new skill for the Skyhorn Ant. As soon as Millie receives the command to trigger the Berserk skill, she goes into a rage mode and her eyes turn into a deep crimson color. Instead of just taking all the hits from the Wolf King, Millie shrinks down to her ant form. The giant wolf has a hard time trying to find Millie, and it starts looking around out of confusion. The ant girl then takes advantage of the situation to strike down the wolf from below. She transforms herself back into her bigger version, ripping apart the wolf before he can even understand what hit him. The Wolf King gets wrecked by Millie and Kale is left in complete awe. With just one punch, the Skyhorn Ant took down a level 22 monster. This should have been impossible, but Millie is just that strong now. The Berserker mode finally ends and Millie goes back to her usual childish self. She creepily clings onto Kale, shoving her balloons into his face. Kale did not notice how stacked Millie is, and he gets flustered from the embrace. However, as soon as Millie's excitement wears off, she falls asleep from the exhaustion of the fight. Kale makes sure that Millie gets some rest while he checks out all the latest updates within the system. Defeating the Wolf King drops several valuable loot items. Kale receives the Wolf Fang Greatsword, which requires level 22 in order to be used. And he also gains the Staff of Ice, a less powerful polearm that requires level 10 in order to be used. With these glorious weapons sitting in his inventory, Kale hopes that he can sell the equipment for some money. He wants to continue hunting within the Silver Zone so that he can level up. But then Kale checks his stats and realizes that defeating the Wolf King has made him reach level 10 in just a few short minutes. Now he needs to proceed with a class advancement trial in order to continue his growth. Kale thought that he would be hunting more wolves, but with his level already at its maximum potential, he decides to interrogate the remaining 2 attackers. Meanwhile, outside of the portal, Mark is waiting to receive the good news of Kale's demise. But then the woman of his dreams, Samantha, shows up and she is pissed off. Samantha demands an explanation as to why Mark allowed Kale to enter a silver level zone. Mark immediately tries to play it cool, hoping that Samantha will calm down. But then she pulls out a knife and threatens him with violence. Mark still has the audacity to act completely aloof. He doesn't understand why Samantha is all worked up over nothing. However, Samantha is not willing to allow the likes of Mark to bully Kale just because he is an orphan with no one to support him. Even though Samantha has caught Mark in his lies, he continues to savor the situation by lying even more. Mark tells Samantha that he actually sent 3 assistants with Kale to help him out if he gets in trouble. Samantha is not convinced at all, but she still pulls away her knife. She hopes that Kale is safe and sound for Mark's sake. Otherwise, there is no telling what Samantha is going to do. While Mark continues to act like this is all just a big misunderstanding, deep down he is hoping for Samantha to see Kale's dead body. And then this creep is willing to shoot his shot and hopefully bag Samantha. Finally, after waiting for a long time, all of the students who went into the portal slowly start to trickle out. The first to arrive is some snotty girl called Sherry Lane, who is considered a prodigy of the Twilight High School. Unfortunately, Dominic is the second to arrive, and he immediately tries to hit on Sherry, only to be brutally rejected by her. Sherry actually had a crush on the real Kale of the Powell family, but recently his attitude has changed quite a bit, and there is no way in hell she would lower her standards and date someone like Dominic. Avery is surprisingly the third person to emerge from the portal, but despite his victory, Dominic still continues to look down on him. He tells the fat kid that he only got lucky this time and that his loser friend Kale is probably long dead at this point. Hearing Kale get slandered makes Avery go into a fit of rage and he almost throws hands with Dominic. But then Mark breaks up the fight and tells Avery to stop blocking the path of the portal with his fat ass. Avery quiets down and then the students wait around for another hour outside of the portal. Dominic continues to talk trash about Kale while his friends message his body. They continue to tease Avery about Kale dying within the portal and never coming out alive. Before Avery can respond, a rock gets thrown into the air and it lands right towards one of the bullies. Dominic Kale emerges from the portal with sheer confidence. He apologizes to everyone for losing track of time because he was having so much fun killing monsters. Samantha gives out a sigh of relief now that Kale is actually alive and well, but Mark is completely seething from the inside. He was not expecting Kale to come out alive after the elaborate plan he had set up. As always, Dominic is the first to open his big mouth and start yapping for no reason. He accuses Kale of hiding in a corner and just using sheer luck to come out completely unharmed. Avery can't stand Dominic making up baseless lies about Kale and he tries to do something, but then Kale himself stops his friend from making the wrong move. Kale knows very well exactly what transpired within the portal, so he doesn't let Dominic's words get to him. In fact, he calls Dominic too weak to even serve any of Kale's beasts. Hearing this makes Dominic crash out and he challenges Kale to a stupid bet. Dominic and Kale decide to reveal their levels to each other. Dominic promises to give Kale a shit ton of money if his level is higher. However, if Kale is actually a weakling with a lower level, then he will need to get down on his knees and admit to being a loser. Kale easily accepts the terms, even though Avery tries to warn him that the instructor is watching. Since Mark has been praying for Kale's downfall, he decides not to intervene. Instead, he hopes that Kale makes a complete fool of himself. However, Samantha knows that Kale definitely has a trick up his sleeve. The bet is finally on, and Avery decides to participate as well. He shows his level first, and it turns out to be a laughable level 3. Dominic immediately starts mocking Avery for his pathetic power level, especially since his own level is 3. Dominic's friends start glazing him for achieving a level 3 so early on in his career. Avery starts to freak out because he underestimated Dominic. The loudmouth bully just tells Avery and Kale to beg in front of him because there is no way that Kale's level is higher than both of them. Avery gets riled up again, but Kale tells his friend to calm down. Dominic has just fumbled greatly because for someone like Kale, level 3 is like child's play. Kale then proceeds to aura farm and reveals his own level 10 stat screen. Seeing this makes the rest of the students freak out because Kale was supposed to be the loser kid with no family or power, but now he has outclassed everyone. Dominic can't believe that Jealousy Beast Tamer reached level 10 so quickly. He starts accusing Kale of cheating because Dominic's pea-sized brain can't comprehend the fact that Kale is just stronger than him. Bet settled, Kale tells Mark to keep Dominic in check from now. He also makes sure to let Mark know that he came across his so-called assistants and actually had a nice time leveling up with them. The smirk on the brat's face makes Mark really angry, but he tries his best not to show it. Mark realizes that Kale knows that he sent attackers after him. If the Beast Tamer opens his mouth, Mark could lose his position and his entire life's worth. The deranged instructor decides to take care of Kale right now before he gets exposed for his horrible scheme. As Kale and Avery head over to Samantha to speak to her, Sherry observes them closely. Her own level is only 5, and she is also having a hard time believing that Kale surpassed her. However, as a prodigy, she believes she can catch up to her previous crush in no time. Meanwhile, Kale expresses that he is surprised to see Samantha present considering for the trial she had some important matters to handle. This makes the hot teacher a bit flustered, but then she goes into shock as Mark advances towards Kale with murderous intent. Samantha quickly shoves Kale aside and makes an impact with Mark's violent punch. At this point, Mark has turned into a psycho, and he forcefully pushes Samantha. She stumbles backwards and barely recovers in time. Samantha goes in for a kick this time, but the odds are not in her favor. Mark grabs Samantha's ankle and swings her around. Mark no longer has feelings for Samantha, but he still wants to take advantage of the thick teacher. Before the psychotic instructor can lay a hand on Samantha, Kale kicks him in the head and pushes him back. Kale then threatens to use his Beast Tamer abilities on Mark if he doesn't reveal the truth. But Mark just further twists reality and accuses Kale of killing the 3 assistants that were sent with him. Mark tries to convince everyone that Kale only got stronger because he killed those innocent assistants and used them as experience points. Dominic and the others are enjoying the show as Mark vows to end Kale for brutally killing innocent people. But then Kale turns the tables once more and shows Mark the body of one of the attackers. Mark stupidly thinks that all attackers are dead, making it easy for him to further distort the truth. But he has no idea that Kale is already thinking 2 steps ahead. With the body of one of the attackers right in front of Mark, he decides to blame Kale for actually killing people. But Kale just says he saw this dead person within the portal and decided to be kind by bringing his body back. Unlike Mark, who intentionally sent in 3 attackers knowing that they might actually die as well. Kale then tugs at the dead body, feeling sympathy for the poor attacker who got used as a pawn even in death. He tells the dead guy to haunt Mark since he was the one who sent the attackers in the first place. Being openly teased like this forces Mark to act in rage once more. He charges forward, trying to land even a single hit on Kale. But the Beast Tamer is as fast as lightning, and Mark just looks like an idiot trying to hit an invisible opponent. Dominic and his goons cheer on Mark for teaching Kale a lesson. But it is clear who is actually winning this meaningless fight. Kale then amps up his powers and summons the Staff of Ice to hinder Mark's movements. With his leg trapped in a block of ice, Mark is unable to move forward. He gets kicked in the ass by Kale and gets sent barreling towards a cliff wall. Kale is glad that he increased his level just in time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to confront Mark like this. However, compared to Millie, Kale is still a weakling, and he knows that the Skyhorn Beast Girl would not spare Mark at all. Kale summons Millie to teach Mark a final lesson. The small ant transforms into the thick girl once more as she makes use of a single strike to send Mark flying straight into a stone wall. Avery notices Millie and is excited to know that Kale has been hiding a hot girl this entire time. But Samantha immediately starts to feel a little jealous of this mysterious woman. Finley wants to continue her rampage, but then Kale tells her to calm down. As soon as the Beast Girl returns to normal, she clings onto Kale tightly once more, begging for him to throw a little praise towards her. Kale appreciates Millie's hard work and then tells her to transform back into an ant before more people can see her true form and learn about the ancient fiends. Despite Millie slamming Mark right into a hard surface, he is somehow still alive and trying to blame Kale for killing innocent people. Mark completely loses his mind and goes berserk, ripping off his shirt and using the full extent of his powers. Trembling with rage, Mark is about to pounce on Kale, only for an elegant foot to step on his shoulders and stop him dead in his tracks. Though Mark freezes in fear as a distinguished gentleman with white hair and a crisp suit shows up, aura farming on top of the instructor. This old man is Archer Donovan, the principal of the Twilight High School. Donovan demands an immediate explanation as to why Mark is showing violence against a student. The lying instructor continues to stick to his false narrative, blaming Kale for killing the assistants. However, Donovan wants to hear Kale's side of the story as well. Instead of losing his calm and yapping on like Mark, Kale tells Donovan to investigate the dead body of one of the false assistants and determine his true cause of death. Dominic then uses some strange power to envelop the body within a glowing circle. He is able to reveal that the body was actually crushed by some sort of a large beast, making it impossible for Kale to be a suspect. Despite the clear evidence, Mark continues to be an insufferable idiot, and he blames Kale for somehow luring the innocent man towards the monster. Kale is shocked that Mark would continue to shift the blame like this, especially when the evidence is clear. Even Samantha speaks up and expresses her doubts about Mark sending in teaching assistants to help Kale. At this point, Mark is cooked and should have just given up, but Bro is determined to make Donovan believe that Kale is setting him up. Plus, there are still 2 attackers missing, and Mark is sure that those guys are dead as well, and will never be able to testify against him. But then Kale pulls an Uno reverse and summons the 2 missing attackers and the sliced-up dead body of the Wolf King. Now Mark is cornered like prey and he can no longer make up any excuses. Kale tells Donovan the whole truth about finding the attackers spying on him, only for the group to run into the Wolf King. The Wolf King actually killed one of the guys, and only then did Kale decide to defeat the monster. Even the attackers themselves don't even bother to cover for Mark. They confess to their crime and admit that Mark hired them to kill Kale within the portal. The thing is that Kale actually ordered Millie to command some ants to continuously bite the attackers until they tell the truth. His sadistic methods worked, and now Mark can no longer dodge accountability. With his plans left exposed, Mark decides to run away like a buffoon, but he is quickly subdued by Donovan's powerful lightning shackle. Dominic makes sure to let Mark know that he will be severely punished for orchestrating such an elaborate plan just to kill off a student. With the matter finally settled, Samantha boldly takes hold of Kale's hand and decides that it is time for them to leave this place. But then Sherry blocks their path because she wants to confirm if Kale actually killed the Gale Wolf King. Sherry actually has doubts whether Kale really killed the Gale Wolf King all on his own. As a beast tamer, she believes that Kale was probably being helped out by a powerful beast of his own. Kale is starting to get nervous because he doesn't want to reveal Millie to anyone yet, but Sherry has already figured out everything. She demands to have a friendly duel with Kale just to witness his abilities as a beast tamer. At this point, Sherry is just forcing herself on Kale, leaving no room to escape from the awkward conversation. Before Kale can get further pressured by the prodigy of the Twilight High School, Samantha shoves the girl aside and tells her to focus on her own performance instead of challenging Kale and creating more conflict. Kale doesn't realize that these 2 baddies are actually fighting over him. Instead, he tries to butt into the situation and dispel the tension, only to get intense glares from both Samantha and Sherry. Samantha then starts to wonder, when did Kale gain the ability to attract so many hot girls? First there was that ant girl, and now Sherry. Her loyal student has turned into a playboy, and Samantha doesn't like that. She decides to leave on her own, considering that it would be illegal for her to date her own student. Kale then also makes an excuse to get rid of Sherry. He promises to duel with her some other because he's too tired for now. However, instead of heading back home, Kale visits the Shadow Mountain Exchange, the place where he can sell his newly acquired weapons for a good price. Kale can tell that this place is fancy because a thick assistant brings him a tray of expensive drinks. Soon enough, the exchange manager Louis Lin arrives and Kale summons the weapons that were dropped after killing the Gale Wolf King. Instead of examining the weapons, Lin turns towards Kale with a look of familiarity. Lin recognizes Kale's last name and reveals that he once was good friends with his father. Kale is hoping that this surprising connection will allow him to take advantage of Lin, while Lin himself is hoping to trick the young boy into accepting a cheaper deal. Both are really looking forward to duping each other in this transaction. Lin offers Kale a whopping 5 million dragon coins for both the weapons. But Kale knows that these items were dropped by a monster in the silver leveling zone and should fetch 8 million instead. The 2 of them engage in a back and forth with Lin slowly raising the price, while Kale lowers his own offer. Finally, they meet at a halfway point which suits them both. Kale ends up bagging a whopping 6 million dragon coins for his equipment. This amount should help him survive for a long time in his ugly apartment. After officially accepting the deal, Kale is offered 2 credit cards by Lin, with one being an expensive black card. Since the 2 have established a partnership, both Lin and Kale are hoping to do more business in the future. Kale returns to his apartment, but the following day he is surprised to find the head butler of the Russo family standing in front of the building with a huge black car behind him. The butler's name is Kyle, and he serves Samantha's family. Kale doesn't like Kale at all because the old man is straight up just rude and a little creepy. Kale informs the young boy that Samantha went to a diamond-level zone just to find a void beast for him to tame. She apparently did this without anyone's permission, and now she has been grounded by her father. This void beast is here now within the huge black car, and Kale is more than curious to see what it looks like. But then Kale also reveals that Samantha's father wants him to leave the Russo family alone and stop pestering Samantha once he tames the void beast. The family no longer wants to have any connections with Kale, the disgraced surviving member of the Powell family. Hearing this makes Kale stop dead in his tracks, and he confronts Kale about this insane attitude. Kale never asked the Russo family for anything. And while he appreciates Samantha going the extra mile to get him the Void Beast, he outrightly rejects accepting this pathetic token. Kale gets pissed off hearing the likes of Kale degrade the Russo family. He tries to attack the boy completely off guard but ends up getting cooked instead. Without even raising a single finger, Kale starts aura farming, making Kyle feel like a little insect stuck within the grasp of a dangerous predator. Kale backs down and starts shivering from Kale's intense glare. He doesn't remember Kale ever being powerful enough to instill so much fear in him. But now the old butler is left looking like an idiot as he cowers in front of a teenager. Kale then throws his newly acquired credit card towards the butler. The amount within the account is large enough to help Kale pay off his debt to Samantha for helping him out. With his debts paid, from now on, Kale wants nothing to do with the Russo family. He threatens Kale to never attack him again, otherwise there will be hell to pay. Kale returns to his apartment where he feels exhausted but also sad. Cutting off ties with Samantha like this makes him depressed, but thankfully, he has another white-haired baddie by his side. Millie transforms into her human self and cuddles up with Kale while he rests before his profession change quest. The following day, Kale heads over to the profession change shrine where everyone is talking about his powers as a beast tamer. Word has gone out that there is an awakened beast tamer in the Twilight High School, and he is incredibly strong. Even though he is getting glazed, Kale feels uncomfortable because he wants to keep a low profile. Kale then enters the main room where he places his hand on the profession change crystal. As soon as contact is made, the crystal lights up and reveals that the quest level is a 5-star one and that it requires Kale to slay the Thunder Beast. The entire shrine receives this message because receiving a 5-star quest is not only rare, but the difficulty is in a completely different league of its own. Kale curses his luck because no matter what, his luck remains as shitty as ever. The entire profession change shrine erupts with intrigue because someone unlocked a 5-star quest. Thankfully, Kale's name hasn't been revealed and he can just quietly accept the quest without drawing more unwanted attention. Kale immediately heads over to the Shattered Ruins where the supposed Thunder Beasts reside. This place is also crawling with good-for-nothing mercenaries who are waiting for some stupid passerby to kill and rob. Unfortunately, one of the bald mercenaries notices Kale and realizes that they have fresh meat. From the looks of it, Kale looks like some rich kid trying to complete a quest. So the mercenary decides to take advantage of this and offers the services of his men to Kale. Even though Kale is least bothered and doesn't want to be dealing with some noisy mercenary, he still gets pestered by the baldy. The mercenary even offers a 20% discount since Kale is a newcomer. But that's actually a dead giveaway that this guy only wants to kill Kale and rob him, so Kale uses a little violence to shove aside the large man. He makes it clear that he doesn't want to be dealing with some stupid mercenaries right now. As Kale continues to move forward, the man promises to kill him, but then his red-headed boss, with huge assets, tells him to calm down. This mysterious woman promises to teach Kale a lesson since no one gets to mess around with the mercenaries. Meanwhile, Kale continues exploring the Shattered Ruins. He summons Millie, who is more than happy to help out Kale. Going over his stat system, Kale notices that there is a system quest present as well, and for this one, he needs to kill the Thunder Apostle. Completing this quest will give Kale 300 beast points, which is only going to make Millie stronger. For now, Kale decides to focus on the profession change quest, since the Thunder Beasts are nearby and he has no idea where to look for the Thunder Apostle. As expected, a bunch of level 15 Thunder Wolves surround Kale and Millie, but they have no idea that they are about to turn into fodder enemies for the MC. Millie rips through the Thunder Beast while Kale uses some of his newly bought magic scrolls to shoot fire towards the monsters. He summons a large fireball that instantly vaporizes the wolves where they stand. Some of the wolves even start to run away because they are dropping like flies. Kale continues to use his scrolls to kill the Thunder Beasts en masse, giving even Millie a run for her money. Once again, in a matter of seconds, Millie and Kale take care of the Thunder Beasts and collect some of the energy stones required to complete the profession change quest. But for some reason, Kale's level is still capped and he feels like it was a waste to kill so many enemies without gaining any extuka from them. Regardless, there is still the system quest that needs to be completed, and Kale has just received coordinates of the Thunder Apostles from Lynn's exchange company. Kale tells Millie to get ready as they make their way towards the Thunder Apostle. Meanwhile, the red-headed mercenary boss and her goons have been watching the duo this entire time. Even though the baldy wants to attack Kale right now, his boss tells him to wait for Kale to gather more crystal. This way they can get more loot out of him. Plus, Millie is going to be difficult to take care of, and the boss wants to be careful. After some time, Kale and Millie find the Thunder Apostle sleeping peacefully in the middle of the Shattered Ruins. But Kale is a little disappointed because this massive beast is only level 17. Instead of waiting around much longer, Kale instructs Millie to just attack the beast and get it over with as soon as possible. The poor Thunder Apostle wakes up only to see Millie rushing towards him and slamming his jaw. The beast girl then transforms back into an ant and burrows deep within the ground. She then emerges from underneath the Apostle, punching him from below and flinging the monster into the air. At the same time, Kale uses a magic scroll to create an ice crystal which impales the Thunder Apostle. The work is done, the system quest has been completed, and Kale receives 300 beast points which he immediately uses to unlock another skill for Millie. This time she receives a massive defense boost, which also makes Kale feel stronger. Out of excitement, Millie clings onto Kale again, pressing her balloons into his arm. But their celebration is cut short when the mercenary boss lady pulls up with her entire gang. Instead of getting scared, Kale starts mocking the mercenaries for showing up exactly after he killed the Thunder Apostle. These guys are supposed to be big shots in the area, but so far they have done nothing but wait around for others to get the job done. The boss lady reminds Kale to be careful because the security patrol won't save his ass in this zone. They are far too deep into the ruins for any help to ever reach them. So the boss lady tells Kale that she is going to take good care of him if he surrenders. But before the mercenaries can even take another step, Millie catches them by surprise and unleashes absolute hell on them. The mercenaries know they are cooked when the girl casually picks them up and starts swinging them around like toys. Instead of just backing down, some of the men open fire with the delusional hope of scoring Millie and killing Kale. As luck would have it, due to Millie's recently acquired defense boost, she is completely immune to the bullets. The mercenary boss lady realizes the mistake that she made attacking Kale unprepared, and she decides to retreat from the situation. But before she can scurry away like a little rat, Kale towers over her with a smug smile on his face. Both the boss lady and the bald mercenary cling to each other because not only is Kale terrifying, but Millie is a killing machine as well. Even in such a moment, the baldy is stupid enough to think that he has a shot at fighting Kale and subduing him. However, Kale is loaded and he has more than enough magic scrolls to turn every last mercenary into ash. With their fate decided, Kale asks the mercenary boss to hand over all of her energy stones and magic scrolls. Otherwise, he will have no choice but to play the bad guy and kill these pathetic NPCs. The fear written on the mercenaries' face is clear enough to confirm that they surrendered to Kale immediately. Paul immediately profession-changing Shrine. A receptionist feels sorry for Kale because he is unlucky enough to get a 5-star quest. These types of quests usually take more than 10 days to complete and are impossible to handle all alone. But imagine the shock on the girl's face when Kale comes out of nowhere, letting the receptionist know that he just completed his profession change quest. The shock of hearing these words makes the receptionist do a double take because there's no way some simpleton just completed a legendary quest within a few hours. But Kale is telling the truth, and he is guided towards the operation room where he can learn more about his profession change. Meanwhile, the entire shrine receives news that someone finished a 5-star quest in mere hours, and now people are starting to worry about this mysterious, powerful stranger who dropped out of nowhere. Alan himself heads over the room where he starts checking all the latest updates. His Beast Tamer profession has been changed to Beast Scholar, and all of his stats are now boosted. Owl also receives new skills with his latest profession change. He now has the ability to copy skills possessed by his Beast Girls. He can also use lightning wings to fly for 10 minutes and help his beasts regress to their ancestral form. On top of these massive upgrades, Kale can also pick an additional skill, but before he makes that decision, he decides to test out his lightning wings. Flying is a skill that is only learned through a skill book, so being able to do it at just level 10 is insane. Kale can also copy some of Millie's skills and use them in battle when needed. All in all, these new skills are more than satisfying for someone who barely had to work for them. Kale then chooses his additional skill from a list of 3 options. One skill allows him to fuse with his beasts, while another helps out with telepathically communicating with them. However, Kale ends up choosing the Malice Wave skill for now, which will allow him to detect the presence of any enemies nearby. With his skills finally sorted, Kale is starting to feel the weight of his exhaustion, but he has already received an alert for a new mission. This time, he needs to find and capture his own beast. Since Millie is strong in one-on-one combat, Kale is hoping to find a beast that will provide him with more AoE. Thinking like a true gamer, Kale calls up Lin in the hopes that the old man hooks him up with a lightning-type beast which would perfectly suit his needs. Kale heads over to Lin's exchange where he almost gives the old man a heart attack by showing him the loot he got from the mercenaries. Kale, of course, doesn't mention the mercenaries to Lin and instead just says that he received the treasure from some kind people in the ruins. Lin immediately gets his jaw from the floor and orders his secretaries to start calculating the worth of the treasure. It turns out that the items brought by Kale are worth 13 million dragon coins, and the amount will be transferred to his cards swiftly. But Kale is not done conducting business because he also wants Lin to find a lighting-type beast for him. As luck would have it, Lin recently received news of a thunderbird appearing in the Thunder Forest of Greenville City. This bird is notoriously hard to capture and appears to be related to some ancient bloodline. This is exactly the type of beast Kale has been looking for, and he demands Lin to reveal more information. Unfortunately, Lin doesn't really know much else about the thunderbird, but he did recently acquire a thunderbird feather, which could help Kale locate the exact location of the beast. Apparently, the feather will start to glow once the thunderbird is close enough. Kale would love to get his greedy little hands on the feather, but Lin reminds him that all good things come with a price, and the feather is for 1 million dragon coins. Even though Kale could have used that money to buy more magic scrolls, he has no choice but to get the feather, since finding a beast is much more important. With his purchase set, Kale heads into the terrifying Thunder Forest, which is yet another silver leveling zone. But Kale is more occupied by the fact that he straight up got scammed by Lin. The feather will only glow when the Thunderbird is 10 meters away, which is completely useless. Kala slams the feather towards the ground, but he tries not to lose hope. With Millie by his side, it will be easy to navigate through the forest. Plus, once Kale acquires another beast, he will dominate even the gold leveling zones in no time. Unfortunately, Millie herself feels quite jealous, since she will have to share Kale with some other beast girl. She tries to remind Kale about her importance, only to be interrupted by a distant cry for help. The noise grows louder and a pink-haired girl with massive assets jumps out of the forest. She is being chased by a level 19 thunder leopard, and things are not looking good. The girl's name is Vivian Sterling, and she is barely holding on for dear life while trying to outrun a leopard. Thankfully, before Vivian turns into dead meat, Kale copies Millie's Berserker Strike skill and takes care of the leopard, thus effectively unlocking another baddie for his harem. Kala, the thunder leopard, is no joke, and Vivian cannot believe that Kale shoved the thing aside with so much ease. Kale simply tells Vivian not to worry because Millie is going to take care of the rest of the fighting. The thunder beast is no match for how ferocious Millie has become. She can now even transform into a much larger ant, piercing her enemies with fangs and biting them into oblivion. From Vivian's perspective, this whole thing looks like a messed up fever dream, but at least there's a hot guy around to save her. Kale offers to lift up Vivian, but she just grabs his hand and starts to run away from the two beasts fighting. Before the two can make it far, Millie in her ant form blocks their path. She has taken care of the thunder beast, only to find Kale running off with some thick bimbo. Kala quickly praises Millie so that she doesn't start crashing out. She then shrinks back to her smaller form and rests atop Kale's shoulder. Vivian puts two and two together and realizes that Kale is the legendary beast tamer that everyone has been talking about recently. But she still finds it surprising that Kale himself is also quite strong. Usually the beasts are the ones who do all the fighting. Even though Vivian is trying to be as normal as possible, Millie still hates her and doesn't want her coming any closer to Kale. Before Kale has to deal with another round of girls fighting over him, he asks Vivian why she would venture into such a dangerous forest. Vivian is also trying to complete her profession change quest, but she received a 4-star quest, making the whole thing much more difficult. Since Vivian's main profession is a tracking master, and Kale is looking for the Thunderbird, she offers her services to him. Finally, Kale ran into someone who's not out to kill him or rob him, and he gladly accepts Vivian's help. However, since her abilities are limited, Vivian will require an item related to the Thunderbird to help locate the beast. The stars are all aligned for Kale, and he just so happens to have the feather. Even though using the feather will get destroyed in the process of destroying the fiend, Kale just wants to find his target and go back home with another hot woman or two. So Vivian begins using her tracking skill on the feather, surrounding it with light and energy. The feather starts to glow and emits a long trail of light. Vivian explains that following this trail will lead them directly towards the legendary Thunderbird. Kale and Vivian begin their journey towards the Thunderbird, but they meet another roadblock very quickly. There are several monsters up ahead that need to be taken care of. Vivian gets scared and clings onto Kale's arm. Seeing another girl's melon so close to Kale makes Millie go berserk without even activating her berserker skill. As soon as Kale gives Millie the command to take care of the monsters, she goes into rage mode, as if taking out her anger towards Vivian on the poor monsters. At the same time, Kale's level increases from 10 to 11 as Millie kills all of the monsters. Even though Millie is doing a great job, Kale has a feeling that she is a little more angry than usual. Millie then violently shoves aside Vivian without letting the girl even know what hit her. At first, Vivian believes they have been attacked by some other beast, but then she sees Millie cozying up to Kale as a giant ant. Vivian is starting to realize that perhaps the ant beast is targeting her on purpose. She can't believe that something so small and cute would do something so vicious. In reality, Millie really is angry that Vivian is trying to seduce Kale, and she wants to teach the girl a lesson. However, Kale is acting as a buffer between the two hotties, and he even makes sure that Vivian doesn't pet Millie in her ant form. Otherwise, who knows what hell is going to break loose. In order to direct Millie's anger towards better things, Kale tells her to move forward and kill all the monsters in the area. As Kale moves deeper into the forest, he also keeps getting notifications of his level increasing. With Millie scouting ahead and killing enemies, Kale himself has reached level 15 in just a short amount of time. Millie really does deserve a massive reward for her hard work because the entire forest is littered with monster corpses. Vivian is glad that they can move forward without having to worry about fighting along the way. Finally, Vivian can sense the Thunderbird nearby, and even Millie has picked up on something. As Kale looks above, he can see the massive bird perched on top of a tree. The Thunderbird is only level 13, and Kale is hoping that forming a contract with it is going to be a walk in the park. But then the bird immediately ascends into the sky and flies away when it senses people approaching. Vivian curses their luck because none of them know how to fly and they can't chase down the Thunderbird. But Kale has insane plot armor, and he pulls out his lightning wings to go in pursuit of the Thunderbird. Kale rushes across the sky, finally coming face to face with his potentially new beast. The Thunderbird lingers in the air as Kale literally harasses the poor beast. He tries to convince the Thunderbird that signing a contract with him and being his slave is going to be an amazing experience. The Thunderbird knows that Kale is messed up and it tries to get away, but Kale feels annoyed when the bird refuses to listen to him, so he is forced to use a little bit of violence. However, the bird barely manages to escape Kale's grasp, and then it unleashes a flurry of lightning. Unfortunately, as the MC, Kale is going to get whatever he wants, and he uses Millie's berserk strike to subdue the Thunderbird. The poor bird writhes around as Kale initiates a contract with it. The contract is successful, and now Kale has just acquired his second beast. However, the bird is still a little too low-leveled to be used in combat, so Kale initiates a Tavivism to trigger the Thunderbird's second form, the Thunder Empress. As expected, the bird turns into an elegant lady with heavy melons. She is now level 18 and holds the Thunderstorm skill, which can trigger lightning with a specific radius. However, Kale is more interested to observe that the Thunder Empress has assets that are even bigger than Millie's. The ant girl notices her master going towards another woman and immediately transforms as well. Even though Millie and the Thunder Empress are on the verge of starting a fight, Kale is more focused comparing the two. But then he snaps out of it and tells Millie to act like the older sister towards the new beast girl. The Thunder Empress then demands Kale to give her a name as well, and he decides to call her Phoenix. While Phoenix is grateful for the name, Kale is yet to see her true powers, so he decides to test her abilities within the forest. Vivian is still waiting for Kale to return, and she still needs to complete her profession change quest, so Kale decides to help out Vivian by letting Phoenix take care of her target instead. For her quest, Vivian needs to take down the leader of a barbarian camp. Phoenix quickly springs into action and unleashes a thunderstorm on top of the camp. The barbarians all look up above as the hot bird mommy is about to obliterate them in seconds. The lightning is so intense that Vivian can't even see Phoenix in the chaos. Kale has to make sure that Phoenix doesn't end up killing the leader herself, otherwise Vivian won't pass the quest. So he orders her to take care of the fodder barbarians and capture their leader. Phoenix happily descends from the sky and starts bringing down the barbarians left and right. For someone who looks so sweet and gentle, Phoenix is a barbarian herself. It doesn't take long for the barbarian leader to be brought in front of Vivian and Kale. Now all Vivian needs to do is kill the large man with her own bare hands. She has a hard time using the knife, but ends up taking the life of her target swiftly. With the quest finally complete, Vivian offers to take Kale on a tour of her home city, but Kale has more pressing matters to deal with. He bids farewell to Vivian, and they part ways for now. On the way back, Kale realizes he needs to draw up an effective plan for Millie and Phoenix, so that they can get stronger together. Just then, he receives a surprising call from Avery, who has something important to share with Kale. Apparently, the military uses something known as the Phantom Realm, where people can practice their combat abilities and learn how to fight against awakened monsters. This realm sort of acts like virtual reality and allows the user to pick whatever difficulty that suits them. Avery has managed to score a spot for Kale so that he can train better. But Kale is already thinking about how great it would be if Millie and Phoenix can learn to fight together. Then they could also serve Kale in other ways as well. Kale takes his head out of his fantasy and immediately accepts Avery's offer. Before heading to the realm, Kale takes a moment to rest in his apartment. Usually the place is pretty depressing, but with Millie shoving her melons in Kale's face and Phoenix almost suffocating the boy with her balloons, Kale feels like he is in heaven. Unfortunately, the moment gets ruined when the two girls start fighting over who gets to spend more time with Kale. Instead of dealing with this headache all morning long, Kale takes his beast girls and they head to the Phantom Realm Experience Center. Kale's sleep pod for the virtual experience is booked and ready to go. He can even receive rewards from the military if he manages to break the dungeon records. Determined to take advantage of this opportunity, Kale and his beast girls enter the pod together. Kale chooses a silver leveling dungeon for his first Phantom Realm experience. The realm slowly loads in and Kale braces for another wild ride. The Phantom Realm teleports Kale and his beast girl to a gladiator arena where they have to fight several waves of Gale wolves. Millie is desperate to prove her worth, so she jumps right in, killing a bunch of wolves in mere seconds. The ant girl then turns around and gives Phoenix the middle finger. However, Phoenix is not rage-baited by the ant and shows no reaction. She is just as if not more powerful than a mere insect, and she summons her lightning to kill another wave of wolves without even moving from her spot. Kale was hoping for this experience to be a bonding session for the girls, but they are only fighting with each other instead. At this point, the bickering is starting to get annoying and Kale can no longer focus. He almost gets attacked by a wolf, only to take care of it on his own. The Beast Girls realize that they left their master completely vulnerable to any attacks and failed to ensure his safety. Somehow, taking care of Kale reunites Millie and Phoenix, and they decide to work together for the next wave of wolves. Then this next wave consists of level 20 monsters and might even cause physical pain, but Kale does not falter, because he wants to use the Phantom Realm as a chance to make himself stronger as well. The Beast Girls turn into fangirls as they glaze Kale for killing a bunch of wolves on his own. The final battle begins and Kale commands his beasts to activate their skills. The girls are determined not to let down Kale again, so they charge forward with complete rage. The poor wolves are completely useless at this point and unable to do anything against the menacing powers of Kale's beasts. Meanwhile, outside of the Phantom Realm Center, Dominic is present as well, and he is harassing another girl. The guy is completely risless, but continues to shoot his shot towards girls that are not interested. This time, Dominic and his goons are trying to get close to a girl who has already made it clear that she fights alone. But then the painful conversation comes to a halt as the other guys in the center notice that someone is breaking the record for the silver leveling dungeon. Dominic sees Kale's name on the screen but refuses to believe that it's the same Kale that he likes to bully. Everyone's eyes are glued to the screen as Kale breaks the record and completes the dungeon in just 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Back within the realm, Kale feels exhausted but satisfied with his combat abilities. Since he broke the record, he receives a special skill book that allows the user to create thorny vines within a specific radius and trap their enemies. With his reward claimed, Kale is more than happy with his progress, and he decides to head back out. Kale has no idea that the center is full of random people glazing him for breaking the record so quickly. He has turned into some sort of a celebrity, and getting out of the place unnoticed is going to be a hassle. As expected, as soon as people recognize Kale, they start to freak out. Dominic is on the verge of getting a stroke because even the girl that he was trying to hit on is now attracted to Kale instead. Dominic thought this would be his moment, but Kale stole the spotlight yet again. Meanwhile, a military general has been observing Kale as well, and he believes the boy is a genius. He wants to recruit Kale as quickly as possible, and tells his men to run a background check on the boy. The following day, the entire Twilight High School is buzzing with the news of Kale being a completely overpowered beast tamer. And Avery acts like Kale's hype man, constantly glazing his much more talented friend in order to feel better about his own self. Dominic then barges into the class demanding to confront Kale. His family paid for him to pass the profession change quest, and he just recently set a new record at the Phantom Realm Center. But then Kale ruined everything. However, at this point, everyone is starting to realize that Dominic is a complete fraud. Avery gloats in front of him, calling him a sellout for buying his way to the top. Dominic can barely hold back his anger. He just wants to know where Kale is. But Avery mentions that Kale is currently in the Shadow Mountains getting stronger, because he is close to triggering his third profession change quest. Dominic promises to teach Kale a lesson now that he has been so badly humiliated in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Kale himself is getting stronger by the second, thanks to Millie and Phoenix. Kale believes that perhaps the silver leveling zone is no longer challenging enough for his beast girls, so he decides to venture into the gold leveling zone. Perhaps the harder difficulty will allow Millie and Phoenix to unlock a new aspect of their abilities. The gold zone is filled with venomous striped lizards, which don't really look that menacing. Kale orders Millie to attack from the front, while Phoenix will focus on aerial attacks. The beast girls charge forward only to meet their first hindrance. The lizards shoot some sort of a green venom on Millie, causing her to slow down. The toxin has paralyzed Millie, and she is now losing health over time. Kale starts to panic and orders Phoenix to use her thunderstorm skill to strike down all of the lizards at once. But the lightning strikes are random and the lizards are too small, so even the Thunderbird is unable to do much. With no other options left, Kale decides to rely on his skill book, which can allow him to restrict the movements of the lizards. Learning the skill book will grant Kale the witch's poisonous thorn ability, which will allow him to create vines and trap the lizards for Millie and Phoenix. He quickly learns the skill, thus activating the vines all over the forest field. The lizards have a hard time running away as they get caught within the vines. Now that they can no longer scurry off, Phoenix can use her lightning to swiftly strike them down. The lizards have a hard time running away as they get caught within the vines. Each kill grants Kale an immense EXP boost, and he might just reach level 20 during this fight. The chaos attracts the attention of 2 level 22 saber-toothed tigers, and Kale is sure that killing these monsters will help him advance forward. Once Millie and Phoenix tear down the tigers, Kale and his beast girls finally reach level 20. There is no point in grinding mobs anymore, because now Kale needs to complete another profession change quest before increasing his level further. Returning back to the profession change shrine so soon makes Kale feel a little strange. He places his hand on the crystal once more and prays to God that he doesn't get another 5-star quest. The shrine immediately sends out a notification letting everyone know that another 5-star quest has been unlocked. Some people have already guessed that Kale is the reason behind this message. Even though a 5-star quest can be quite rewarding, Kale just wanted an easy quest this time. To make matters worse, the requirements for this quest are quite absurd as well. Not only does Kale need to kill all ghosts aboard a ghost ship, but he also needs to collect rare materials. Instead of wasting time and heading back home for rest, Kale goes straight for the ghost pier where the ghost ship is likely to appear. He is a little scared to be doing this at night, but luckily he has 2 mommies to accompany him as well. In fact, Kale finds Millie and Phoenix more frightening than any ghost. The lizards exactly 7 p.m. in the evening, the ghost ship ominously appears at the pier. Kale has actually heard about the ship from Samantha. Many people have tried to challenge the ghost ship, but they end up leaving the place due to fear of the ghosts. Just then, a ghost pops up right in front of Kale, giving him a good fright. He tries to grab the phantom, only for the ghost to fly away. Kale then makes use of his own lightning wings to get close to the monster and purify it. Lightning abilities are quite effective when it comes to taking care of ghosts, so Kale orders Phoenix to purify every last ghost aboard the ship. But things are starting to feel a little too easy for a so-called 5-star quest. Kale then realizes that the ghosts can actually fuse together, and what ends up appearing before him is a level 25 ghost captain that was formed after several ghosts merged together. With the ghost captain joining the fight, things have become a bit more complicated. but Kale is sure that Millie and Phoenix can handle the situation. Kale orders Millie to be the main attacker, while Phoenix will provide support from above. As Millie shortens the distance between herself and the ghost captain, Phoenix sends down lightning strikes. Together they manage to form a pretty decent team. For the finisher, Millie uses her berserk skill and Phoenix uses her thunderstorm ability to put an end to the ghost captain for good. The fighting part of the quest finally comes to an end, and now Kale needs to gather 3 rare materials. The group head over to the Crimson Flame Forest, where the Eye of the Wind flower can be found. This flower is surrounded by several wind lizards, making it difficult for Kale and the others to advance closer to the rare flower. Previously, Phoenix flew into the air and acquired the green essence rare item, but this forest is far too thick for her to fly freely. So Millie rises up to the challenge. She starts digging into the ground, letting her ant instincts guide her closer to the flower. She digs her way to the base of the giant tree where the flower can be found, and then she starts climbing up. The flower is just within Millie's grasp when all of a sudden she loses her footing because of a strong gust of wind. Even though Millie manages to grab the flower, she is now forced to land on the ground where the wind lizards are waiting in anticipation for their first victim. Millie is completely surrounded, and Kale knows she is not strong enough to challenge the level 22 monsters on her own. So Phoenix is ordered to fly in and carry Millie away from danger. The ant girl is not pleased to be carried like a naughty child by the Thunderbird, but she has no other option but to bear the embarrassment. With Millie safe from danger, Kale tells the girls to run because the wind lizards are now hot on their tail. They need to leave this part of the forest quickly in order to make it towards the location of the next rare item. However, the lizards are moving fast, and Kale can no longer keep up with his current speed, so uses the rest of his free attribute points to increase his agility. Now Kale is faster than the girls, and he tells them to catch up with him just ahead. They are moving deeper into the Crimson Flame Forest. This territory is always on fire and belongs to the fire lizard swarm. Kale watches on as the wind lizards retreat back and stop chasing the group. The fire lizards are incredibly territorial, and no one dares step foot on their side of the forest. This is also precisely where Kale is going to find the Dragon Flame rare material. Kale and the others keep heading towards the high-temperature areas where the Dragon Flame is likely to exist. This place is incredibly hot and surrounded by giant fire lizards, and amongst the monsters, Kale spots the Dragon Flame hanging loosely on top of a fire tree. Before Kale can command Phoenix to use her flying abilities to grab the Dragon Flame, he receives a message from the system, letting him know that he can gain an extra 1,000 beast points by defeating the fire lizard chief. Kale curses the timings of these stupid messages and chooses to ignore it for now. Phoenix proceeds to fly towards the Dragon Flame, and she swiftly grabs it, bringing it back for Kale. With all 3 rare materials gathered, Kale's profession change quest is complete, but then he senses danger nearby and quickly turns around to dodge an attack just in time. Some guy and his lousy thugs have cornered Kale, and they demand him to hand over the rare materials he has gathered. These idiots are from the Magic Association, and their leader is called Daniel Rizzardo, a level 18 Thunder Mage. Kale has heard of the Associate before because it is notorious for extorting money from normal citizens. These guys are basically just a low-life gang with nothing better to do. Daniel demands Kale to give up the Dragon Flame and his other materials, but then his goons point out the 2 baddies next to the young boy, causing Daniel to change his commands. He now wants Kale to give up the materials and the girls. Kale is really getting tired of such useless trash challenging him to a fight, which he is going to win no matter what. Daniel keeps yapping on and on about Kale being too weak to have such beautiful women by his side. But without even giving out an order, Kale knows that his loyal beast girls are going to defend his honor. Millie and Phoenix show no mercy to Daniel's thugs as they kick, punch, and maim the annoying losers. Daniel's confidence quickly shatters as he watches his men get their ass handed to them. Kale then properly introduces himself and his beast girls. He tells Daniel that these girls are his tamed beasts and will never leave his side. Hearing this makes Daniel realize that he never had a chance to begin with. So instead of just calling it quits, he decides to attack Kale instead. Daniel throws a lightning ball towards Kale, hoping to injure him, but the attack gets blocked by Phoenix. Millie then jumps into action, slamming her fists into Daniel's guts. By the end of the fight, the Beast Girls manage to round up Daniel and his men and tie them all together. Kale intends on using them as bait in order to lure out the Fire Lizard Chief. He orders Phoenix to dangle them over the Fire Lizard territory, just far enough to catch the attention of the smaller lizards. With such tasty meat hanging right above them, the lizards move towards the dangling men. Meanwhile, Kale has a good laugh watching these losers squirm left and right. Even though it is fun to see Daniel and his men fighting for their lives while tied up, Kale orders Phoenix to loosen them up a bit. There needs to be a bigger ruckus in order for the Fire Lizard Chief to wake up. The men all fall on the rock where the smaller fire lizards are all gathered around, ready to attack at any given moment. Daniel tries using his lightning powers to fight off the monsters, and Kale was hoping that his powers would be enough to bring forth the Fire Lizard Chief. But just like his personality, Daniel's powers are also laughable, so Kale has to order Phoenix to unleash her lightning and create a bigger commotion. The lightning spreads all around the pathetic men and the smaller lizards. Slowly, a larger form emerges from the fire and flames. The level 28 Fire Lizard Chief is incredibly massive and vicious looking. Phoenix immediately attacks the chief, hoping to gain its attention. Kale wants to lure the Fire Chief away so that they can finish the quest once and for all in peace. Meanwhile, Daniel and his guys are left fighting for their lives, and Kale doesn't care at all whether they live or die. In fact, he hopes that the likes of Daniel actually end up dying here and now. Otherwise, Kale himself will have to eliminate them. With that, Kale, Millie, and Phoenix shift their focus towards the Fire Chief Lizard. With Daniel out of the picture, Kale and his Beast Girls can focus their efforts entirely on the Fire Lizard Chief. This thing is not only relentless, but the level gap between the Lizard and the Beast Girls is kind of huge as well. Despite the clear disadvantages, Millie's powerful punches and Phoenix's lightning strikes work well together, causing the Lizard King a minor wound which could be used to bring the monster down. However, as soon as things are looking up, Kale covers his ears as the lizard begins to roar and summon a powerful fireball. Millie is in the direct line of attack for this dangerous ability, but surprisingly, Phoenix comes to the rescue and uses herself as a shield. Phoenix ends up taking most of the damage, and she falls to the ground with a giant wound on her back. Kale is starting to question if defeating the Lizard Chief really is worth losing one of his Beast Girls. Phoenix is not looking good, but she is still willing to fight on for the sake of Kale's mission. Millie also agrees and wants to try to take down the Lizard Chief, just so Kale can get stronger as well. The determination of the two girls makes Kale realize that he needs to draw up a better plan if he wants to win the fight without losing Millie and Phoenix. Kale quietly observes while the girls continue to engage with the Lizard Chief. So far, there doesn't seem to be any clear weaknesses. The lizard is huge both in size and level, and Millie and Phoenix can only leave superficial wounds on its body. But then Kale notices the open wound on the lizard's neck. Without wasting a single breath, Kale tells Millie and Phoenix to attack the lizard's neck and make the wound wider. The Beast Girls don't understand what their master is planning, but they follow his every word. With their combined force, the Lizard King's neck starts to bleed out profusely. Millie is relentless with her punches, while Phoenix's lightning strikes directly on the wound, making it wider. Despite following Kale's plan, the girls step back because their attacks still seem useless. But this is where Kale jumps in with his trump card. He copies Millie's Berserk skill to punch through the lizard's neck. Then he copies Phoenix's Thunderstorm ability to strike down the lizard with immense force. Kale believes that using the powers of the Beast Girls simultaneously will allow him to gather enough force to slay this formidable foe. After what feels like a decade of intense fighting, Kale finally manages to kill the Fire Lizard Chief and complete the requirements to gain 1,000 Beast Points. This insane quest has also allowed Millie and Phoenix to gain more strength. But instead of celebrating their victory, the girls worry about Kale instead. He falls to the ground with a bloodied arm, barely hanging on for dear life. Kale wants to head back home and rest for an entire day before heading back to the Profession Change Shrine and unlocking his new title. After gaining some of his strength back, Kale touches the Profession Change Crystal once more and receives confirmation that he has successfully completed his quest. Kale has now received the title of Elite Beast Tamer, since he can advance beyond level 20. He checks his stats and notices 2 new skills as well. One skill enhances Kale's hearing abilities, while the other improves his vision. Meanwhile, news of another 5-star quest being completed spreads like wildfire throughout the shrine, and only a few people know that Kale is the one progressing through his quest like lightning. Millie and Phoenix have also gained a pretty nice bonus, with their levels already reaching 21. Millie's attack has significantly been boosted, while Phoenix has even unlocked a special form. Kale feels a little bad because his stats are still nowhere close to the Beast Girls that he has tamed. But since the girls belong to him, their strength is also an advantage for Kale. Now that Kale has achieved his 3rd profession change, he gets the opportunity to choose an additional skill. This time the options are Fusion, Telepathy, and Perception Shield. Last time Kale chose the Malice skill, which allows him to sense incoming danger, so picking another skill might require a bit more thought. Fortunately, Kale doesn't even need to make the decision because the girls choose the skill for him. Though both Millie and Phoenix wish to pick the Fusion skill so that Kale can fuse with them. Kale can sense that the girls definitely don't have pure motives, but he has no choice but to comply. Kale picks the Fusion skill, making Millie and Phoenix excited to test it out as soon as possible. But then the system sends out a notification for another quest. This time Kale will receive 1,500 Beast Points if he can capture his 3rd Beast Girl. Hearing this makes Millie freak out because she thinks Kale is going to abandon her with so many hot chicks around. But Phoenix consoles the Ant Girl while throwing daggers toward Kale with her eyes. Of course, Kale won't abandon the beast that he already tamed. Plus, for now, there is another important matter that he needs to focus on, and he won't be able to complete the quest. After a few days, Kale attends the Twilight High School entrance exam. Donovan addresses the students, letting them know that today various elite academies will be recruiting students from their ranks. Kale is in the crowd as well, with Ivory by his side. He had to keep Millie and Phoenix within a beast space so that they wouldn't reveal themselves in front of the entire school. Director Logan represents the Harborfield Academy, while Director Carlos leads the Silverport Academy. Avery wants to know which academy Kale himself is eyeing. Even though both Silverport and Harborfield are top-notch academies, Kale is interested in choosing the Military Academy, which is under the authority of Reuben Yates. Ruben is also the military official who took an interest in Kale during his Phantom Realm trial. While Donovan continues with his speech, Avery reveals to Kale that he has reached level 15. Compared to Kale, Avery's level is nothing, but it's still pretty impressive for someone so fat and slow. Avery already knows that Kale recently finished his 3rd professional quest, so he is definitely one of the strongest students in the academy. Dominic overhears this conversation and immediately starts trash-talking Kale. He refuses to believe that Kale is actually telling the truth about his level. Even though Kale remains calm and level-headed, Dominic just sees his non-reaction as a sign of insult. Dominic doesn't stop yapping, even as the entire school is trying to focus on Donovan's speech. For now, Kale just handles the rowdy boy by telling him to watch and wait when the time comes for them to reveal their levels. Mr. Donovan continues with his speech and reveals the process for the selection. The exam has been divided into 2 parts. The first part consists of the level test, and the second part will be the combat drill. The level test won't determine the final grade or criteria, but will only be used to categorize the students according to their levels. The combat drill, on the other hand, will be used to assess how battle-ready the students are and how well they can work within a team. The top 3 teams will receive special selection rights and a bonus reward from the school. However, since students could end up relying on their teammates instead of actually being useful, Donovan reveals that the final criteria will be judged using a mix of individual and group performances. Once the rules are thoroughly explained, the exam finally begins, starting off with the level test. Students line up in front of the testing crystal and their level is exposed to everyone. There is no margin for error or cheating because the crystal ball only detects between level 10 and 20. Samantha is overseeing the testing crystal as the students go through the procedure one by one. She is worried about Kale's progress, even though he rejected the Void Beast and made Samantha incredibly angry. Dominic shows up for his turn and tells Samantha that she is wasting her time by worrying over a nobody like Kale. He thinks that Samantha should focus more on students like himself who are actually worth something. Samantha doesn't stand this stupid kid at all, and tells Dominic to just touch the crystal without opening his mouth. As it turns out, Dominic has advanced to a level 16 Greatsword Elite, which Samantha finds concerning. Everyone believes that Dominic might have the highest level so far, but Sherry instantly breaks his record. She turns out to be a level 17 Storm Grandmaster, instantly kicking Dominic from the top spot. Even Donovan glazes Sherry as one of the star pupils of the high school, and he hopes that the academy heads will take a keen interest in her. However, Ruben is more interested in Kale, and he just happens to be next in line. Dominic can't wait to see Kale make a fool out of himself, but his confidence makes Samantha and the others believe that Kale is definitely hiding several tricks up his sleeves. His level might stun the entire school and the leaders of the 3 academies. Since the testing crystal is only capable of identifying levels between 10 and 20, Kale wonders what will happen considering that he is beyond level 20 at this point. What was supposed to be Kale's moment of glory turns into a complete disaster when the crystal starts violently vibrating. Samantha has never seen the crystal ball react in such a manner, and she has no idea what could be causing such a reaction. Ultimately, the ball shatters into pieces, sending glass towards Kale. With the crystal ball destroyed, no one is ever going to know just how strong Kale really is. So Dominic takes advantage of the situation and starts trash-talking once more. He believes the ball shattered because Kale is just too weak. Unfortunately, things only get worse when a man who looks exactly like Mark shows up. Kale thought that Donovan was going to punish Mark for harming a student, but Samantha explains that the psycho instructor actually has a twin brother who is overlooking this exam as well. His name is Jeffrey, and just like Mark, he hates Kale's guts. But Kale is sick and tired of all these grown-ass adults picking on him for no reason. He stares in shock as Jeffrey asks Donovan to revoke Kale's right to enter the exam. This causes the young boy to confront Jeffrey's shitty behavior. But then even the directors of Harbor Field and Silverport Academies believe that a beast tamer like Kale is not worth the time or money, and he should be removed from the exam. Ruben of all people decides to support Kale. He believes that the level testing part of the exam is just a formality and the main event is the combat drill. Everyone should be judged based on their combat alone, thus Kale should be given a chance to participate. With the director of the military academy supporting Kale, no one dares to speak up against him. This is a huge deal, and even Donovan has no choice but to allow Kale to take the exam. Samantha tells the young beast tamer not to fumble this chance. As Kale heads back to his group, he hears Dominic calling him worthless because trash will always be trash. This time, instead of just bearing through Dominic's stupid remarks, Kale starts to overpower the idiot with his aura and gives him a glimpse of just how terrifying he can really be. With the testing crystal destroyed, the exam moves on to the next part. The students are allowed to form teams of 3 on their own. The entire combat drill will be broadcast live so that the directors can see the students in real time. Avery and Kale immediately form a team since they are best friends. But then a familiar face shows up hoping to join the team as well. Tina from Class 3, a level 15 elite knight, desperately wants to team up with Kale. She is the same girl who Dominic was trying to hit on when Kale just broke his record in the Phantom Real trial. Tina believes that with Kale by her side, she can win the entire exam. Unfortunately for Tina, her charms don't work on Kale, and he wonders if pairing up with the girl is going to be a good idea with Millie and Phoenix also tagging along. So Kale brutally rejects Tina, making her feel like shit. Avery can't believe Kale would reject such a cute girl to be in his party. The fatty has a bad habit of judging people based on their appearances, and Kale is starting to get annoyed. But then Tina herself begs Kale to let her join. Her genuine emotions make Kale realize that Tina will probably avoid pulling any nasty tricks. So he lets the cute girl in, expanding his harem from beast girls to schoolgirls. Kale gives the final list of names to Samantha, who is surprised to find Tina's name on the list. She was hoping that Kale would form a team with Sherry instead, but Dominic made his move first. Kale can see Samantha is starting to get worried, so he turns on his Riz and uses it to calm down his hot teacher. Samantha becomes flustered and tries to stay composed. She really shouldn't be hooking up with her student when so many people are present, but Samantha still can't resist and ends up hugging Kale before he leaves. But a portal is opened up and the students find themselves entering the Forbidden Wasteland realm. The drill is divided into bronze, silver, and gold zones. The higher the zone, the more points each team will receive for killing monsters. The students have also been given point bracelets through which they can check team rankings and call for help. The drill then officially begins with flying drones recording everything. Dominic and Sherry are the first to start killing monsters. In just the first 10 minutes, Sherry manages to score hundreds of points for the team, bringing her ranking to the top. The academy directors all huddle around the ranking board, admiring Sherry for being so powerful. But then they notice that Kale's team has still not scored a single point, even though the other teams have at least killed a few monsters and gained a couple of points. Jeffrey, along with Logan and Carlos, start undermining Kale, but Samantha believes they are just a bunch of fools. Kale is definitely planning something, and his scheme is already in motion when the system gives out a red alert warning for Kale's team. Kale takes his team directly to the silver leveling zone where he intends on defeating high-level monsters in order to gain a massive amount of points from the get-go. But as rookies, both Avery and Tina feel completely scared and think going to the silver zone is a reckless idea. Kale thinks that Avery would get a heart attack if he learned that his best friend has been leveling up in the silver zones this entire time. Meanwhile, Dominic has also been sending stupid messages to Kale, but he refuses to get rage-baited by them. Instead, Kale decides to just focus on gaining more points. As luck would have it, the system also has a new quest for Kale, where he needs to kill 10 gold-level beasts in order to attain 1,000 beast points. It looks like the odds are finally in Kale's favor, but he still needs to convince Avery and Tina to join him. When the two rookies hear that Kale wants to move to the gold leveling zone after defeating the monsters in the silver level, they almost shit their pants. Kale is tired of explaining that the higher the level, the more points they can get. But then a level 18 corrosive hyena emerges from the shadows. Finally, the fighting can begin, and Kale can show off his new abilities. With just a singular punch, he takes down the hyena, only for a larger pack to arrive. Kale manages to take down 5 of the monsters, gaining a massive amount of points in the process. It should be impossible for a beast tamer to be so strong on his own. But here is Kale proving everyone wrong. Avery and Tina change their tune and decide to leech onto Kale as they move deeper into the silver zone. Back at the high school, Samantha is approached by another teacher called Miss Leah. She believes that Kale is putting her student Tina in danger by letting her fight in a silver leveling zone. Jeffrey arrives as well, telling Samantha that Kale's actions are ruining the reputation of the school. If something happened because of Kale, the school will be seen as responsible. Before Samantha can cover for Kale, the directors and the teachers are shocked to see Kale's points increasing at an alarming rate. It's as if he is killing monsters with a cheat code. But then Samantha pulls up the live drone footage, and everyone gets to see Millie and Phoenix in action. The Beast Girls are in their animal forms for now, and they look much more intimidating and ferocious than usual. Louise Lane is in awe to witness these tamed beasts, and she changes her tune in regards to Kale's abilities. Even Jeffrey has nothing more to say, and he feels intense jealousy and anger as Kale continues to gain points at a rapid pace. The teachers watch on as Kale and his tamed beasts defeat an entire horde of thunder beasts. From the dead last place, Kale moves all the way to the 7th place, and he is likely to catch up to Dominic and Sherry in no time. At the rate with which Millie and Phoenix are plummeting their enemies, Kale and his team have reached the 3rd spot in the ranking. But there is still a long road ahead, and Kale wants to continue looking around the silver leveling zone in search of more silver tier monsters. If they don't find anything, then they will move on to the gold leveling zone instead. Avery and Tina have a hard time believing that Kale awakened at the same time as the rest of the students because he is just far too advanced. They are shocked to learn that Kale has already completed his 3rd profession change. Even for someone like Sherry, such progress would be impossible. This is also precisely why Avery and Tina are more than happy to cling to Kale for this challenge. He is a golden ticket, and they don't even need to lift a finger to help. Back at the academy, Samantha and the other teachers are watching everything unfold. Even though Samantha believes that Kale shouldn't march into the gold leveling zone so recklessly, hearing Jeffrey doubt him just makes her blood boil. Samantha tells Jeffrey to stop being such a pain in the ass and doubting Kale when he can literally see the 2 powerful tame beasts next to the kid. Jeffrey is just being really stupid and childish, and it makes sense. Kale is the reason that his brother went to prison, and now Jeffrey has picked up where Mark left off. He sends a message to Dominic because the two of them are together in another scheme. At the border of the silver and bronze leveling zones, Dominic and Shuri have killed almost all of the monsters. Dominic then gets a message from Jeffrey letting him know that Kale is now in second place and moving on to the gold zone. He wants Dominic to speed things up and enter the silver zone as quickly as possible. Without even consulting with Shuri, Dominic rushes off and tries to fight a level 20 long-armed demon ape. It is quite clear that Dominic has just overestimated his own abilities because he is completely useless against the ape. He cries out for Shuri to use her ice powers so that they can kill the monster together, but only Shuri is the one trying to do anything. She creates several ice crystals in an effort to slow down the ape as it almost mauls Dominic to death, but her attacks just feel useless. No matter how much firepower Shuri throws towards the ape, the thing just keeps getting right back up. Dominic leaves Shuri completely defenseless and she starts to regret teaming up with such a jerk. She only teamed up with the annoying idiot because he offered to give Shuri the Storm Grandmaster weapon that she requires. Now Shuri is left confronting the ape on her own. The monster breaks through her ice and charges forward relentlessly. Shuri just accepts her fate at this point and puts her hands up to brace for impact. But then a giant ant slams right into the ape and Kale approaches Shuri, wondering what the hell she is doing in the silver leveling zone. With Millie punching on the demon ape and Phoenix striking the monster with her lightning, the level 20 monster turns into a plaything for Kale's beast girls. Shuri is taken aback by the strength of the beasts, especially since she had no idea that Kale had grown so much as a beast tamer. Kale, on the other hand, is furious that a bunch of low-level students were trying to take down a level 20 monster on their own. When he first sensed that students were being attacked, he wondered who would be so unlucky. But now that Kale knows that Dominic is always involved in this situation, he regrets showing up. Dominic himself doesn't say a word, and silently looks over the body of the ape. He touches the monster's wound, letting the blood stain his hands. Dominic then turns towards Kale and uses the same bloodied hands to grab his shirt. The loudmouth idiot wants to know why Kale interrupted his prey and ruined his chances of leveling up. Shuri tells Dominic to back down since Kale just saved their asses. But this only makes the annoying bully more furious. He starts trash-talking only to get bitch-slapped by Shuri herself. Ever since the trial started, Shuri has been tolerating Dominic's idiocy, but now she has had enough. Shuri makes it clear that the only reason she joined Dominic is so that she can acquire a level 20 weapon. Their agreement is purely transactional, and Dominic has no right to tell Shuri what to do. Kale is tired of seeing Shuri and Dominic fighting, so he decides to leave them alone and head back towards the gold level zone where Avery and Tina are waiting. But this is exactly what Dominic wanted, because he has planned something sinister for Kale. Within the gold zone, both Avery and Tina are terrified since Kale left them alone, but seeing him finally return puts their mind at ease. As soon as Avery starts whining about getting attacked by monsters, a level 28 Netherwolf emerges from the shadows and almost rips off Kale's head. Luckily, Kale has thick plot armor and he catches the beast just in time. Kale kills the gold tier monster, thus initiating his system quest. Since the Netherwolves like to travel in packs, more of them can be found slowly surrounding Kale and his teammates. This is the perfect opportunity for Millie and Phoenix to kill the Netherwolves and meet the requirements of the quest while also leveling up in the process. The list each Netherwolf killed by the powerful ant and majestic Thunderbird provides Kale additional expact and attribute points. During the length of the fight, their level increases to 26. By the time the Beast Girls have cleared out all of the Netherwolves, they reach level 27. Even though Kale is happy with the progress, he has a sinking feeling that something is not right with the gold zone, so he uses some of his attribute points to increase his own strength. For some reason, as soon as the fighting ends, Millie pounces on Kale in her ant form because the blood on his shirt is attracting her and she can't resist the smell. Kale realizes that the blood from the demon ape can actually attract wild monsters towards him, and Dominic definitely did this on purpose in the hopes of getting Kale killed. Meanwhile, Avery and Tina are just downright terrified because Kale's power level is off the charts and his tamed beasts move like a vicious combat unit. Since Kale has been doing most of the fighting at this point, he leaves two of the Netherwolves partially alive so that Avery and Tina can finish them off and gain some points as well. Once all of the wolves are dead for good, Avery checks his points bracelet and makes the remarkable discovery that their team is now ranked at number 1 with over 7,000 points. Back at the high school, Logan, the director of Harborfield, and Carlos, the director of Silverport, immediately start fighting with each other after witnessing Kale's new potential. Both of them are trying to convince the other that their school is better suited for the Beast Tamer. Even Donovan is shocked that the directors are really fighting over someone from his school. It feels like a miracle. However, Ruben is the one who actually believed in Kale, and he thinks that out of all the directors, he has better odds of recruiting the boy in the military academy. As soon as the military officer is the one to speak up, the other two directors just shut up and start agreeing with him. Donovan then straight up just starts crying because finally the Twilight High School's reputation is rising, all thanks to Kale. Meanwhile, Jeffrey watches on with immense anger and he sends Dominic another message to hurry the hell up and gain more points. When Dominic learns that Kale has reached the first rank, he starts crashing out and forces Sherry to help him get more points. But Sherry no longer wants to play Dominic's games, and she bluntly tells him to fight alone. The time is almost up, Sherry has no energy, and she has already made peace with the fact that she will be ranked second in place. Dominic has no choice but to let go of the matter. He just hopes that Kale somehow got himself killed and won't return back from the combat drill. The exam then finally comes to a close, and Sherry and Dominic are the first to arrive. Donovan praises both of them, although he glazes Sherry more and downright embarrasses Dominic for being too reckless. More and more students trickle out of the portal with no sign of Kale and his team. Dominic is praying that the blood he intentionally wiped on Kale's shirt attracted way too many monsters and killed the stupid kid and his team. But just then Kale, Avery, and Tina show up, securing the first place in the ranking. The academy directors immediately brush Dominic aside and start hounding Kale to join their respective academies. Kale himself was not expecting Carlos and Logan to be so enthusiastic, considering that they weren't rooting for him at all. At this point, Kale feels like the two passionate directors are trying to scam him because of how forceful they are being. Both of them are ready to throw hands with each other. But then Ruben breaks them apart. The director of the military academy wants to have a word with Kale about a certain matter. Ruben turns towards Kale and asks him to reveal his level, since he has clearly reached the 3rd class. The entire courtyard erupts from disbelief because it should be impossible for any students to be more than level 20 at this point. The other directors feel like they have struck gold if Kale really has reached the 3rd class. Even Miss Lee is excited and she asks Samantha why she didn't mention this sooner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worried about Tina. However, even Samantha herself didn't know that Kale has advanced forward to such a great extent. Dominic is the only one who still has a hard time believing that Kale is stronger than him, and he starts yapping about Kale being a cheater. Hearing the voice of idiotic bully makes Kale and Ruben remember Dominic's existence. Since Ruben can see that Dominic is desperate to prove Kale wrong, he gives the young beast tamer an opportunity to defend himself. Kale realizes that he needs to take advantage of this situation to shut down Dominic once and for all. So he reveals his stat screen to everyone, which clearly shows that Kale is a level 27 elite beast tamer. Kale finally has the privilege of seeing Dominic too stunned to open his big mouth for once. He also accuses the boy of intentionally spreading the demon ape blood on him so that Kale and his team would get ambushed by an entire horde of monsters. Dominic, while largely speechless, tries to deny this allegation. But then Samantha speaks up, letting Dominic know that the drone footage will reveal the truth about his actions. Then this is where Dominic starts to gain back some of his confidence because he was waiting for this exact moment. Dominic turns to Jeffrey, who shows everyone that the drone following Dominic was destroyed and the footage is no longer available. The very convenient timing fools absolutely no one, but Jeffrey is sure that his scheme won't be caught for now. Unfortunately for Jeffrey, Ruben is a smart man and he had additional cameras installed in the area. He has recordings from Dominic's time within the portal and they clearly show him intentionally dipping his hands in the demon ape's blood and then grabbing Kale. Ruben explains that the demon ape blood has the property to attract gold-tier monsters, so Dominic knew exactly what he was doing. The director of the military officer makes it clear that if Dominic had been one of his men, then he would receive a punishment worse than death. Dominic gets into a fit of rage as well because Dominic has ruined the school's reputation with his lousy scheme. He threatens to expel the bully right then and there, only for Kale to intervene. Even though Dominic has been nothing but awful, Kale still believes that he is not the mastermind of this plan. Instead, Kale turns towards Jeffrey, who has far more motives and is clearly trying to take revenge for his brother. As soon as everyone turns towards Jeffrey for answers, he immediately pushes Dominic under the bus and calls the student a despicable person to work with. Dominic can't believe what he is hearing and confronts Jeffrey right in front of everyone. Dominic reveals that he only wanted to kill the demon ape, but then Jeffrey sent him a message related to the blood and told him what to do. Jeffrey denies everything and even has the guts to slam Dominic to the ground, causing his phone to fall out of his pocket. Samantha grabs the phone and checks the notification to find messages from Jeffrey. This is the second time that someone like Jeffrey has tried to kill Kale, and Donovan is not willing to show any mercy this time. He immediately subdues the vile Jeffrey and forces him to the ground. Ruben then tells Donovan to hand over Jeffrey to the military, where he will receive an appropriate punishment for his crimes. Even though Jeffrey is revealed as the main perpetrator, Dominic's entire career is also ruined. None of the academy directors wish to recruit him, and he is left completely humiliated. Meanwhile, Kale is having the time of his life with offers from all 3 academies. Ruben tells the Beast Tamer to join the military academy whenever he wants. Even the other directors are desperate for Kale to consider their offer. Donovan notices Kale getting all this attention and decides to support the kid for making the Twilight High School more prestigious. An award ceremony is held and the top 3 teams are recognized for their efforts. Based on his performance, Kale receives extremely generous rewards by Donovan. Not only does he get a fancy villa in the center of the city, but he also gains a new skill book and a rare necklace which can amplify the user's attributes by 20%. Donovan tries to put on a fake smile and pretends to care about the ridiculous rewards. He thanks Donovan for his support, but in reality, it is the school that is grateful to Kale. Samantha then drives Kale towards his new villa. On the way, they discuss which academy is best suited for Kale. According to Samantha, Harborfield and Silverport are both good options if Kale wants to receive more support. But the military academy is best if he wants to challenge himself and get stronger. Since Kale already has the system providing him with everything that he needs, he decides to pick the military academy as his best option. Samantha is surprised by how quickly Kale made his decision, and she reminds him to seek her out if he needs more help. But Kale just feels like Samantha is trying to force herself on him. And with Millie and Phoenix around, there is only so much that a boy his age can handle. As soon as Kale starts having gooner thoughts about Samantha, the car hits the brakes and he ends up falling in her lap. From down there, the view of Samantha's melons is more than satisfying for Kale, and he refuses to back up instantly. Kale asks Samantha if she knows how to find some decent fire attribute beasts so that he can hunt down his third beast. As luck would have it, Samantha knows of a blazing bird that resides in the flame forest. Samantha believes that since Kale is so close to reaching his 4th profession change quest, he should head over to the forest right now and level up as quickly as possible. Then he can track down the blazing bird as well and gain a new beast. Samantha then looks down at Kale, hoping that he has taken advantage of the view as much as possible because they will be heading to the flame forest instead of the villa. As the name suggests, the flame forest is constantly ablaze and surrounded by vicious fire. Samantha is accompanying Kale as well because she wants to help him get stronger. Just then, the duo is ambushed by a bunch of blazing lions rushing towards them. Samantha uses her ice powers to subdue the monsters, encasing them in crystals and leaving them only a sliver of life. Now Kale and his beasts can charge forward, delivering the fatal blow to the blazing lions and gaining immense X points. Each kill takes less than a second, and Kale reaches level 30 in no time. He has reached the upper limit once more and now needs to complete a profession change quest to move forward. With this matter settled, Samantha and Kale then start hunting down the blazing bird. This time, finding the elemental bird is easy, because it is perched on top of a flame tree not too deep within the forest. Kale reveals his lightning wings to Samantha for the first time and starts showing off in front of her. He lunges towards the bird and then orders Millie to pin down the creature. The blazing bird falls to the ground after receiving a heavy blow from Millie. Kale takes advantage of the situation and immediately initiates a contract with the blazing bird. The process is complete, and now Kale has captured a level 35 beast for himself. But the stats of this bird are still too low, so Kale has no choice but to use the Atavis skill to turn the blazing bird into a thick mommy that will call Kale master. Samantha can see that Kale no longer needs her around, so she leaves for now. She has important business to attend and will be traveling away from the city. It is likely that Kale won't see Samantha for a long time, so she tells her student to follow his own path from now on. With Samantha gone, Kale can trigger the Atavis transformation on the blazing bird. After using the skill, the bird turns into yet another hot chick with comically huge assets. Kale decides to call his new beat girl Nina, and just like the other girls, she is also quite childish and obsessive over Kale. Now that Kale has acquired his third beast, he heads over to the Profession Change Shrine to initiate another 5-star quest because that's all he ever gets. At this point, Kale has grown numb to how much attention he is receiving. He no longer cares if people know that he is the one who received a 5-star quest. In fact, Kale even boldly walks through the shrine with his impressive harem of beast girls in full display. The Profession Change quest is taking place at the Bitterwater Marsh, where Kale needs to kill 50 lizard turtles and reverse the chronology. The Bitterwater Marsh is a strange place where the water is infested with all manner of monsters. As soon as Kale moves closer to the water, a bunch of water snakes try to attack him. Kale then orders Nina to take care of the snakes while he enjoys a small snack. It's fun for him to just watch the snakes burn without lifting a single finger. Nine then points out the place where all the lizard turtles are lurking around. These turtles look pretty damn normal, except they have small horns on their heads. Kale has a phobia of turtles, so he orders Millie and Phoenix to handle the rest of the fighting. The two beast girls immediately spring into action, with Millie using her bare punches to kill the turtles, and Phoenix relying on her good old lightning. Kale is actually having fun gaining so many experience points and meeting the quest requirement while watching everything unfold from the sidelines. He doesn't need to slave away and can spend this precious time with his thick beast girls one by one. However, Kale does start to worry when a giant lizard turtle king arrives after most of its brethren were wiped from the face of the planet. This lizard turtle looks angry, and it might just give Kale a hard time. Kale is taken aback by the size and level of the lizard turtle king, but with the system by his side, there is plenty of time for Kale to finish off the monster and gloat. He believes that a well-planned joint attack by all three beast girls should be more than enough to take down this headache of a monster. Kale orders Millie to use her strength to slow down the lizard turtle king, while Phoenix uses her lightning to fry the oversized reptile. Nina then jumps in with a finishing blow, unleashing immense fire to turn the lizard turtle into scorched meat. Despite the insane attack, Kale is surprised to see that the lizard turtle king is still alive, but just barely. The monster has fallen into the water and will most likely succumb to its wounds, but then the unexpected occurs. For the first time, Kale witnesses another monster attacking his target and taking away his precious beast points. Kale is pissed off because the Blackwater Python King just snatched the lizard turtle king, To compensate for this loss, the system triggers another quest where killing the Python King will grant Kale 2,000 beast points. Even though this quest is starting to get immensely annoying, Kale decides to use this opportunity to try out his newly acquired fusion skill. Once the skill is triggered, Millie, Phoenix, and Nina follow Kale's command and somehow fuse with him. This causes Kale to create a beast armament suit which makes him look like a cheap Power Ranger. With the suit on, Kale's stats have been greatly increased and he feels much more confident with taking care of the Python King. The Beast Girls cheer Kale on as he confronts not only the Python King but also regular pythons as well. After taking care of the small fries using a Phoenix Flame, Kale turns towards his main victim, the Python King. All of his attacks are a fusion of the skills used by Millie, Phoenix, and Nina. Kale launches a Berserk skill and follows it up with another Phoenix Flame. He manages to tear through the Python's flesh, believing that the fight is finally over. However, the Python King is not only incredibly relentless but also a special mutated beast. The entire quest becomes chaotic, and even the receptionist at the shrine receives a warning that one of the quests has been hijacked by a special mutated beast. This new monster is known as the Black Tortoise, and it has the body of a giant lizard turtle king and the tail of the Blackwater Python King. This is Kale's first time confronting something so incredibly powerful and rare. Nina believes that the black tortoise in front of them is merely just a mimic, which appeared because somehow the lizard turtle and the python fused together. Kale doesn't really understand how that could be possible, but he has no time to stop and think. The ferocious beast rams right into him, almost knocking out the beast tamer in his weird battlesuit. Kale was really hoping to take his sweet time and study the black tortoise, but the monster's sneak attack completely threw him off. Now he just wants to defeat the rare creature and put an end to this incredibly exhausting quest. Kale spits out the most generic attack names as he launches another attack, which makes use of the skills from all three Beast Girls. This time the attack is powerful enough for Kale to kill the monster in one fatal blow. The quest finally comes to an end, and Kale also gains a special black tortoise shield as a decent reward. Finally, Kale can return back to the shrine and put this miserable day behind him. But then the fusion skill wears off and Kale almost falls over from immense exhaustion. This skill can cause a huge toll on the body, making it difficult for Kale to recover faster. The Beast Girls all hold their master as he slowly tries to handle the immense headache. Later on, Kale heads back to the Profession Change Shrine where he officially confirms that he has completed the quest. He gains the title of Beast Taming General and receives two ridiculously overpowered skills. One skill allows the user to become invisible for 2 minutes, while the other skill allows Kale to teleport within 10 meters. Kale also gets to choose an additional skill, and this time he picks the Perception Shield skill. This new ability can help Kale conceal his aura and the aura of his beast when hiding from enemies. The skill is successfully planted, and Kale can see that he is now ready to attend the military academy. He has reached level 30 and can continue to increase his level and stats even more. He also has a myriad of special items that are boosting his stats and making him stronger. There is no doubt that even in the military academy, Kale is going to be a major hotshot. However, the Beast Tamer loses all of his aura when Avery runs towards him with his fat ass, followed by Tina. Now that Avery and Tina know that sticking next to Kale is a guaranteed way to make it big in life, they have decided to latch onto his strength and join the military academy as well. Together, they enter a portal and arrive at the academy's dormitories. At night, Kale realizes that he will be stuck listening to Avery's snoring for the rest of his life. Luckily, he has 3 considerate baddies looking after him, and they use beast energy to create a soundproof shield around Kale. With Avery sound asleep, he has no idea that Kale is trying to juggle 3 different women on his own. All of them start fighting over who gets to sleep next to Kale the longest. It's almost ridiculous to see these grown-ass adults acting like little kids. Before Avery wakes up from the commotion, Kale hugs all 3 girls and allows them to sleep with him for 3 hours each. This way, everyone is going to be satisfied. The following day, Kale, Avery, and Tina head to the meteorite forest, which they need to navigate in order to arrive at the military academy itself. This place is dark and scary, but a small test for all the new students. Thankfully, with Kale around, Avery and Tina will have no problem getting to the other side. But they have no idea that there are people in the forest closely watching their every move. The forest near the military academy is known as the Meteorite Forest, and it is filled with special agents who are overseeing the students as they progress through the forest. As Kale and the others cautiously move forward, Kale immediately senses danger nearby, with the help of his malice skill. And before things can become too dire, Kale pulls back Avery and Tina and saves them from the burning claws of a level 40 Flame Panther. This panther blocks the path as it stares down Kale and his friends who are already in fight or flight mode. As Kale prepares to tackle the monster entirely alone, Tina informs him that she has heard the military academy likes to test all new students with a surprise entrance exam. She was hoping that the rumor would be false, but now that Flame Panther is right in front of them, things are not looking good. Instead of standing around like a dumb piece of meat, Kale charges forward to defeat the monster. However, as soon as he confronts the panther, the creature leaps into the air and dashes straight for Tina and Avery. Kale is then forced to use his teleportation skill so that he can protect his friends before they have their faces clawed off. He He then commands Millie to use her giant strength skill to obliterate the Flame Panther completely. Kale didn't think the entrance exam was going to be such a huge joke. With just one attack, the Academy's so-called test was completed by Kale. Even Avery and Tina are glad they decided to suck Kale dry and use him as a way to move forward. Otherwise, they would be dead meat. However, the celebration is cut short when Kale's malice skill alerts him to several dangerous entities nearby. Sensing that the test might not be over, Kale quickly shoves Avery aside and saves him from an insanely large needle that was pointed directly at the fat kid. Kale then tells his friends to be on their guard because clearly there is more to the entrance exam than some low-level fodder enemy. In fact, even Kale's malice skill can't pinpoint the exact location of this source of disturbance, making him think that whoever is targeting them can conceal their own presence very well. Meanwhile, the agent from the Academy is actually shocked that Kale stopped his needle with such sharp intuition. Despite sensing that the kid is definitely the overpowered MC, the agent continues to act cocky, and he prepares to launch more of his pathetic needles towards the group of students. The agent then leaps into the air and throws a bunch of needles towards Kale and the others. Before anyone can get seriously hurt, Kale uses his shield to block the attack, but he is finding it more and more difficult to keep himself and his friends safe. The needles continue to rain down and Kale is starting to get annoyed, so he tells Avery and Tina to keep distracting the shooter while he sneaks in from the back. As the agent curses at the stupid shield for blocking his attacks, he completely fails to notice Kale sneaking up on him. Within seconds, Kale finds himself confronting the agent who is literally about to use heavy firepower on a bunch of kids. Shocked by Kale's sudden presence, the agent actually has the audacity to fight back. But Kale stops his weak punch and then slams him to the ground with his own fists. As the agent lands on the forest floor, blood starts to pour out of his mouth. Kale threatens to kill the agent if he doesn't start yapping about his real purpose. Now that the guy has been caught, he turns all weak and pathetic, and begs for his life. He tells Kale that all of them are on the same side, and there is no need to be brash. Kale then learns that his mysterious attacker is actually a third-year student from the military academy, and his name is Eric Lopez. Seeing Eric's sincerity makes Kale let go of the guy, allowing him to give a proper explanation. Eric then explains that he wasn't trying to kill Kale and his friends. In fact, his needles are just paralysis needles that would have put them all to sleep. Apparently, Eric is just taking part in a tradition at the military academy where the senior students are responsible for assessing the new students, so they try to hunt them down. But that's not all, because each new student has 100 points, and if a senior student manages to capture a new recruit, then they can take 80 points from the rookies. These points are actually the currency used within the military academy, and 1 point is about equal to 1,000 dragon coins in the outside world. Dr. Eric then also reveals that if a new student is not captured by anyone, then they are rewarded 300 extra points. However, if a new student gets caught within 100 meters of the forest entrance, then they are expelled. Hearing this makes Avery crash out because he thinks it's not fair that the older students can just bully anyone weaker than them. But then Eric further explains that new students can hunt down seniors as well, and for every senior ID tag they can gather, the new students will receive an insane 500 points. But hearing this makes the gears in Kale's head start turning, and he realizes that he can use this situation for his own good. So instead of letting Eric go, Kale, Avery, and Tina decide to gang up on him. Kale tells Eric that he should have contacts for other seniors within the forest. If Eric decides to help out Kale hunt down his fellow seniors, then he can receive a cut of the points as well. Otherwise, Kale threatens to take away Eric's ID card, leaving him with nothing but the dust on his clothes. At first, Eric is completely terrified, but then Kale explains that he only needs Eric to lure out the other seniors. He won't force the student to fight his own class fellows, with the promise that Eric won't have to do any fighting at all. Kale and Tina force him to give up his ID tag. Then Eric starts reaching out to his senior friends in order to lure them towards Kale's location. Eric proceeds to send a message to one of his friends, Steven Sterling, who arrives at the location in search of the fresh meat. After looking around, Steven finds Avery and Tina and immediately tries to rob them of their points. As soon as Steven takes a step forward, Kale jumps him from behind and slams him right into a ditch. Once Steven is down, Kale looks over his handiwork while Eric glazes him for his superior strength. Hearing this makes Steven realize that Eric literally tricked him, and he threatens to take away Eric's scholarship points. Once Steven is captured, Eric proceeds to use some of his paralysis needle to put the angry senior to sleep. However, the drug takes a long time to work because Steven has some sort of a body-strengthening effect still active. For the next targets, Eric promises to increase the dosage. What follows is a complete show of betrayal, as Eric continues to lure out his seniors to the spot, only for them to be drugged and their ID tags to be stolen. At this point, Eric is having a lot of fun helping out Kale, because he's receiving a decent cut of the points as well, and he is happy to see his own currency go up. Meanwhile, the captain of the senior squad has received word that someone from the new students has managed to take down several of the older students, and now he is growing suspicious. As Eric lures out another one of his friends, he is just about to get another payout when the guy just stops in the middle of his attack. The captain has sent word out of suspicious activity in one area of the forest, and for all seniors to be careful. Eric freaks out because now the guy he lured out is starting to doubt the entire situation. He wants to head back and reconvene with the captain, but Kale himself arrives. Before the guy can even move a single muscle, Kale kicks him in the back of the head, knocking him out. Kale wonders if Eric said something to his friend to freak him out, but he is informed of the Code Red protocol the captain has initiated. Eric explains that this Code Red protocol basically alerts the seniors that there is a dangerous freshman taking them out. So the academy then allows the seniors to team up and enter the area where the new student is located. Even though Eric knows that Kale is very strong, he has doubts that the new kid will be able to take on so many seniors at once. However, Kale's brain has already started cooking up a plan. He tells Eric, Avery, and Tina to hide while he scouts the area ahead. As Eric promises to be careful, Kale runs off into the forest in search of the seniors. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Vivian is also taking part in the entrance exam, and she is trying to run away from a bunch of seniors. But then one of the older students fires a stun gun towards Vivian, causing the thick girl to crash right into the ground. Despite being completely cornered, Vivian decides to fight off the seniors in a last-ditch effort to appear brave. But things are looking dire, and as the seniors move closer, Vivian knows that she is screwed. Just then, a large explosion turns everything into a mess, and Kale emerges from the smoke with Vivian in his arms. He realizes that the girl has been knocked out and she's completely unresponsive. At the same time, the seniors are shocked to see that a mere new student was strong enough to survive one of their attacks. Seeing that there is no way out of this one, Kale decides to use his lightning powers to subdue the seniors right then and there. His identity is going to be revealed anyways, and Kale no longer cares about keeping a low profile. He just wants to take the initiative and attack back. Kale brings Vivian back to his hideout spot where Avery has a hard time believing that his friend has managed to rizz up another hot girl. When Vivian finally wakes up, she has no idea what's going on. She barely remembers Kale saving her from a bunch of seniors. Vivian wants to know how Kale managed to defeat the seniors, but then Kale reveals that he has now reached the 4th class. Hearing this makes even Avery, Tina, and Eric feel super impressed. Kale then shows Vivian the shit ton of ID cards he managed to collect, and he wants her to join the group as well. This entire time, Vivian was using her tracking skills to locate the seniors and completely avoid them. But now Kale is asking her to fight those students. The offer seems a little too enticing, and Vivian jumps at the opportunity. With a new member on board, Kale draws up a plan on what everyone needs to do. He intends on using Vivian's ability to track down the seniors and then attack them from behind. Meanwhile, Eric has been tasked with providing insider intel on his own friends. In another part of the forest, the captain of the seniors is informed that one of the missing seniors has been located. After arriving at the location, the captain and his goons find Steven's unconscious body. The captain is informed that Steven was drugged and then someone used lightning powers to bring him down. As soon as Steven wakes up, he snitches to the captain and tells him that Eric has been colluding with the new students and taking down the seniors one by one. Even though the other seniors want to immediately go after Eric, the captain wants to draw out the new students and turn their plan against them. This is why he chooses to wait and gather the remaining seniors for a counterplan. Meanwhile, Ruben, the director of the military academy, is also informed by the teacher George that something has gone wrong with the hunt. At first, Ruben thinks that the senior students abandoned the new students in the forest, but then he is shocked to hear that the seniors are the ones being hunted. At first, Ruben is glad to hear that finally the new students are smart enough to turn against the seniors, but then he gets worried after learning that more than 20 seniors have been wiped out so far, with an entire squad missing. George then tells Ruben that the new student behind this chaos is Kale, the psycho-ass kid that Ruben himself recruited. At this point, Kale has amassed an insane amount of money and there is no stopping him. Despite hearing this, Ruben is still not worried because there is another genius present amongst the seniors, and he wants to set the stage for these two prodigies to confront each other in an ultimate showdown. Back at the forest, Kale has helped Avery, Tina, Vivian, and Eric take down even more seniors. They have all gained a lot of points and Eric is starting to feel good about his decision of latching on to Kale like a leech. But then a message is sent out to all of the students, and it states that in order to keep the exam healthy, a 10,000-point bounty has been placed on the new freshman who has been hunting down seniors. Eric informs Kale that his identity has been exposed, and now everyone knows about him. However, Kale is not too bothered because the remaining seniors still have no idea about his exact location. So instead of backing down, Kale changes up his tactics. He makes use of Vivian's tracking skill to find out how many seniors are waiting in ambush in a specific location. Vivian activates her skill and finds more than 50 people lying in wait to attack Kale and the others. Kale then wonders if any of these people are the same seniors that he took down previously. But Vivian confirms that the aura of the 50 people in the forest is completely different from the ones they attacked before. So this makes Kale realize that once a student's ID card is taken away, they are no longer able to participate in the hunt. Kale then wonders if perhaps the hunt will come to an end if he manages to take away the ID card belonging to the leader of the seniors. Even though Eric has never seen such a thing being accomplished in the entire history of the military academy, the look on Kale's face makes him think that perhaps it can be done this time. Kale decides it is better for him to just be an entitled brat and ruin the hunt for everyone. so he will be going after all of the seniors. As the hunt progresses, one of the seniors finds an unsuspecting freshman walking through the forest. The senior ounces on the scared student and tells him to just give up. Before things can escalate, Kale arrives, knocking out the senior and saving the poor new rookie. The kid is still pretty shaken up and demands to know what's going on. Kale explains the situation to the kid and decides to recruit him to his team as well. Kale then picks up the headset through which the senior was communicating with the captain. He then proceeds to mock the captain and his lackeys for being such tryhards. One of the seniors speaking to Kale tries to lure him out. He promises to let go of the entire matter if Kale just gives up the ID cards that he took. However, Kale is not stupid enough to fall for such a blatant trick. He tells the captain that they are destined to meet soon enough. And with that, Kale drops the headset. One of the seniors tells the captain that they have locked onto Kale's position and they can move in any time. However, the captain decides to post Kale's information on the school's forum instead. As Kale is picking up the ID card of the guy he just slimed, Avery and the others are shocked to see the forum blowing up with the information on him. Instead of feeling scared and nervous, Avery and Tina commend Kale for already gaining such immense popularity and the academic year hasn't even started. And for Kale, he's just feeling even more cocky, and now he is more determined to grab the rest of the ID cards. Meanwhile, back in his office, Ruben has been watching everything unfold and he is impressed by the insane skill level of the younger generation. However, from the looks of it, Kale is completely surrounded by seniors, and the captain, who is actually a student called Timos, has also locked onto Kale's position. It is only a matter of time before Kale and Timos confront each other, just as Ruben wanted. But back in the forest, Kale is once again relying on Vivian's skill to get a better understanding of how many seniors are nearby. He has set the perfect trap for the remaining losers, and there is no doubt within Kale's mind that he will come out as a winner. While waiting amongst the trees, Kale and the others watch some of the seniors approaching the area. This time, Kale himself is not the one to expose himself. Instead, Eric has an item that has allowed the new kid Terrence to disguise himself perfectly as Kale. So the seniors think they are being approached by Avery, Tina, and the real Kale. However, as soon as the seniors charge forward to take down their prey, Phoenix and Millie use their immense powers to stop them in their tracks. Showing no mercy towards the humans, Phoenix uses her lightning powers to fry up the seniors. Millie then picks up their ID cards for Kale. At the same time, the real Kale has activated his stealth skill and he jumps down on Timos and his lackey ready to take them down. But in a surprising turn of events, Timos not only senses Kale's presence, but he activates his own powers to push back the freak who has been hunting down seniors. Kale himself can't believe that for the first time someone normal actually countered his attack. Timos reveals that he's not just some ordinary student, he has a 5th class status himself. Timos then tells Kale to just give up because his plan has failed. At first, Kale becomes defensive because there is no way that this is the end. But then Timos points towards Avery, Tina, Vivian, and Eric, who have all been encased within ice crystals. Kale is the only one left, and Timos gives him only 2 options. Either Kale can abandon his teammates and run away like a coward, or he can stay back and fight Timos head-on. Just then, the system informs Kale that defeating Timos is going to grant him a huge reward, and with an incentive like that, there is no way Kale is going to back down. As soon as the showdown between Timos and Kale is about to begin, someone also starts a live stream so that everyone can get front row seats to the chaos. Timos charges up his frost powers, hoping to teach the new kid a lesson. Even Kale is taken aback by how strong and fast Timos is moving during the fight. As Kale and Timos clash against each other, Kale receives a message letting him know that his agility stats have been decreased. He realizes that the ice crystals created by Timos are slowing him down. In fact, Timos explains that not only does he have the power to slow down someone's speed, but his skill also allows him to freeze any one of his opponent's skills. When Kale checks his own stat window, he realizes that one of his skills can't be used at all. He then looks down and finds Timos' ice completely surrounding him. Even some of the other seniors start to worry that perhaps Timos is going a little overboard with his crazy plan. However, Timos believes that he wants to set an example for the rest of the new students, otherwise the seniors won't be respected at all. But he is willing to let Kale go if he apologizes and promises to clean the entire school. It really looks like it's the end of the line for Kale. Meanwhile, in Ruben's office, even George believes that Kale has no choice but to admit defeat. But Ruben reveals that not only is Kale in the 4th class, he also has a flame-type beast, which can perfectly counter Timos' powers. Dig in the forest, Kale breaks free from the ice after using his fire powers. He tries to punch Timos, but the senior jumps out of the way. Timos is completely shocked to see Kale not only recover, but also summon an intense flame that is incredibly powerful. Relying on his Phoenix Flame skill, which was copied from Nina, Kale unleashes several fireballs towards Timos. The senior puts up an ice wall to counter the attack, but the wall shatters instead. Refusing to back down, Timos charges forward and tries punching Kale. But just like the countless people before him, Timos is unable to land a hit on his opponent. Tired of playing this cat-and-mouse game, Kale summons another intense flame and punches Timos right in the face. The senior falls to the ground, bleeding and heaving. Kale then towers over Timos, declaring that he has won the match. With Tinos lying on the ground like the worthless idiot that he is, Kale turns towards the other seniors and asks them if they want a beating as well. Of course, after seeing Kale's terrifying strength, the other seniors declare Kale winner of the entire hunt, and they even let him keep all of the ID cards. Kale then throws Timos' body back to his friends so that all of them can feel humiliated together. Finally, the incredibly long entrance exam appears to have come to an end, and Kale can finally relax. Back in his office, George, who is also a teacher at the academy, is crashing out because he can't believe how strong Kale is. He believes that Kale must have really strong beasts in order to summon such insane powers at will. George is even shocked to see the legendary Phoenix Bird as part of Kale's arsenal. He believes that Ruben made the right choice by recruiting Kale so early on. Ruben then orders George to start observing Kale for a very special position in the future. The following day, Kale and his friends arrive at the gates of the military academy for their registration. However, Millie and Phoenix are once again brushing up against Kale with their huge melons, while Nina also feels jealous. Kale actually recently received a special skill which allows his beast girls to appear in their human forms without being seen or heard by others. Kale was able to unlock this skill after defeating Timas in the forest. Kale could actually choose between two skills. One allowed him to gain EXP every day without doing anything, while the other skill allowed Kale to bring out his beast girls. So naturally, Kale decided to pick the skill with the most benefits. Once Eric helps complete Kale's registration at the academy, they decide to bid farewell to each other. As Kale is about to leave, a small crowd starts gathering around him. It appears that the entire school heard about Kale's insanity, and now all of them want to pick a fight. Before things can get ugly, Eric tells Kale to head towards his dorm room in order to avoid any more conflicts. With Avery and Terrence also following him, Kale heads over to his room where he wonders what their roommate will be like. As soon as the boys enter the room, they start introducing themselves to the new guy, Carter Harris. However, when Carter realizes that he is talking to the legendary Kale himself, he freaks out. Carter explains that Kale is really famous on the student forum right now, and everyone has been talking about him. Hearing this makes Kale more nervous because this sort of attention also draws out the worst kind of people. Later on at night, Kale can't sleep at all because Avery has been snoring like a pig. And to make matters more complicated, the Beast Girls come out to play as well. Millie feels like she hasn't seen Kale in such a long time, even though they are always with him. And then Phoenix puts her arms around Kale, letting him know that her core got unstable after staying away from Kale for so long. Even Nina sits on Kale's lap and subtly tells him that she's the best option to choose from all of the girls. Kale tells the girls to stop fighting because he enjoys staring at all of their fun bags, and the girls spend the rest of the night with him. Kale then has no idea which girl to have fun with, plus he can't even talk to them properly because of Avery's loud snoring. So the Beast Girls decide to use their powers just like last time and create a barrier which will block out all sound. Once the barrier is up, the girls start having fun with Kale while his fat friend snores in the corner. The following day, Eric asks Kale if he is starting to get used to life in the military academy. Eric goes on to explain that unlike other academies, the military academy is run directly by the military generals and commanders. On top of that, the academy places a lot of focus on teamwork, and the students here are divided into teams of 4. These teams then take part in all of the academy's activities, from classes to exams and test battles. Even the captain of a team can receive insane rewards if the team is performing exceptionally well. Since teams are super important, Eric wants Kale to register his team as soon as possible. However, Vivian raises doubts about her role within the team. As a weak tracker, Vivian feels like she is only going to bring everyone down with her pathetic skill. But Kale assures Vivian that her skill has been pretty useful so far, and he wants her to join his team sincerely. Vivian then stops feeling sorry for herself and happily accepts Kale's invitation. Eric then reveals that the freshman assembly will soon take place, and during this event, teams will be fighting each other for the first time. This is why it is important for Kale to register his team as soon as possible. Kale first decides on a name for his team, and he chooses the title Night Watch. With everyone happy with the name, Kale and his friends prepare for the fight ahead. The next challenge has already arrived, and everyone is counting on Kale as a leader, so they head towards the registration area for the event. When Kale arrives at the registration with his team, the place is already super crowded, so he waits in a really long line. However, a man named George Moore introduces himself to Kale as an instructor at the academy. George informs Kale that Ruben wants to meet him privately for an urgent matter. Kale is hoping that the director will give him his reward for completing the hunt. As they make their way towards Ruben, George expresses how impressed he is by Kale's abilities and growth. He then discreetly uses his special glasses to find out exactly what skills Kale is using. But the scan gives out a red alert because the system is unable to find Kale's skill. This is the first time George has ever seen something like this. When George is unable to truly assess what's wrong with Kale, he starts freaking out and becomes even more anxious. In his desperation, the teacher starts hounding Kale to show off his beasts, but luckily Ruben interrupts the two and orders Kale to enter his office immediately. Now, as expected, Ruben wanted to discuss Kale's payout after collecting more than 80 ID cards. At first, Kale gets super excited, believing that he's going to be loaded in no time. But then Ruben reveals that the military academy does not have the funds to pay him the entire amount. This is the last thing Kale wanted to hear. Ruben apologizes to Kale and offers to arrange anything that he might during his time in the academy. On top of that, he is even willing to find Kale a powerful beast when he reaches the 5th class. At this point, Ruben just wants to express his sincerity, so he even decides to give Kale free food and accommodations at the academy. And he is even going to make sure that Kale's beasts are well fed. Hearing this makes Kale feel a little better because all of his beast girls have an insane appetite, especially Millie. With the matter cleared up, Kale is now free to go and join the rest of his class fellows. As he leaves, Ruben apologizes once more and promises to compensate Kale in the future. Once Kale is gone, George enters the office and makes an odd request. He wants to apply as Kale's homeroom teacher. It has been a long time since George was in a teaching position, so Ruben is not sure if he's the right fit. But George argues that he just wants to make sure that Kale receives the best guidance. In reality, George just wants to discover the reason behind Kale's strength. Ruben accepts George's request, and now Kale will have to deal with more prying eyes. As Kale returns to his friends, Avery shows him the squad badge that they received after registering as a team. All of them are also added to the class group chat, where there is a lot of chatter going on. Kale then introduces himself in the chat, only for everyone to crash out. Some people can't believe that Kale is a beast tamer, while some of the girls immediately start flirting with him. George then introduces himself in the chat as well, and tells the class to gather in the square so that they can elect the class president. He even encourages the students to beat each other up if they are late. Kale can't believe that this bozo is going to be his homeroom teacher. With the new students all gathered up, George strictly tells them to line up in their groups within 5 seconds. The students scramble around to join their teams. Once everyone is lined up, George reveals that the class president will be reporting to him on all matters. The president will be elected through a simple test of strength. Avery immediately believes that Kale is well suited for this position, but Kale himself couldn't care less. He doesn't want to be in the limelight at all. George then starts a timer and explains that if a president is not elected within the time frame, then everyone will have to do 500 frog jumps. He also mentions that the class president will be receiving 100 points every month, making the position even more enticing for the majority of the students. As soon as the competition begins, all of the other teams immediately turn against Kale. They want to take out the strong guy first, otherwise Kale will just be declared as the winner. All of the students are fired up as they summon elemental attacks against Kale. They are hoping that Kale will become too overwhelmed by the large group. But these NPCs have no idea that they are trying to attack MC with the insane plot armor. Kale erects his shield and comes out completely unscathed from all the flashy attacks. The students freak out as Kale then decides that it's his turn to show off. Summoning his lightning powers, Kale attacks several students within a large area. Most of them start running away like scared little pigs as Kale fries their ass. In a matter of seconds, the rest of the teams are all left defeated and only Kale and his loser friends remain. George declares Kale's team the winner, and naturally, Kale is elected as the president. However, George warns Kale that the position of class president won't be easy, especially with the freshman assembly coming up. But Kale is already confident that he will lead his class towards victory. George then turns towards the damage Kale left behind on the school's property. He wants the boy to pay for the repairs, but Kale doesn't even care. He just tells George to deduct his points considering he has a shit ton of those things just lying around right now. As Kale and the others leave, George wonders how the arrogant young fighter is going to truly perform during the team battles. As Kale heads back to the dorm with his friends, he receives several annoying messages from his beast girls. All of them want to come out and check out the campus as well. Since the girls can't be detected by anyone, Kale lets them enjoy the open air as well. But instead of looking around, the beast girls latch onto Kale instead. While he enjoys the company of his thick baddies, Kale's malice skill alerts him to danger in the area. After looking around, Kale finds another bunch of bozos trying to act tough. These guys are from the 3rd class and they want to intimidate Kale. The leader of this group is some guy called Simon who thinks really highly of himself. Apparently he is from the Goodwin family, but that means nothing to Kale. He doesn't care at all. Clearly Simon is getting riled up because no one recognizes him. His ego is bruised and he tries to warn Kale that Class 3 will definitely win the tournament. The arrogant Simon then reveals that he is actually a beast trainer. In this profession, the trainer lives with a powerful beast cub for a long time and they tend to be stronger than beast tamers. However, despite knowing this, Kale is sure that there is no way this random ass guy is stronger than him. He starts to wonder why this pest really thinks that he's somehow stronger. At this point, everyone is getting riled up, including Avery and the Beast Girls. All of them want to defend Kale, but there is no need. Kale accepts Simon's challenge to see who comes out at the top in the tournament. The loser will have to get down on their knees and apologize. But Kale is not done testing out this Goodwin family loser. He tries baiting Simon into attacking him so that he can test how strong this idiot really is. The bait works and the guy charges forward to hit Kale. Fortunately, George and Ruben are nearby, and when they sense the surge of power, they immediately stop Simon from hurting Kale. Ruben then tells Kale to retract his skill as well, which he somehow activated without the arrogant leader even noticing. George disperses the crowd and tells Kale and everyone to head back to their classes. Kale can still sense the malice coming from Simon, but he's not scared at all. George is glad that Ruben was nearby, otherwise who knows what Kale would have done to Simon. Soon after, the freshman assembly finally begins, and George tells the students to gather around. George goes on to explain that the freshman assembly is a special combat simulation where the students will be reshuffled into different groups. This means that none of the students will be participating with their original teams. Apparently, the military wants to teach the students how to build trust with each other and adapt to new situations on the battlefield. The long-ass assembly then continues as George dives deeper into the rules. Once the teams have been randomized, lots will be drawn determining which teams are going to confront each other in the tournament. Since the tournament is arena-styled, each member will be sent out to defeat a member of the opposing team. Once all 4 members of the team are defeated, the winning team can advance forward. The rules are starting to sound more and more convoluted to Kale, but that's just how the military works. George then also reveals that after the tournament, an MVP will be selected as well, who will receive immense rewards from the academy. Once George is done yapping, Kale finds out that he and Avery are in the same team. The other 2 members are Floyd Matthews, a shield sword knight, and a girl called Jenna Shaw, an insanely busty girl who also happens to be a healer. After some time, Ruben starts picking out the lots to see which teams will compete against each other. For the first round, Class 1 will go against Class 4, while Class 3 will be fighting Class 2. Hearing this makes Simon feel a little mad because he wanted to go against Kale, but he is sure that sooner or later, Simon will get his chance to teach Kale a lesson. Plus, Simon appears to have some sort of a contract object which can allow him to steal Kale's beasts. The assembly officially begins and the students enter an arena where Kale's group has to go against a third-class barbarian warrior known as Jackson Lee. At first, Kale offers to fight this round and show everyone that his group should not be taken lightly. But since each member can only fight twice, Avery decides to take the bullet and go first. The first round begins and Avery immediately starts talking shit towards his opponent. Jackson throws his ball chain towards the fat kid, but Avery somehow dodges the attack. He then jumps into the air with his blade and tries to land a strike, but Jackson uses his chain to block the sword in midair. Since brute force isn't working, Avery decides to use his skill to send several sword shadows towards his opponents. Kale realizes that Avery might win if he waits for Jackson to lose stamina, but that might be difficult for the fatty to achieve. Jackson then uses his chain to bind Avery, completely overpowering him. Jenna and Floyd freak out because they believe Avery is done for, but Kale knows that his friend has another trump card. Jackson continues to deliver a heavy beating to the chained-up Avery. The barbarian slams his fists right into Avery's stomach, causing him to slam to the ground. Avery's mouth starts bleeding and Jenna urges the referee to stop the match. She believes that at this point Avery will die. But then Avery himself gets right back up and tells Jenna that he can still fight. Kale chooses to trust his friend because he knows what Avery is capable of. As Jackson continues to mock Avery for being such a weakling, Jenna is scared that she will see the fat kid get crushed to death. But then right on time, Avery triggers his special berserker skill. Once this skill is activated, Avery gains immense speed and strength based on how injured he is. Instead of waiting around, Avery lands a heavy blow towards Jackson, smashing him towards the other end of the arena. And everyone is taken aback by Avery's sudden comeback. He then continues to charge towards his opponent with his sword raised. Jackson really thinks that Avery is going to cut him in half, but the fat kid stops before actually landing the fatal blow. He has no need to harm Jackson considering that the outcome of the match has already been decided. Jackson admits defeat and Kale's team is declared the winner. While Simon and his goons find this outcome unbearable, Kale and his team celebrate the victory. Avery deactivates his skill for a moment as his next opponent takes the stage. The guy introduces himself as Gary, a flame mage. Even though Avery is ready to face his opponent, Kale knows that flame mages can hard counter attackers like Avery. Or Avery then activates his berserker skill once more and charges forward at full speed. Only this time, Gary summons a ring of repulsion which absorbs an incoming attack and reflects it back to his opponent. As soon as Avery makes contact with the ring, he is forced back from the impact. Even Kale starts to worry because his fat friend cannot fight a mage and he is running out of stamina quickly. Despite suffering a major blow, Avery does not back down. In fact, he continues to mock Gary, forcing the flame mage to send several fire attacks toward his large target. Even though Avery is dodging all of the attacks, he is visibly getting tired. He just wants to stay standing for as long as possible, making it easy for Kale and the others to finish off Gary. Tired of using the same attack, Gary summons a giant fireball aimed directly at Avery. While Simon is glad to see Kale's fat teammates suffer like this, Jenna can't believe that Avery is risking his life like this. However, before the attack can actually hit Avery, Kale jumps in and dispels the entire fireball. Avery is led away from the arena as Kale takes his place instead. Gary actually knows exactly who Kale is and he even studied his moves after seeing the footage from the exam. But Kale doesn't have time for all this chit-chat. He just wants Gary to make his move so that he can end this battle quickly. Tired of being treated like dirt, Gary decides to summon his Phoenix Feather wand, which greatly boosts all of his skills. He then uses the wand to create a fireball that shoots directly towards Kale. At this point, Simon is sure that Kale will suffer defeat because he can't possibly counter the fire elemental attack. but Kale only has to raise his hand and use one of his skills to dispel the entire fireball. Seeing this play out makes the entire arena erupt with excitement. People can't believe that Kale really is just a normal beast tamer. Simon in particular is just seething with anger, and he can't wait to go against Kale and still his beasts. Out of frustration, Gary continues to send attack after attack, but Kale dodges all of them with complete ease. He then activates his lightning speed and charges towards Gary with full force. Desperate to gain the upper hand, Gary triggers his ring of repulsion once more, but Kale simply moves through the ring as if it doesn't affect him at all. Now that he is closer to Gary, Kale directs a punch right towards his opponent's face, but the entire arena gets blown up in flames. Gary launched a last-minute attack hoping to bring down Kale. When the smoke clears, he wonders if the strategy worked, but then Kale appears right behind his opponent, completely spooking the guy. Before Gary can even react, Kale activates his powers and aims directly for his face. However, instead of actually hitting him, the force from Kale's punch creates a hole right through the arena. Terrified for his life, Gary falls down to his knees and Kale is declared the winner. Timeable. Seeing Kale's insane powers makes Simon really eager to capture his beasts because he thinks that the source of this power must be the beast that Kale has in possession. Kale can sense that Simon is plotting another mid-ass useless scheme. Just then, one of Gary's other teammates decides to challenge Kale. Instead of using more of his powers, Kale just summons his regular lightning to turn the moron into ashes. At this point, Kale is fed up with random losers always challenging him, and his anger is reflected in the intensity of his attacks. The lightning attack not only terrifies the entire arena, but also Simon and his lackeys. After getting humiliated like this, Simon forces the referee to disqualify Kale right then and there. But Kale just explains that his powers attack at random, and maybe Simon did something to receive the punishment. The referee explains that the academy did not expect a student to blow a hole through the arena itself, but for now, Kale will be declared the winner of the match. In fact, the entire match is paused for now since the arena needs to be fixed first. Simon continues to argue with the referee, but he is told to shut up. Otherwise, he will get removed from the arena instead. After some time, the arena is fixed up and the matches continue. Since the next opponent is a girl called Pamela Andrews who is from the support profession, Jenna decides to take on the next battle. The match begins, and Avery is dreading just how long the fight is going to be considering that two supports are fighting each other. But Kale knows that girls can fight viciously as well. And just as he predicted, Jenna and Pamela attack each other like barbarians as Avery watches in awe at their melons. Jenna uses her skill to increase her own stats. She then delivers a heavy blow to Jenna. However, even though Jenna is pushed back, she remains standing for now. Kale knows that Pamela is already reaching her limits, and Jenna has another trick up her sleeve. Jenna then uses her healing skill to restore her own health. While the skill is active, Pamela charges forward once more, but it's of no use. Jenna takes advantage of Pamela's low stamina to deliver a fatal strike that brings the girl down. Jenna is declared the winner of the match, which means that Kale's team has won. Vivian and Tina also arrive, excitedly sharing how their own team also advanced to the next round. The referee then officially declares that Kale's team will move on to the final round. The next and final round of the tournament will take place the next day, so the students have some time to relax and prepare. Despite the tournament ending, Simon is mad that Kale used his powers to mess up his hair, so he decides to pick a fight with Kale once more. Even though Kale reminds Simon that the referee is the one who makes the final decision, the arrogant loser summons his level 49 Frostwolf to intimidate Kale. Although Avery and the others are shocked to see the massive wolf in front of them, Kale is unfazed. Simon demands Kale to apologize and cut off his hair as an apology. Otherwise, he will be forced to use his beast. Avery reminds Simon that using powers to harm other students is strictly prohibited in the academy, but Simon thinks he is above the rules. Out of anger, Avery summons his sword to challenge Simon's bad attitude. Kale stops Avery before he actually ends up getting killed. Instead, Kale decides to show Simon once and for all why he's just a lowly ant in front of the mighty beast tamer. However, before Kale can use his powers, he sees George and the homeroom teacher for Simon's class, Wayne Green, approaching. Wayne tells Simon and his stupid friends to back down, but Simon takes advantage of the situation by turning himself into a victim. He informs Wayne that during that match, Kale tried to murder him, and then Simon has the guts to say that Kale is the one who cornered him and tried to use violence. Kale can't believe how shameless Simon really is. Simon continues to pretend to be a victim and then even mentions how his family is going to have serious problems with the academy. Wayne turns towards George and mentions that Simon is a model student from a prestigious family who would never harm a fly. So not only will Wayne report this matter to Ruben, but he also wants to expel Kale. Instead of listening to these bozos slander Kale, George intervenes and mentions how Kale is a good student as well, and his side needs to be heard. But Simon continues yapping and falsely blames the referee for being biased towards Kale. In a surprising turn of events, Simon wants to change the venue of the remaining tournament to the Ashenwind Plateau. Hearing this makes Kale super suspicious because he doesn't understand why Simon would choose to change the entire venue in the middle of the tournament. In reality, the plateau is a place where a lot of wolves can be found, and since Simon has trained wolf-type beasts his entire life, He wants to control the monsters to create chaos during the tournament and create an opportunity for himself to steal Kale's beasts. Just then, Ruben arrives as well and wonders why there's such a commotion going on. Wayne immediately tries to blame Kale for everything, but Avery quickly comes to his friend's defense and reveals the truth. Ruben then asks George to explain what's going on to him. After learning more about this conflict, Ruben decides to move the tournament to the Ashenwind Plateau. However, he makes a few changes to the rules as well. Now there will be 2 rounds in the next phase of the tournament. In the first round, the class presidents will lead their teams to the venue on their own, while the second round will remain the same as the rest of the tournament. Once Ruben has set the new rules in motion, he declares that the competition will continue forward. Kale then takes advantage of the little time that he has to train all of the star pupils in his class. He wants Avery and the others to work on their coordination during a battle. This is why Kale decides to use Millie in her giant ant form for some resistance training. Kale wants his friends to withstand the joint attacks from Millie and himself. He believes that if the class can resist his powerful attacks, then they can work together to save each other during the day of the tournament. Despite being a little scared, Avery and the others prepare themselves to face Kale and his most powerful beast. Kale activates his powers as his friends prepare to confront him. He charges towards Floyd, but the boy uses his shield to block the attack. Vivian, Tina, and the others then make their moves as well, but none of them can land a single hit on Kale. After dodging the joint attack, Kale uses his powers to push back his friends. Despite this setback, everyone works together to bring down Kale. Jenna provides healing while the student Paul summons his cannon. Millie is just about to turn over the weapon when Floyd charges forward to block the attack. Unfortunately, since Millie is insanely powerful, Floyd still gets blown away. Paul starts to worry that he's up next, but then Terrence actually opens up a teleportation gate to transfer Paul and his cannon out of danger. He then makes the cannon appear right behind Kale, who is taken by surprise at this clever trick. With the cannon aimed directly at Kale, Paul apologizes and shoots directly at him. Even though Kale is not harmed at all, he is glad to see that this training was a huge success. Unfortunately, Millie is pissed off that these people tried to hurt her masters, so she almost attacks them. But Kale tells her to calm down. Kale then asks Terrence how a simple healer like him is able to use a teleportation skill. Terrence reveals that he bought an expensive talisman that allows an average loser like him to teleport anything or anyone. The training session then comes to an end, and Kale and his friends prepare for the real tournament. The following day, another freshman assembly is held, and this time Ruben is addressing all of the new students. Even during such a serious moment, Simon tries to trash talk towards Kale, but fails miserably. Ruben then explains the new rules and how all of the class presidents will lead their classes to the plateau on their own. Students who don't arrive on time will be disqualified. Once the assembly is finished, Kale and the others excitedly begin their journey towards the treacherous plateau. Kale's group arrives at the Ashenwind Plateau, where things appear to be normal in the beginning, but then chaos quickly spreads when a pack of level 45 wolves descend upon the students. At first, Kale is ready to take on the monsters, but Avery and the others want to prove that they are not worthless idiots, so the entire group rallies against the wolves instead. Even the rest of the classes are left to fight against the vicious creatures, but Simon is nowhere to be found. In the distance, Simon is watching the madness unfold. He is actually making use of an item known as the Lore Wolf Bone to subdue the wolves around him. Now all Simon needs to do is wait for Kale to get defeated by the wolves, so that his beasts are ready to be taken away. But back on the plateau, Avery and the others actually manage to take care of the wolves attacking their class. However, Simon's own class is still suffering, and one of their members is just about to get eaten when a mysterious girl called Belly saves his ass. Belly Walker is also a part of Simon's class, and she's an incredibly strong archer. Kale immediately takes an interest in the girl, not only because she's thick as hell, but because her strength is also quite remarkable. To just then, the Wolf King himself arrives, threatening to wreak havoc on all the students. The power of the Wolf King even makes it difficult for Simon to continue using the bone item to keep the wolves at bay. Unfortunately, the wolves charge towards the wolves with their king, and Belly is forced to rely on Simon's help. But Simon is just a lowly coward, and he ends up ditching the girl to save his own ass. But Belly is left stranded, and she is about to get crushed by the Wolf King when Kale decides to intervene. He uses his thunderstorm attacks to blast away at the large monster. Belly can't believe that Kale would bother to save her, considering that Simon has been nothing but a pain in the ass. However, Kale makes it clear that he only hates Simon and not the rest of his class. With the Wolf King defeated, the students can now continue to reach the main venue. Belly expresses her thanks to Kale for saving her, but Kale doesn't find that necessary. Meanwhile, both Simon and Wayne are seething with anger because they can't believe Kale bothered to save someone from their class. And as Kale and the others make their way forward, Kale ends up finding the wolf bone Simon was using to keep the wolves away from himself. Kale is starting to realize that Simon is a vile vermin who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his own friends, so now he wants to start taking that bozo seriously. The students slowly trickle into the arena where Ruben is already waiting. Only Kale's class and Simon's class were the ones to actually make it to the plateau, so the rest of the tournament continues as usual. Once again, Avery offers to go up first, hoping to give Kale since he defeated the Wolf King. Meanwhile, Belly offers to take up the first round, but Simon stops her. Even though Belly is more than capable of winning against Avery, Simon believes she will purposefully try to lose because Kale saved her from the wolves. Hearing this makes Belly incredibly angry because it was Simon who lured out the wolves in the first place. She desperately tries to make Simon see reason, but the arrogant loser has already made up his mind. He refuses to send Belly for this round. Instead, a greatsword warrior known as Romeo is sent out into the arena to confront Avery. Avery and Romeo immediately clash against each other with full force. Romeo was not expecting such a fatty to be so fast. In order to bring down Avery, he decides to use a Blade Storm skill to summon powerful winds that whip up Avery's fat ass. Avery ends up crashing into the ground, causing Simon to snicker. However, Kale and the others are starting to get a little worried. Despite delivering a heavy blow to Avery, Romeo is shocked to see him get right back up with an arrogant look on his face. Avery then launches a surprise attack by throwing daggers towards Romeo, which he barely dodges. The daggers end up embedding themselves into Romeo's arms and legs, causing him to fall to his knees. Ruben then declares that Avery has won this round. Although Kale and Avery celebrate this victory, Simon's anger is just reaching insane levels. He decides to send Belly for the next round after all, but since he insulted the girl and called her a traitor, Belly has no intentions of helping out Simon now. Unfortunately, Simon threatens to use his family's connections to get Belly's brother expelled from middle school. Scared that a freak like Simon would really do something so horrible, Belly has no choice but to participate in the next round. As soon as Belly enters the arena, Avery actually tries to flirt with her and asks for her number as if he has a chance. Jenna then asks Kale if Avery has a chance of winning this round, but the odds are looking pretty, even for each side. Belly then makes use of her archer to fire a powerful tracking arrow towards Avery. The fat kid barely dodges the attack and starts acting cocky. Kale realizes that Avery is a complete embarrassment and shouldn't fight against girls at all. He has no idea that the arrow is circling back and aiming right for his back. Avery fails to notice the arrow in time and ends up losing his balance. Belly then fires another arrow towards Avery, completely subduing him in the arena. Now all she needs is one final arrow to bring down Avery for good. However, Simon really wants to humiliate Kale, so he orders Belly to teach Avery a good lesson. At first, Belly refuses, but then Simon reminds her of the threat. So the girl has no choice but to use a more powerful attack to eliminate Avery from the tournament for good. Out of anger, Avery activates his Berserker skill, which gives Jenna and the others some hope. But Kale knows that Avery is completely outclassed by Belly. She is even able to dodge his Berserker attacks with complete ease. Belly then fires an arrow which ruthlessly cuts up Avery's entire body. At this point, the fatso is in no shape to fight and Kale is getting seriously worried. However, Simon urges Belly to continue with her attacks. Belly has no choice but to continue assaulting Avery with her arrows, giving him several deep cuts. Before things can get ugly, Ruben intervenes and declares that Belly won this round. Kale and the others are left deeply frustrated, and Tina even offers to challenge Belly and take revenge for Avery. However, as class president, Kale knows that he is the only one who can truly challenge Belly. The girl that he saved just a few moments ago is now going to be his opponent on the battlefield. Despite being grateful towards Kale for saving her, Belly does not hold back and fires her arrows directly at him. However, Kale being the overpowered MC means that he doesn't even have to move out of the way. Instead, he brings out Millie in her ant form to intimidate Belly. Scared of the strange beast, Belly backs down a little bit. Kale then decides to handle the rest of the fighting himself. Kale makes use of his special skills to gain immense speed as he moves towards Belly. The archer is unable to move out of the way and ends up cowering in fear as Kale directs a punch towards her. However, just like always, Kale doesn't actually land the hit. He turns towards Ruben and tells the director to declare him the winner. Otherwise, he would have to hurt a true hottie like Belly to end the fight. Ruben agrees and Kale is declared the winner. Before they part ways, Belly wants to know why Kale went easy on her. This 3 Avery actually told Kale that Belly went easy on him and did not use poisoned arrows against him. So Kale just wanted to return the favor. Plus, Kale knows that Belly has her reasons for acting like this. He wholeheartedly blames Simon for threatening his own teammates and forcing them to do unsavory things. Kale then turns to Simon and demands to know how he could do something so disgusting to Belly. The rest of Simon's class also express their anger towards Simon's actions. Instead of backing down, Simon decides to join the tournament and go up against Kale in the next round. However, he wants to bring along his friend Dominic as well, since they both have twin frost wolves that grew up together. Everyone is shocked by this shameless request except for Wayne, who believes it is more than fair for Simon to bring in Dominic. However, although George is also against the idea, he decides to leave the final decision to Kale. Of course, Kale himself would choose to take down 2 losers instead of 1. So both Simon and Dominic summon their frost wolves, hoping to take down Kale once and for all. Even at this pinnacle moment, Wayne tries to convince George that he should tell Kale to apologize to Simon, especially considering how powerful Simon's family really is. However, as a teacher, George does not believe that decision would serve him well. Before the fight even begins, Simon once again offers to let go of the whole matter if Kale apologizes and gives up his beast. However, there is no way Kale will back down from this fight. Tired of hearing Simon trash-talk him, Kale summons his own beasts, who definitely don't want to leave their current master. All of the beast girls are ready to rip off Simon's head before he can even land a hit on Kale. Simon and Dominic then order their frost wolves to charge towards Kale and completely overtake him. However, as soon as the wolves notice the mighty ant, Thunderbird, and Firebird, they immediately start to falter. The beast girls descend upon the wolves, showing no mercy. Even Dominic is starting to wonder if perhaps he should recall his wolf before it gets obliterated. But it's already too late. Kale orders Millie, Phoenix, and Nina to use their intense powers to leave not even a single trace of the frost wolves. The arena is enveloped in smoke and chaos, and it is clear that Kale has emerged victorious. Despite the clear results, Wayne still tries to argue that Kale should be expelled because Simon's family will definitely have an issue with the frost wolves getting destroyed. However, George believes that even the Goodwin family is unlikely to challenge the military itself. Simon also refuses to believe that he actually lost. He even has the audacity to order the rest of his teammates to attack Kale. However, everyone sees Simon as a joke now. Not only did he use an extra person for the fight, but he ended up losing as well. Simon feels so humiliated, he decides to summon the imprisonment scroll in order to capture Kale's beasts. However, Kale triggers his teleportation skill to punch Simon in the face and take away the scroll. He decides to keep the strange item in his inventory so that he can investigate it later. Despite being a complete clown, Simon refuses to back down. Ruben himself has to stop the idiot from causing another scene. Just then, Kale senses that something is wrong and he becomes alarmed as the entire area itself starts shaking. Kale and the others are horrified to see a large number of windblade bats heading right towards them. Seeing the large horde of the winged monsters makes Ruben panic and he orders the kids to stay close together. George then alerts everyone to a thick, hot goth mommy standing within the bat storm as well. Ruben recognizes her as the Night Queen, who is a legendary beast. Seeing that the situation is now dire, Ruben sends out a signal to the academy for backup. In the meantime, the director, along with George and Wayne, decide to use their special formation to create a shield. The bats are now starting to swing towards the students, and Kale gives his shield to Avery, so that he can keep the girls safe. At the same time, Ruben, George, and Wayne come together to create an impressive shield just as the bats are about to get closer. Although most of the bats can't enter through the shield, George tells Kale that he needs to deal with the smaller bats that might enter the protective circle. With his beast girls ready, Kale and the rest of the students prepare for a battle. This time, everyone is using their powers to protect each other. Even Tina and Vivian are more fearsome and take down the bats one by one. Seeing all of them work together makes Kale glad that his special training worked. However, a level 50 bat appears out of nowhere and blows away some of the students. Just as Kale is about to act, he receives a message from the system, letting him know that an elite quest has been initiated. He needs to kill 10 windblade bats in order to receive 3,000 beast points. Kale gets fired up and asks Nina and Phoenix to take care of the bats with their elemental powers. The two beast girls create a lightning and flame thunderstorm which completely sweeps over most of the bats, allowing Kale to complete the elite quest in record time. As the bats slowly dwindle in numbers, Kale and the others recover from the attack. However, after witnessing that insane attack, George realizes that Kale is using the power of the ancient fiends. As the situation settles down, Ruben notices that the Night Queen has disappeared as well. Kale suggests that they should wait for the support team to arrive and then leave the hell out of this place. George then mentions his findings to Ruben, which prompts the director to immediately start questioning Kale about his powers. Ruben wants Kale to come clean about how and where he found his beast from. Of course, Kale doesn't want to reveal the truth, so just comes up with a lame excuse which Ruben doesn't believe at all. Ruben tells Kale to cut the crap because he knows that Kale's beasts have powers very similar to the 10 ancient fiends. Kale can't believe that the director really figured it out, but before he can explain himself, the entire area starts filling up with a strange mist. Once again, the aura of this place is completely off and Kale summons his beast girls once more to fight whatever is coming up next. But in a matter of seconds, Kale's vision becomes blurry and he falls into a strange place. When he opens his eyes again, the beast girls are all worrying over him with their fun bags right in his face just like always. The rest of Kale's group is somehow also present in this mysterious new location. Some of the students start blaming Simon for starting this whole mess because he's the one who wanted to change the venue. But there's no point in picking a fight now. Ruben looks around his new surroundings and realizes that they are within an ancient ruin. Kale knows that the ancient ruins are basically a trial for humans to grow stronger and earn amazing rewards in the process. While everyone is trying to figure out what to do next, a cute bat-like mascot appears out of nowhere and welcomes everyone to the ancient ruins. This little creature explains that those who pass the trials will be granted great rewards. Additionally, if even a single person fails the challenge of the ruins, then all of them will get turned into wraiths and forced to guard the ruins for eternity. This is why it is important for the group to pick out their strongest warrior. Ruben and the others all naturally know that Kale is the one who needs to take part in the challenge, a job he is more than happy to take on, especially since the system has alerted Kale to an epic quest which has been initiated, and completing this quest will give Kale rewards that he can't possibly pass up on. So with his usual confidence, Kale enters the battlefield, also known as the Hall of Death. As soon as Kale takes a step forward, he is teleported to the middle of the arena while all of his companions are on the sidelines cheering him on. The little battle mascot warns Kale that he needs to pass the trial. Otherwise, he and everyone in the ruin will get turned into a vengeful spirit. With this warning in his head, Kale gets ready to confront the first monster, which is a level 50 Cyclops. Ruben and George are truly surprised that even just the first monster in the trial is insanely powerful. Everyone waits on the edge of their seats as the Cyclops charges towards Kale, summoning Millie to handle this monster. Kale just stands around as the Ant Fiend does most of the work. At first, Millie realizes that the Cyclops is indeed quite strong. However, she uses her immense strength to bring down the ugly creature in no time. The first stage of the trial is cleared by Kale pretty easily, making Avery, Ruben, and the others glad that they chose Kale for this task. The challenge continues, and this time, level 51 Blood Ghoul almost attacks Kale out of nowhere. Even though this type of monster is not that strong, Ruben just hopes it doesn't evolve in the middle of the fight. Once again, Millie charges forward with her fists raised. She has a hard time keeping up with the ghoul, but eventually uses her skills to direct a powerful punch towards the monster. Millie rushes to her master, pressing her melons in her face because she thinks she won the battle. However, Ruben warns Kale to watch out because the Blood Ghoul has now evolved. The Blood Ghoul has now donned on ghost armor, making it incredibly powerful. Ruben and George are shocked to see that the monster has fused with the armor, making it 10 times stronger. Even though Kale is a little worried, he orders Millie to do her thing and take care of the pest. In her arrogance, Millie delivers a few punches thinking that they will get the job done, but the Blood Ghoul is still alive. In fact, Millie is just about to get stabbed with the monster's sword, but she dodges in time. Millie is now starting to get frustrated and she keeps hitting the Blood Ghoul over and over again, but her attacks do nothing. Kale wonders if perhaps he needs some elemental force to help out Millie, so he orders Nina to join the battle and use her flames to take out the monster. Taking her job very seriously, Nine uses her Phoenix Flame to burn the Blood Ghoul into a crisp. Once again, Kale believes that he won the fight, but then a loud, piercing sound rings through the air, and the Blood Ghoul just gets right back up. This time, the monster has evolved into a Ghost Flame King, an unexpected evolution considering that this thing should have been extinct a long time ago. Ruben warns Kale that the Ghost Flame King is immune to physical attacks and uses mental interference to strike down its opponents. Kale quickly springs into action and orders Millie and Nina to attack the Flame King until they can find a weakness. However, the monster turns himself completely see-through, and none of the attacks actually land on him. Shocked to see this, Kale then stares in horror as the Ghost Flame King unleashes his mental interference. Ruben believes this attack might end Kale, since he does not have a mental barrier skill yet. Kale finds himself stuck in a strange space, and he can sense that his Beast Girls will greatly suffer if he doesn't break through. The system alerts Kale that he can escape through this strange realm and even give Phoenix a mental attack skill in the process. Hearing this makes Kale immediately transfer all of his Beast Points to Phoenix, making her incredibly strong. On the outside, Ruben and George are left worried for Kale, who is lying unconscious in the middle of the arena. But Simon is actually glad to see his enemy in such a state. Nina and Millie are also trying to fight the Ghost Flame King, but their attacks are useless. Just then, Phoenix appears out of nowhere, carrying Kale in her arms. She reveals that Kale used his points to make Phoenix super strong so that they could get out of the mental interference state. With her newfound powers, Kale tells Phoenix to neutralize the monster's powers so that he can stop being immune to damage. Phoenix makes use of her skills to trap the Ghost King in place and then uses lightning to suppress all evil. This attack allows Nina and Millie to charge forward using their own powers to finally land a fatal hit on the Ghost Flame King. The Bat Creature appears once more, declaring that Kale has cleared the second round as well. While Kale praises his Beast Girls for a job well done, Ruben and George are amazed by how versatile these beasts really are. Unfortunately, the celebration is cut short when another disturbance arrives at the arena. This time, Kale and the others are shocked as the Thick Night Queen herself appears as the guardian deity of the ruins. Seeing this makes Ruben panic and he tries to enter the arena in order to help out Kale, but it's of no use. Only the chosen fighter can enter the arena and challenge the Night Queen herself. Despite her terrifying aura, Kale and his Beast Girls are more than ready to defeat this hot goth baddie. The Night Queen laughs at his arrogance and reveals that even if she is using a mere avatar of her true self, Kale is no match for her. She then charges forward, prepared to kill Kale for good. Millie immediately rushes towards the Night Queen, but her attacks just go through the mighty beast. While Kale figures out how to deal with this menace, he is surprised that the Night Queen has teleported right behind him. As a king-level beast, the Queen can hide her malice and stalk her prey. Fortunately, Kale has his own teleportation skill, which allows him to get away and use Nina and Phoenix for firepower. With their combined attacks, the Night Queen is engulfed in smoke and flame. Kale really thinks that he defeated the Night Queen, but he's wrong. The menacing best uses her Night Chain skill to capture Nina and Phoenix. Kale starts panicking since he can't even recall his own Beast Girls. He then stares in shock as the Night Queen rushes directly towards him with Nina and Phoenix dragging behind her. Kale deploys his shield to block the attack, freeing his Beast Girls in the process as well. Since the Night Queen is starting to look like a true formidable foe, Kale decides to use his special skill to fuse with his beast girls. In his new form, George and Ruben can't fathom just how strong this kid really is. Even the Night Queen acknowledges that Kale is indeed quite powerful, but she still has the upper hand. Unleashing a swarm of demon bats, the Night Queen is hoping to overpower Kale, but she fails miserably. Kale not only removes the bats like mere flies, but he summons a powerful energy blast and aims it directly at the king-level beast. The Night Queen actually suffers immense damage from the attack and is pushed back with immense force. Even though she makes it out alive, the Queen can't believe that Kale has such divine powers. Seeing that his opponent is still not dead, Kale prepares for another powerful attack, but the Night Queen is no longer holding back either. Kale is excited to test out his fusion skill against the Night skill. He summons both lightning and flames to obliterate the Night Queen with an insane energy blast. Surprisingly, the Night Queen actually starts panicking and instantly gets covered in smoke and flame. The blast from the attack even causes some of the students to cover themselves. Once the chaos clears up, the Night Queen decides to leave for now because clearly she is no match for Kale. However, she promises to meet him again in the future. With the threat of the Queen gone, the Beast Girls celebrate yet another victory. Kale has cleared all of the trials and is declared the winner. The students all commend Kale for his bravery, and George even believes that the Academy should give the boy yet another reward. Kale also receives additional beast points after clearing the epic quest. The little bat creature then arrives and summons the special item Kale has won from the ruins. The item is a small card that looks really ordinary to Kale, but he still accepts. Now that the trial is over, everyone can safely leave the ancient ruin. Kale then shows the card to Ruben, who freaks out because this item is actually insanely powerful. According to Ruben, the card has no restrictions and can allow a person to gain immense skill attributes. It can even be used on a beast to raise their species level by 1. Seeing that this stupid-looking card is actually important, Kale decides to keep it for now. However, he has no idea that Simon has started eyeing the card as well. Not only is he really jealous, but the clown is so angry towards his own incompetence that he is on the verge of losing his mind. Avery then reminds Simon that he made a bet and the loser needs to get down on their knees and apologize. Simon tries to argue with Kale and the others and even turns towards the director and the instructor to help him out, but no one wants to speak up for him. The rest of the students in Simon's class also look down on him and find him very pathetic. So Simon has no choice but to get down on his knees and apologize to Kale. Everyone then ends up leaving Simon in the dirt, and Ruben decides to hold the final round of the tournament even after all the shit the kids went through. This time, Tina has to go against a member from the other class known as Sean. The fight doesn't even last for 5 seconds as Tina uses her blade to defeat her opponent. Ruben declares that Kale's class is the winner, while Simon's class has been eliminated from the tournament. Kale and the rest of the students arrive back at the academy, where Ruben officially announces Kale's class as the winner. He mentions that each member of the class is going to receive 500 points, while Kale himself will receive an additional 1,000 points for clearing the ancient ruin. However, even though this is good news, Kale can sense that Ruben is pretty serious for some reason. He believes that the director is going to continue to question Kale about his ancient fiend beasts. Kale braces himself to be interrogated by Ruben, only to get dragged away by someone he hasn't seen in a long time. Samantha has arrived at the academy after learning that Kale went to the Ashen Wind Plateau. She is clearly mad that Kale has been doing reckless shit in her absence. Samantha is Kale's only weakness, and the rest of the students also stare as he gets dragged away by his thick, hot teacher. Once Samantha is alone with Kale, she drops the act and expresses just how worried she has been because of him. Kale tries to explain that going to the plateau was not his idea, but he still managed to survive. Kale even shows Samantha the breakthrough card he received as a reward, but he is quickly told to put it away safely. Samantha warns Kale that people greedy for power could try to take the card away from him. Now that Kale has explained everything to Samantha, he decides to riz her up by mentioning how much he missed her. Hearing this makes Samantha shy, and she also mentions missing Kale a lot. In a surprising turn of event, Samantha actually grabs Kale and stuffs his face in her melons. She is usually not so sentimental, but this time Kale can sense that something has changed. Samantha decides to bid farewell to Kale since she only arrived at the academy for him. Before leaving, she tells the boy to continue missing her. Later on, Kale heads over to Ruben's office where the director tells him that his points from the freshman competition have been transferred to his account. However, since Kale saved everyone's ass over and over again, Ruben wants to give the boy a special level 40 beast. Kaito excitedly opens the box hoping that Ruben gave him some epic new beasts, but then he is stunned to see a withered old weed within the box. Upon a closer inspection, George realizes that this weed is actually a twin-leaf cordyceps, a weird type of beast. Ruben then explains that the twin leaf actually has an extinct ancient bloodline within it, and it's extremely rare. George is not convinced that this beast is really suited for Kale's strength. However, since Ruben knows that Kale has been using ancient beasts this entire time, he believes the twin leaf is the perfect match for the kid. Kale realizes that Ruben really does know the truth behind his immense powers, but the director assures him that he has no intentions of intervening, as long as Kale uses his powers for good. Later on, Kale heads to the mountain behind the academy where he uses his bloodling regression skill to directly bond with his new beasts. As soon as the skill is activated, the twin leaf starts shaking, erupting in a bright green light. Kale is pushed back and he looks around confused as the leaf turns into yet another thick white-haired baddie with huge fun bags. Unlike the other beast girls, the new one is actually quite chill. She introduces herself as Leah and promises to keep her new master safe. Leah then transforms into a fancy-looking sword which Kale has a lot of fun swinging around. He can sense that Leah's powers are incredible, and he only hopes that the rest of his beast girls can catch up. Kale then remembers he received an evolution reward as well. He quickly activates the reward, allowing all of his beast girls to gain even more strength. At this point, Kale is like a magnet for these girls and they all mindlessly love him for making them stronger. Just then, Kale receives a call from Avery, letting him know that Simon hired a Class 5 mage to take out Kale. Instead of getting scared, Kale is excited to test out just how powerful his beast girls really are after the upgrade. They take to the academy. Avery and Vivian find out that Simon has actually brought his older sister Joanna to teach Kale a lesson. Avery is quick to defend his friend, but Joanna is not a pushover. She immediately uses her ice powers to encase Avery and Crystal. Vivian is also about to get attacked, but Kale arrives just in time. As soon as Joanna sees Kale, she tries to intimidate him by mentioning that the Goodwin family will never forgive him for destroying Simon's frost wolves. However, she is willing to let go of the matter if Kale gives up his breakthrough card. Kale realizes that all of this is just a farce for Simon and Joanna to get the card. So Kale makes it clear that he won't be intimidated by anyone, let alone some third-class family. Hearing this makes Joanna launch a weak magic attack towards Kale, but Millie blocks it immediately. Joanna had no idea that Kale had such a powerful beast. She thought Simon lost against some weak-ass kid who had no powers at all. Joanna realizes that now even her reputation is on the line. So she summons her magic wand and uses her ice magic to trap Millie completely. Since Millie can no longer fight, Kale decides to use his new sword to teach Joanna a lesson. The stupid mage completely freezes as she sees Kale show no mercy at all. He even cuts through Joanna's magic staff and is almost about to hurt her when Simon tries to be a hero and save his sister. Luckily, Millie frees herself and punches Simon away. Kale now has the sword directly towards Joanna's throat, and the look in his eyes is terrifying. As Joanna cries out like a little baby, Ruben arrives on the scene as well and demands to know what's going on. Once again, Joanna and Simon act like the victims and blame everything on Kale. However, Avery and the other students know exactly what happened, and they explain to Ruben how Simon brought in his sister to teach Kale a lesson. Joanna refuses to accept the truth and continues to cry out so that someone would feel sorry for her, but almost no one falls for the act. Ruben then asks Kale to explain the situation, but Joanna knows that with no surveillance cameras in the area, it's her words against Kale, so she really believes that she will come out of this incident completely free of guilt. But Kale is not a dumb loser either. He knew that the training ground has no cameras, and that's where all the weird shit happens. So he bought a memory sphere item which records everything around him. When Joanna sees the memory sphere, she doesn't even hide. He applies anger and destroys the object right in front of everyone. Ruben calls out Joanna for destroying evidence, but she still has the audacity to act as the victim. Unfortunately for the stupid mage, Kale has more than one memory sphere, and he uses the backup to show everyone exactly what transpired between him and Joanna. With the sphere activated, everyone gets to see just how stupid and jealous Simon and Joanna really are and how they attack Kale. With the truth out, everyone knows exactly who is in the right and who deserves to be punished. But Joanna is still bold enough to demand that Kale be expelled, because he was arrogant and shattered her diamond-grade magic staff. Ruben is tired of these Goodwin family bozos, always threatening to take action against the academy. So he makes it clear that the military doesn't give a shit about the Goodwin family at all. This time, Ruben makes sure to make it clear that he is not intimidated by the Goodwin family at all, and he won't be punishing Kale either just because he decided to stand up for himself. Joanna then switches gears and decides to use the Magic Association as a pressure point, but Ruben doesn't care about that either. He believes that Simon and Joanna are using their family name and ruining the reputation of the Magic Association as well. Both of them had the audacity to bully students, and now Ruben is no longer going to hold back. He decides to contact the associate to let them know that one of their members is using their name to bully people. Joanna immediately starts freaking out as soon as she hears this. Ruben then turns to Simon and decides to place him on probation as well, after bringing an outsider to the school and starting up a fight. Both of the Goodwin family siblings are left completely humiliated and scared once Ruben is done with them. With the matter now settled, Avery and Kale are glad that Ruben is a more sensible adult than others. Later on, Avery and Kale head to the cafeteria for a normal lunch. But even this simple activity turns into shit show when Kale notices a fight erupting in the cafeteria. He is surprised to find Belly, Vivian, and Tina trying to defend their recruitment spots after they decided to form a group known as the Heroines Club. However, the Heroes Club believes that they deserve the best recruitment spots since they have hundreds of members. However, Belly believes that the Heroes Club are just a bunch of thugs who go around bullying people. Hearing this makes the boys rile up and they threaten to start a fight with the girls. Kale has to stop Avery from interfering in this matter. He knows that Belly isn't going to start the fight first, but baiting the boys into attacking would help out their case. As the members of the Heroes Club hold back their leader, One of them challenges Belly to a team battle. The losing club will have to give up half of their points and the recruitment spot. Kale is glad to see that at least someone wants to settle this matter in a more reasonable way, but he is also hoping that Belly will refuse the challenge. Unfortunately, Belly accepts the fight, causing Kale to freak out. In reality, Tina and Vivian are not strong enough to fight in this team battle, and they think that Belly was too impulsive. But this is precisely why Belly is hoping to find a strong reinforcement for her club. As soon as Kale hears this, he tries to get away, but the girls track him down and beg him to save their asses. Vivian latches onto Kale and begs him to help out their club. Even though Kale is reluctant to take part in another conflict after already causing such a huge scene, he has no choice but to accept the invitation, especially since Belly herself is more than willing to break the rules and let Kale join the club. Since Belly is the one who started this, she is desperate for Kale's aid. Not only is Avery also forcing Kale to join, but Kale himself realizes that Tina and Vivian are part of his team, so he needs to help them out. Belly immediately starts thirsting after Kale once he decides to help out the girls. Yui is in the evening. The two teams gather around for their stupid battle. Ruben is also present because as the director he has no better job than to babysit a bunch of wild kids. Just as always, Kale is then hounded by three guys who think they are tough shit but will end up getting turned into a joke anyways. The leader, Raymond Reed, wants to teach Kale a lesson for thinking he is better than everyone, even though he technically is. Kale doesn't even bother trying to argue with Raymond. Instead, he turns to Belly and asks her where their last member is. It turns out that Belly hired some weak-ass girl called Yulia to join the fight as well. And of course, Yulia is another dense, shy girl with thick melons. She doesn't look strong at all, but Belly wants Kale to trust her judgment. Ruben then explains the rules and how the team who loses all of their members will lose the entire fight. Yulia then expresses how she feels like the weak link in the team. Even though Yulia is right, Kale tries to make the girl feel better by telling her that Belly wouldn't pick Yulia if she didn't see potential in the girl. Happy to hear this, Yulia promises to do her best. The battle finally begins and everyone gets into position. Always, Kale gives out orders, leaving most of the fight for himself. Raymond tells his members to deal with the girls, while he tackles Kale alone. The battle begins with Belly, Tina, and Yulia confronting their opponents with their skills. Some guy tries to freeze the girls, but Yulia stops the attack. Raymond then jumps towards Kale, hoping to go against the famous beasts. But Kale just uses his new sword to push back Raymond quite easily. Raymond laughs at Kale for using a mere sword, thinking that he is scared of using his beasts. But Kale knows that picking a fight with him is going to be the biggest mistake in Raymond's miserable life. Leah has sensed that Raymond is not a professional swordsman at all, so she decides to help Kale find any weaknesses and openings during the fight. Leah instructs Kale to parry Raymond's attack, which completely stumps the bully. He didn't expect that Kale's sword would be powerful enough to push back his own diamond-grade weapon. Bully and the girls then notice that Kale is not using his beasts at all, but instead of worrying about Kale, they decide to work together to handle their own fights. Bully, Tina, and Vivian want to prove to themselves that they can win the fight without relying too much on Kale. One member of the opposing team then summons a blizzard that naturally proves too powerful for the girls. But then Yulia uses her ring of fire to dispel the storm and save her friends. Unfortunately, another guy decides to surprise attack Yulia from behind, only for the girl to move away in the nick of time. Bully worries about Yulia, but she has another idiot trying to corner her. Before Belly can get decimated, Tina jumps in front of her and protects the girl from the attack. At this point, the Heroes Club are moving a lot more smoother than the girls. Kale notices that Belly and the others are already losing and they will be overpowered in no time, so he needs to start taking this battle seriously. Raymond is pushed back as Leah informs Kale that her grass sword art skill can defeat all of the opponents on the battlefield in one single hit. Wanting to test out this ability, Kale summons a large sword and brings it down over the entire field. In just one hit, Raymond and his ugly club members are left terrified and in awe. Before Kale causes more destruction, he decides to the academy. He dispels the giant sword. Raymond is left in disbelief at his loss as Kale tells him that he should just quit while he can still walk with his legs intact. Meanwhile, the girls start finding Kale even more hot now that he saved their asses with just one attack. Unfortunately, losers like Raymond can never just accept defeat. With the director himself standing right there, Raymond and his pathetic club members all drink a berserk agent that makes them physically incredibly strong and dangerous. The aura emanating from their bodies makes Kale quickly rush towards the girls. Even the director decides to terminate the duel. But Raymond and his friends don't stop. They immediately turn towards Yulia to take down the weakest member of the group. Yulia tries to summon a ring of fire but fails. She is about to get pierced by ice crystals when Kale summons Millie and orders her to save Yulia. Millie drives away the idiot who tried to attack a defenseless girl. With Yulia safe, Kale tells Belly and the others to use all of their ultimates, since the Hero Club is clearly cheating. Belly was waiting for this precise moment, and she uses her powerful arrows to take down several of the rogue members. Tina and Vivian also work together to overpower the guys who trash-talk them in the cafeteria. At this point, Raymond is the only one left standing, and he stupidly decides to attack Kale once more instead of reflecting on his actions. To the surprise of no one, Kale uses his sword to send Raymond flying into the air. The bully ends up crashing into the building, and now the entire academy knows just how strong Kale is. Ruben declares the Heroine Club as the winners and grants them the recruitment spot and half of the points from the Heroes Club. The girls celebrate this victory, although they are aware that none of this would be possible without Kale. Despite being proven to be the biggest clown in the academy, Raymond still tries to attack Kale but fails miserably. He decides to run away like a coward only to get stopped by Ruben, who is tired of dealing with all these stupid students. This time Ruben is very strict since Raymond and his members used an illegal agent to make themselves stronger. So Ruben decides to expel all of them and permanently disband the Heroes Club. Kale is sure that the Heroine Club is going to gain more popularity after this fight. Since the battle was a huge success, Bully forces Kale and the rest of the girls to have a grand feast. After 2 hours, Bully is completely hammered as the girls try to bring her back to the academy safely. However, on the way, Kale senses something strange and decides to part ways with the group. Kale knows that someone has been following him this entire and he forces this person to reveal themselves. From the shadows, a strange assassin appears who has been hired by someone to attack Kale. As the assassin charges forward, Kale summons Millie to dodge the attack, but the assassin is incredibly agile. He is able to counter the Beast Girl, making his way straight towards Kale. When the assassin moves closer with his knife, Kale decides to use his lightning wings to move out of the way. Surprised by this maneuver, just as Millie is about to strike the attacker, he brings out a powerful binding rope. Kale tries to fly away, but his leg gets caught within the assassin's rope. Even Millie is unable to help because she gets pushed back. Somehow, this random-ass assassin manages to overpower Kale completely. He grabs onto the chain and yanks on it hard so that Kale crashes to the ground. With his target neutralized, the assassin moves in for the final blow, but Kale demands to know the identity of the person who wanted him to be dragged and attacked like this. Bully Kale begs his attacker to tell him who hired the guy, but that information is confidential. The only thing the assassin says to Kale is not to offend women in his next life. Kale realizes that the only woman he attacked recently was Joanna, so she's probably the one who wants him dead now. Kale then drops the helpless act and calls upon Phoenix to take care of this NPC-ass loser. The assassin realizes that he has been tricked and now will get a good beating from 2 hot mommies. In his desperate attempt to gain the upper hand, the assassin unleashes his powers towards Kale. The Beast Girls are unable to reach him in time, but then Yulia jumps out of nowhere and takes the hit. As the assassin tries to escape, Millie and Phoenix subdue quickly so that he can be interrogated further. Bully and the rest of the girls also arrive and they start panicking after seeing Yulia in such a bad state. Bully explains that Yulia wasn't feeling bad, so she decided to head straight for the academy all alone. But then Bully and the girls got worried, so they followed Yulia only to find her with Kale. Yulia really does like shit, but she assures Kale that there's nothing wrong with her. Yulia reveals that she has a family heirloom that allows her to take 1 fatal hit. The stone kept her safe and Yulia protected Kale as well. Grateful for Yulia's intervention, Kale promises to repay her bravery in the future. With this attack, both Ruben and Kale have reached their final limits, so they barge into the Goodwin family home, where Joanna is present with the head of the family, Louis Goodwin. Louis wonders why Ruben is forcing his way into the mansion like this, but Ruben wants the old man not to get in his way. Instead, he declares that Joanna is going to be arrested and sent to the military tribunal for attacking Kale. Although Joanna looks completely scared, her grandfather refuses to believe she would do something like that. On top of that, the old geezer has the audacity to mock Kale. He believes that Joanna would not waste the time to attack such a lowlife. Kale gets riled up now that he knows that everyone in the Goodwin family is rotten. His anger prompts Louis to send his guards after the student, but instead, Kale summons the assassin who attacked him. Threatening to turn the assassin into a play toy for his beasts, Kale forces the guy to reveal who hired him. The scared attacker points at Joanna and reveals that she was the one who contacted the company and put a hit out on Kale. Ruben is now more mature than ever that Joanna needs to be sent to the military tribunal, no matter what it takes. Humiliated, Louis becomes a little nervous and forces Joanna to apologize to Kale immediately, even though she still refuses to admit her mistake. Joanna gets down on her knees and begs to be spared from military arrest. Louis is also begging Kale to let go of the matter and show mercy to Joanna. Otherwise, the entire Goodwin family will feel insulted, and then the boy will have an enemy for life. Kale realizes that Louis is just subtly trying to put pressure on him into letting go of the matter. So he decides to reverse the situation and take advantage of the Goodwin family instead. Kale reveals that his friend Yulia used up her precious family heirloom to save his life, so she needs to be compensated. Although Louis is more than happy to compensate Kale, he doesn't want to give Kale a lot of leverage. But then Joanna opens her big mouth and reveals that the family has several treasures and Kale can choose whatever he wants. Now Louis is forced to kneel and Ruben to the Goodwin family treasury, the last place where he wanted these people to end up. Kale leaves the Goodwin family mansion with an incredible loot of gold and treasures. Ruben wonders why the boy needs so much treasure, but in reality, Kale needs money in order to upgrade his beast girls. Ruben tells Kale to head to the Mercenary Association where he earn bounty points. So the next day, Kale heads to the Mercenary Plaza in the hopes of getting himself registered. Ruben told him that all he needs to do is complete bounties and collect the corresponding rewards. This job sounds perfect, and Kale is hoping that he can start earning some real cash. However, Kale overhears a fat, ugly woman yelling at a young-looking boy because he wanted to register as a freshman. Apparently, freshmen cannot register as mercenaries at all because they are too weak and will mess up the mission. As the overpowered MC with the insane plot armor, Kale goes over to the fat woman to register himself. She is just about to reject Kale, but then he pulls out a letter of recommendation from Ruben himself. Kale is glad that he asked the director for this letter before arriving at the association. As the woman starts Kale's registration, he is annoyed to find Avery, Tina, and Vivian at the association as well. These idiots naturally want to join Kale as he completes bounties so that they can get all the rewards as well while doing nothing. Avery and the girls then start chanting the stupid slogan for their team. Even though Kale is irritated to see these leeches again, he pretends to welcome them. And the seat. The woman at the registration desk, however, finds these stupid freshmen annoying. She believes they are simply taking the bounties lightly and will probably end up losing their lives. Of course, Avery has to open his big fat mouth to piss off the woman even more. She gets so angry she decides to slap Avery across the face, only for Kale to stop her hand. Surprised by Kale's strength, the psychotic registration lady decides to challenge the kids to yet another match. If they win, Kale and his friends can register at the association, but if they lose, then all of them need to get lost. At this point, getting challenged to a fight is as normal as breathing for Kale, and he happily accepts the challenge. The registration lady's real name is Lena, and she's actually well known around these parts for being a miserable fat hag who hates all the young students. Since she wants the fight to seem fair, Lena tells Kale and his friends to attack her at once. Otherwise, it will look like some old fat lady is bullying a single kid. Avery is ready to show Lena what the Night Watchers are made of, but Kale decides to solo this match as well. Lena then reveals that she is a summoner, and she uses her powers to summon 5 fodder orcs. Kale always wanted to witness the powers of a summoner, and now he can witness one up close and personal. As expected, Lena tells her orcs to start attacking, but all it takes is a few punches from Millie for the weak-ass monsters to be brought down. Lena can't believe she was defeated so easily, and out of anger, she decides to summon an entire army of orcs to fight for her. Since the fat lady isn't holding back, Kale decides to go all out as well. He summons Phoenix and Nina to handle the orcs alongside Millie. With the combined attacks of the elemental beasts, the orcs get turned into chew toys. Lena watches her so-called powerful summons get obliterated into shreds. Kale then uses his sword to threaten Lena and forces her to admit defeat. The woman has no choice but to concede to this psycho kid and his deranged friends. Since Kale won the match, he wants Lena to proceed with their registration. Although Lena is more than happy to do that, she reveals that the bounties available at the association are pretty mid and don't give great rewards either. This is why Lena directs Kale to a more suitable place where he can take on more challenging bounties. Kale and the others arrive at the mercenary tavern, which is full of old geezers who think they are experienced mercenaries. But all of them are just drunk, weird men who have no idea what they are talking about. A hot red-headed thick mommy who looks just like every other woman in Kale's life greets the group. Her name is Mary, and she is the owner of the tavern. Mary finds it odd that such youngsters have arrived at her tavern, considering this place is for adults only. Kale tries to explain that his group has registered as mercenaries, but Mary cuts him off. She warns Kale that the bounties posted in the tavern are insanely difficult, and not for some loser kids. Kale continues to make Mary understand where he's coming from, but then some weird guy called Ryan Johnson tells Mary to stop giving so much time and attention to kids. Instead, the drunk guy forces himself on Mary and begs her to have a drink with him. Ryan is being downright disgusting, so Kale decides to intervene and pulls away the guy. Shocked that someone actually tried to call out his crusty ass, Ryan decides to throw hands with Kale. He even tells the rest of his goons to beat up the kid, but Mary stops the fight from escalating. She threatens to permanently kick out Ryan from the tavern if he doesn't learn how to behave. Ryan and his lackeys are forced to leave and the atmosphere in the tavern returns to the usual. As Ryan is leaving, Avery notices the guy just standing at the door as if planning something against Kale. After the tavern, Kale and the others head over to the dead marshes for their first bounty. As they make their way through the creepy place, Avery mentions how he noticed Ryan paying on their bounty details, and he wonders if the guy is going to try to attack them. Kale tells Avery not to worry since Ryan is just an NPC loser. Plus, the monsters in the marsh are much more terrifying. Just then, a monster known as the Abomination jumps out of the wet, smelly marsh. The beast looks disgusting, and it can emanate a gas that is highly toxic. Instead of waiting around, Avery, Tina, and Vivian all spring into action and start defeating the monsters. As usual, Kale relies on Millie to help him take care of the abominations. She punches her way through the monsters effortlessly, defeating most of them in no time. The fight comes to an end, and Avery complains that his weapon is already chipped. Kale then wonders why Ryan hasn't made his move yet, but he has no idea that the stupid man is lying in wait with his gun drawn. While Ryan prepares to attack Kale, he has no idea that a golden wood monster has already eaten all of his men. Instead of sticking around to get eaten as well, Ryan decides to make a run for it and let the wood monster kill Kale and his friends. When the giant golden wood monster sees more humans in its territory, it goes into full rage mode. Kale has heard of the wood monsters before. They are a type of ancient beasts that started to hate humans after rampant deforestation and destruction of their habitats. Kale never thought he would counter the creature, let alone such an insane version. This wood monster is actually far more dangerous than the normal ones because it has been affected by the toxic gas in the marshes. As Kale tries to dodge the lethal attacks, he receives another elite quest notification. Defeating the golden wood monster is going to grant him 5,000 beast points, so he tells Avery to run away with the girls while he handles the ancient beast solo just like always. Kale then relies on Millie once more as if she's the only beast girl that he has. Millie is good in raw combat, so she can take care of the wood monster while also dodging its vines at the same time. From the sidelines, Avery, Tina, and Vivian are starting to worry because Kale has been fighting the monster for a long time. They are about to intervene when a couple of vines from the wood monster captures the three idiots. The monster is going to eat everyone else in order to gain nutrients. Kale immediately pulls out his sword once he sees that his friends are in peril. With one swing, he cuts down the vines, allowing Avery and the others to break free. But the danger is still not over because now the wood monster is completely enraged and it unleashes a powerful spiritual attack. The spiritual attack of the wood monster is unbearable, but Kale still pushes forward. He makes use of grass sword art skill to slice away at the rotten vines of the creatures. The vines scatter all around, causing the wood monster to become chaotic and confused. Kale then delivers a final blow, but the attack doesn't kill the wood monster. Instead, the creature regains its sanity and wakes up from its state of rage and fury. The Kale explains to the golden tree that it was corrupted by the toxic gas and lost its sanity. The creature recalls how it settled in the marshes 400 years ago, but ended up turning into a demon after its vines became rotten. Now the wood monster is glad that Kale was able to set its consciousness free so that it can reach the end of its life and join the rest of its kin. Hearing this makes Kale feel a little bad, but the golden wood monster tells him not to worry. Since Kale helped out the creature so much, it decides to leave him a gift. But as the wood monster disappears, it leaves behind a legendary golden wood blade. Since Kale already has his own sword, he decides to give the golden wood blade to Avery, who damaged his own weapon. With the bounty now complete, Kale and the others decide to leave the marshes. Back in the tavern, Kale tells Mary that he completed the bounty. But then Avery starts yapping about the golden wood blade and how Kale purged the wood monster from the marshes. Kale really wants to keep a low profile, but it's too late now. A goofy-looking group of armored demon hunters arrive at the tavern. Their leader is some idiot called Blake Elliott, who immediately decides to look down on Kale. Kale has a feeling that Blake is being manipulated by Ryan somehow. Kale's hunch is right because Ryan told Blake that a bunch of kids got lucky and the wood monster killed all of the abominations for them, only to meet the end of its own life. So now Blake feels like Avery is not worthy to hold on to the golden wood blade. In order to settle this matter once and for all, Blake challenges Kale to a duel. In the tavern, any dispute can be resolved through a duel. The person who initiates the duel has to pay an entry fee of 100,000 dragon coins. However, the loser will have to pay 5 times that amount. Kale realizes that Blake might be some rich kid who doesn't even need to blink an eye when dropping that type of money. Mary tells Kale that he should just give up the blade, but Kale has already made up his mind. He decides to accept Blake's stupid duel. Kale and the others enter the arena as Blake also arrives with his cohort of ugly female knights. Blake actually uses his female rights to fight for him, so he orders them to take care of Kale and his team. Instead of letting Kale dive right into another fight, Avery decides he wants to test out his new weapon. So with the blade in hand, the fatty charges forward to push back at the knights. He uses his blade and violently swings towards the armored women, slicing down their weapons in one fell swoop. At the same time, Tina and Vivian also engage in a heated battle, giving their opponents a good beating. The girls don't hold back as they swing their weapons to teach the knights what it means to really fight. By the end of this showdown, all of Blake's so-called armored knights are like discarded trash. With his nannies no longer protecting him, Avery moves towards Blake, hoping to shatter his armor with his new sword. Blake starts yapping how his armor is a family heirloom and far too strong to be shattered by some random-ass weapon. Blake actually manages to push back Avery's fat ass, causing Tina and Vivian to worry over him. The bratty knight is about to hurt Avery until Kale is forced to summon his own sword and charge forward. Once again, Blake believes that nothing can harm his armor, but he crashes out when Kale's attack shatters the stupid piece of junk. Out of anger, Blake charges forward to punish Kale, but he just keeps getting clowned on. Kale uses his sword to unleash a powerful strike, leaving a cut on Blake's ugly face. The impact destroys an entire portion of the area, and Blake realizes that he is way over his head with this fight. Meanwhile, Mary has been witnessing the whole fight as well, and she can't believe just how powerful Kale really is. Blake also decides to cower behind his female knights and use them as human shields against Kale. However, Kale has no intentions of hurting anyone. The battle is considered over, and Mary realizes that Kale might be a far more important guest at the tavern than she thought. Once the circus at the tavern comes to an end, things calm down for Kale. He has cleared all of the bounties in the tavern, and his beast girls are more tired than ever. Now the only thing left to do is find a way to make Avery, Tina, and Vivian a lot more strong. Just then, Avery himself arrives and tells Kale that Belly has some news for him. Kale goes to Belly and finds out that the military is reopening a high-level Phantom Realm for the students. This realm is basically a training area where people can get stronger by participating in difficult battles. Kale has actually participated in the Phantom Realm before, but that one was only for beginners. Belly is willing to do whatever it takes to grab this opportunity, and Kale wants in as well. So he heads over to Ruben to ask how he can secure a spot in the Phantom Realm. As soon as Kale enters Ruben's office, his Malice Wave skill is activated and he becomes alert. A thick ninja girl jumps from the ceiling and tries to attack Kale, only to be pushed away at the last second. Surprised by how nimble this girl is, Kale pulls out his sword to meet the assassin's blade as well. Before things can get heated, Ruben enters his office and stops the fight from advancing forward. Bully Ruben then introduces the girl as Stella, a senior student at the academy who will be leading a team into the Phantom Realm. Stella actually wanted to test Kale to determine if he would be fit for the final spot on her team. She believes that Kale would be an excellent addition to the team, and even Ruben agrees. However, things are moving too fast for Kale and he declines the offer. The whole reason why Kale wanted to join the Phantom Realm is so that he can allow his teammates to grow stronger, so he refuses to join Stella's team. Since Stella is also eager to make her own team stronger through the Phantom Realm, she decides to challenge Kale to a duel. The winner will secure a spot for their team in the Phantom Realm trials. Since Stella has already proven herself to be very powerful, Kale decides to go all out and make sure that he wins. Ruben's office is too small for an intense fight, so Kale and Stella take their battle outdoors. Kale decides to use his powerful Phoenix Flame skill to overpower Stella, but the ninja girl is incredibly fast. Kale decides to rely on his Thunderstorm skill to strike her down. Stella also uses her own skill to create multiple clones of herself. She advances towards Kale but fails to reach him when the boy makes use of his Thunderstorm skill once more. Despite keeping Stella at bay, Kale has a hard time truly bringing her down. The students fire several skills towards each other but remain equal in power. Kale even uses his grass sword art to push back Stella, but her clones are too difficult to distinguish from real body. However, the attack works and forces Stella to use her real self against Kale. She tries to hit him with her blade, but the Kale uses his teleportation ability to jump behind Stella and overtake her. Stella still tries to fight, but Kale yanks the blade out of her hand, gaining victory. Realizing that she is outclassed, Stella decides to forfeit the Phantom Realm trial and let Kale participate instead. However, Ruben mentions that there is still a fifth spot open which Stella could take, but she's not interested at all. Instead, Kale tells Ruben that he knows someone who could fill that last spot. Later on, once the teams are settled, Kale and the others spend 8 hours driving out into the desert, where the Phantom Realm trial is taking place. Unlike last time, this trial is far more strict. As for the final spot, Bully is the person Kale had in mind, and she joins the group as well. Avery, Tina, and Vivian are glad that Kale decided to give the last spot to Bully. The group is then forced to stop chatting and enter the secret military site. This is where the Phantom Realm trials are created. A scientist explains that this trial is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a solo dungeon. In the second round, those who have passed the first dungeon trial will be matched with each for one-on-one duels. From the second round, the last 3 remaining participants will fight each other in the final round. The person still standing will be declared the winner. As the students head towards their solo battles, Kale encourages Avery and the others not to embarrass him. Otherwise, it will reflect badly on the academy as well. Everyone is geared up for their solo battles, and they commence the first round of the trial. Kale enters a strange realm where he is about to get thrown into a gold dungeon. However, he decides to choose a diamond-grade dungeon instead, since that will give him more rewards. Kale's request is accepted, and he is teleported to a diamond dungeon where the Frost Flame Lions reside. The monsters immediately lock onto Kale as he summons his beast girls. As always, Nina, Phoenix, and Mill use their boring old powers to defeat the lions one by one. Every time they kill one of these beasts, Kale receives a boost to his experience. At this rate, Kale will reach the 5th class in no time. Once the girls are done fighting the fodder enemies, Kale can't believe that the diamond dungeon has been so easy so far. However, there is a second round to the challenge, and this time Kale must defeat a level 61 Demon Lion King. Kale decides to let his beast girls deal with the smaller lions, while he challenges the main boss himself. The Demon Lion King can use both flame and ice powers, making it difficult for Kale to counter its attacks. When the beast girls are done killing the smaller lions, they wonder if they should help out Kale, but all of them decide to stand back and watch since their master has never needed help before. The Demon Lion King starts to summon a powerful attack, but Kolo's already decided that his sword is more powerful. He charges forward with Leah's beast powers, boosting the sword as well. In one single strike, Kolo's manages to slice the demon lion in half, leaving nothing behind. The first round comes to a close, and Kolo clears the diamond-grade dungeon in record time. He has no idea that the chief of the military staff, Leonardo, has been keeping a close eye on Kolo's performance. Out of all the students, Kolo was the only one to clear such a high-level dungeon. Leonardo is curious to know what exactly Kolo is going to do for the rest of the rounds. After clearing the first stage, Kala is teleported to a different arena where the remaining participants are also waiting. Kala then runs into Avery, Tina, and Belly, but there is no sign of Vivian. The pink-haired girl did not pass the first round and got eliminated. Although everyone is upset, Kala believes that even just entering the Phantom Realm trial is a huge accomplishment, especially for someone as weak as Vivian. The rankings for the first round are revealed and everyone is shocked that some random guy called Kala actually cleared a diamond-grade dungeon and gained the first spot. The entire arena erupts with chatter about Kala and his insane strength. However, Melvin Godfrey from the Harborfield Academy and Denham from the Silverport Academy are seething with anger towards Kale's popularity. They don't want the military academy to gain more attention and come out at the top. So Melvin and Denham decide to work together to take down Kala, just like the losers before them, who thought they had a shot against the MC. Tao Yui 1 of the second round finally begins, and now the participants will be randomly paired up against each other. However, some of the students can get a free pass if they manage to survive the preliminary round. Denham and Melvin are hoping to take turns draining Kala's stamina so that it is easier to take him down. But then a randomized list comes out, and Kala's opponent is some stranger he has never met before. The match officially begins, and Kala meets Lauren, a weird girl from the Cloud Peak Academy. She tells Kala to promise that he will go easy on her, which makes him feel really weird, as if Lauren is only putting on an act. Kala's intuition turns out right because Lauren has a terrifying whip that can tear him to shreds. Kala dodges Lauren's attacks as he tries to make his way forward. The girl then summons a magical snake to overpower Kala, but the trick fails to work. Kala takes a hold of Lauren's whip and uses it to push her back. The weird girl falls to the ground and immediately starts whining about how Kala actually hit a girl. However, Lin is so incredibly shameless, she even tries to gain Kala's sympathies by mentioning how this tournament would have helped her pay her father's medical bills. Kala can smell the bullshit from a mile away, but he pretends to fall for the act as well. He tries to comfort Lauren, but then the girl shows her true colors. She uses her whip to tie up Kala's hand, which continues to grow tighter and tighter. Lauren reveals that her whip will consume Kala's energy until he is too weak to even stand up. Believing that Kala is just another disgusting gooner who fell for a woman, Lauren looks down at him with malice in her eyes. But Kala's been playing in her face as well. He stops pretending to struggle and pulls at the whip with Lauren holding onto the other end. Lauren tries to pull her whip away, but Kala ends up violently pulling her towards him. The girl ends up right in Kala's arm, her melons pressed against him. Instead of getting excited, Kala drops Lauren to the ground and lets his beast girls take care of the girl. Lauren starts throwing a tantrum when 4 hot mommies teach her a lesson about seducing their man. Millie then ends up throwing Lauren into the air, and Kala is declared the winner of the first round. Meanwhile, Tina has won her battle as well, and Belly's performance is also amazing, granting her a victory. However, Avery's fat ass is struggling the hardest because he has to go up against Melvin, who is an absolute beast and the champion of his school. Melvin mocks Avery for having slow attacks, and it doesn't take much for him to gain the upper hand. Melvin summons his powers to appear behind Avery and blasting his fat ass into oblivion. Melvin continues to punch Avery left and right while Kala and the others watch their teammate get brutally assaulted. Everyone wants Avery to just give up because it's clear that Melvin is deliberately keeping him alive to torture him even more. Melvin then decides to end Avery's existence with his powerful energy blast. Kala and the others can only watch as their fat friend gets thrown around like a ragdoll. Since this is the Phantom Realm, Avery is not actually dead, but he can still feel the physical and emotional pain, so he ends up getting teleported out of the trial in order to heal from his superficial injuries. As Avery fades away, he tells Kala to avenge him. Now there is nothing Kala wants more than to beat Melvin's sorry ass, but for the next round, Kala, Tina, Belly, and Melvin and Denham are the ones left to participate. However, the trial now has to choose one participant who can automatically advance to the final round. Kala ends up getting picked, which means he will not take part in the semi-finals, so Tina steps up and decides to avenge Avery. However, Tina is paired up with Melvin, who shows no mercy. Despite using her staff to land a hit, Tina fails, and Kala and Belly watch on as Melvin uses his energy blast to eliminate Tina as well. Tina gets teleported out of the trial, and then it's Belly's turn to fight Denham. The arrogant mage immediately tries to flirt with Belly, making her even more furious. Belly fires a couple of shots from her bow, but Denham dodges all of them. As a mage, Denham knows exactly how to counter Belly in the most brutal way possible. He summons wind magic and then creates a whole-ass tornado aimed directly at Belly. Belly gets caught in the tornado and is immediately neutralized by the attack. Her body is also teleported out of the trial, and Denham is declared the winner. With no teammates left, Kala's completely alone. Melvin and Denham use this opportunity to mock Kala for being a weakling with pathetic teammates. However, since Kala's alone, he can go all out and show his true powers. So he decides to challenge Melvin and Denham to a 3-way, free-for-all duel. Melvin and Denham are more than happy with this arrangement, but they don't think the rules of the trial can actually be changed. This is where Kala reveals that the Phantom Trial was created so that people could test their own abilities. This is why he was able to change his gold dungeon to a diamond dungeon in the first round. So Kala believes that the rules of the trial can be changed, and he is right. Leonardo, who is watching everything unfold, is glad that at least someone has the brain to figure out how the trial works. He then allows the rules to be changed as long as all of the opponents are fine with it. Since Melvin and Denham are eager to defeat Kolo, they accept the three-way duel. The final round begins and Melvin and Denham decide to overwhelm Kolo with their abilities, but they were not accepting for Millie to show up. As Melvin is about to launch another energy blast, Millie returns the attack 10 times over, causing the kid to be pushed back. Denham then jumps and uses his wind powers to subdue Millie. But for the Ant Fiend, this wind is just a slight breeze. Since Millie and Denham are fighting each other, Melvin decides to attack Kolo since he thinks a beast tamer is nothing without his beast. But he has no idea that Kolo's pretty ruthless as well. As Melvin tries to launch an attack, Kolo uses the giant strength skill to punch Melvin right in the gut, violently pushing him back. Denham is having a hard time attacking Millie, so he asks Melvin to tie her down while he uses his ultimate move on her. Melvin decides to shred his clothes and transform his childish body and reveal his ripped muscles. He then ounces towards Millie, trying to keep her down. Denham then uses his staff to summon a powerful wind giant that even has Kolo worried. As Melvin pushes back Millie, the wind giant grabs onto her and starts ripping her to shreds. Kolo summons his wings to fly over to Millie and save her from this attack. He summons his sword once and uses the grass sword art skill to obliterate the wind giant in one powerful attack. The force of this attack is so great that everything in the arena turns blinding, and even Leonardo gets worried that the Phantom Realm will get damaged. Once the wind giant is gone, Kolo gets back down with Millie in his hands. He tells the ant girl to rest up as the trial declares Kolo the winner. With the trial over, Kolo's teleported back to the real world where Avery and the others congratulate him on his win. Kolo is then presented with special rewards, a ring with infinite storage space, and a skill book that has the invisibility technique. Kolo also receives a fancy invitation letter from Leonardo, who wants the boy to participate in the military assessment selection in 6 months. Everyone is excited for Kolo to receive the invitation letter from the military. They think it's a great opportunity, but Kolo notices that Vivian looks a bit upset. Vivian explains that she feels bad for getting eliminated in the first round, but Kolo assures her that even just participating is more than enough. He then decides to give his skill book to Vivian since she can make better use of the invisibility technique. Vivian is not sure if she accepts such a price, but Kolo wants her to have the book so that she can become an excellent support in the future. The following day, Kolo heads over to Ruben's office to learn more about the invitation he got, but he is surprised to find out that Ruben has been rejecting a lot of offers. Apparently, Kolo's battle footage from the trial got leaked online and now he's super famous. A lot of academies have reached out to Ruben, asking him to transfer Kolo to their schools in exchange for a hefty price, but Ruben has no intentions of letting go of his star pupil. However, Ruben notices that Kolo does not like all of the attention. In reality, Kolo is scared that someone might harm him because he has the powers of the 10 ancient fiends. Ruben tells Kolo that he should get stronger and show the world that he is not someone who can be taken lightly. Hearing this makes Kolo motivated to make himself more confident and strong, and he promises to take Ruben's advice to heart. Later on, as Kolo is walking through the academy's forest, his malice skill alerts him to danger nearby. Kolo looks around and finds a weird, creepy guy covered in bandages. The guy reveals that his name is Jagger, and he wants to challenge Kolo in order to show him what the dark powers of this world can do. Kolo watches on as Jagger uses necromancy to summon an army of the undead. Necromancers are feared in this world because their powers are unusual, so Kolo is excited to see what Jagger is capable of. Kolo summons Millie to take care of the skeletons. As expected, the thick ant girl has no problems dealing with a bunch of rotten bones. She decides to go all out and kill the skeletons as quickly as possible. Millie ends up beating all of the skeletons, which makes Kolo smug as hell. He mocks Jagger for having really laughable powers that are incredibly weak. However, Jagger is only getting started. He uses his powers to bring the skeletons back to life, causing Kolo to panic. While Jagger uses his powers, Kolo senses a familiar dark energy coming from him. Jagger explains that sometimes monsters get infected by dark energy and become cursed. However, Jagger himself purposefully seeks out this dark energy to become stronger. The weird guy removes the bandages around his face and exposes his messed up face. Kolo can't believe that someone would purposefully discard their own humanity for power. But for Jagger, power is everything. Tired of hearing this creep talk, Millie decides to charge forward to finish Jagger, but Kolo stops. Instead, he summons Nina to use her flames to purify the dark energy. With her fire powers, Nina destroys all of the skeletons within a single attack. Jagger can't believe that Kolo actually has ancient fiends as his beast girl. Kolo then acts arrogant and tells Jagger that he doesn't need to rely on dark energy to become powerful. Being mocked makes Jagger furious, so he decides to summon his own dark beast to take away the beast girls from Kolo. A magic circle opens up, and from within a level 60 Minotaur shows up. This goofy-looking monster looks like a deformed cartoon, but it's actually really dangerous. Nina tries to use her flames to take care of the Minotaur, but her powers do nothing. She barely dodges as the monster uses its axe, only to get caught up by its chains. As the Minotaur pulls Nina towards him, Millie advances forward but gets pushed away immediately. All of Kale's beast girls are turning into jokes, so he ends up summoning Phoenix to use her lightning. And thankfully, the lightning damage actually subdues the Minotaur. While the Minotaur is unable to move, Kale uses his sword to push back the monster violently. The Minotaur can't believe that he is being beaten by some random-ass kid. Jagger then asks the Dark Beast if they should just leave, but the Minotaur has other plans. It decides to consume Jagger's soul, absorbing all of his dark energy. By the time the Minotaur is done, Jagger is just an empty husk. With all of this extra dark energy, the monster is even more powerful and deadly. So Kala decides he has no choice but to fuse with his beast girls. Even in his fusion state, Kala knows that the Minotaur is really dangerous, so he plays it safe. The Minotaur tries to thrash around, but Kala dodges all of his attacks. He even mocks the monster for just being a dumbass ugly ox. The Minotaur moves left and right but never manages to grab Kala, so he ends up getting furious and uses his eyes to unleash powerful lasers all over the place. Now Kala's starting to have a hard time, and as he tries to dodge the lasers, he realizes that the Minotaur will end up destroying the entire academy at this rate. So Kala has no choice but to use the combined powers of the Beast Girls to launch a powerful attack with his sword. The Minotaur watches as Kala summons intense energy, ready to end this fight once and for all. With his sword at the ready, Kala charges forward, but the Minotaur has somehow increased its strength as well. The dark energy is now terrifying, and Kala knows that he can't just allow the Minotaur to roam free. So he pierces his blade through the Minotaur's mouth, causing the monster to burst out with immense light. The Minotaur gets obliterated, and Kala transforms back to his normal self. He watches the body of the Minotaur dissipate into nothingness. However, it does leave behind a strange relic card. The card's rarity is epic, and apparently it opens some sort of a relic that will disappear in 3 days. Before Kala can investigate further, Ruben arrives on the scene with his men. He heard the commotion and wanted to know what the hell was going on. Kala explains that some guy wanted to enter the academy, but he stopped the intruder. Ruben then looks at Jagger's body and can't believe that he was a neuromancer. The director suspects that this incident might have something to do with the Abyss Alliance. According to Ruben, the Abyss Alliance is full of lunatics and deviants who do all sorts of weird things for power. These people will stop at nothing in order to take revenge for Jagger's death. Kala then also shows Ruben the relic card, which freaks him out further. Ruben is convinced that the Abyss Alliance will do whatever it takes to get the card back, and he even orders the security around the academy to become tighter. Kala, on the other hand, takes everything as a joke, and Ruben has to explain to him the seriousness of the situation. However, Kala reminds Ruben that he was the one who told the young prodigy to stop laying low and assert his powers. So Kala doesn't intend on hiding from the Abyss Alliance. In fact, he wants to use the relic card before the Alliance can even get to him. Ruben realizes that he is speaking to the character with the most plot armor, so he decides not to say anything. Instead, Ruben wishes Kala luck and then leaves the forest. Meanwhile, Kala decides to use the relic card right then and there. As soon as Kala uses the relic card, a bright light blinds him, and he instantly gets teleported to some weird gothic mansion. A scary-looking gargoyle welcomes Kala to the trial. Hearing the strange voice makes Kala panic because he hasn't noticed the giant gargoyle right behind. All Kala needs to do is turn around, but he is too stupid to do that. Instead, the gargoyle rushes forward to attack Kala, and the boy barely dodges the attack. All of a sudden, atop the grand staircase, a thick baddie woman appears and introduces herself as Naga. She explains to Kala that he needs to complete 3 trials in this strange realm. Otherwise, he will be trapped within the mansion, serving as Naga's puppet for the rest of eternity. The first trial has already commenced, and Kala must defeat a bunch of gargoyles. As soon as the monsters are about to attack, Kala receives a notification letting him know that he can earn beast points from this fight, so he gets even more excited. As usual, Millie is the one who delivers the lethal blows to the monsters. With just one punch, she manages to destroy all of them. But these gargoyles are special. As soon as they shatter, the small pieces turn into smaller gargoyles, and all of them start attacking Millie. So Kala has to ask Nine to use her flames to destroy the smaller gargoyles for good. At first, Millie thinks she's going to get burned as well, but Nina's flames don't harm her at all. Naga then praises Kala and his beast girls, but she also reveals that the first trial is not over. Using her dark powers, Naga summons all of the past heroes and adventurers who failed the trial and ended up as puppets within this realm. Kala is disgusted to see all of these poor souls being forced to fight, so is determined to set them free as Naga orders them to charge forward. The fight begins as Nina, Millie, and Kala all face their opponents. Nina's flames are rendered useless against the mage she is fighting. While Millie is also having a hard time fighting the swordsman, Kala is fighting against a knight, but he too is unable to deal any real damage. He swings around his sword trying to break through the knight's dark barrier, but the attempts are futile. Despite using grass sword art over and over again, the knight just puts up his barrier. Kala continues to exchange blows with the knight, hoping for an opening to appear. He uses his grass sword art one more time, but the attack is just a joke at this point. The knight keeps blocking everything, so Kala summons his wings and launches another powerful attack with his sword. This time, the impact of the attack breaks the knight's barrier, and Kala is able to defeat him with one hit. Meanwhile, Millie manages to land a hit on her opponent, pushing back the swordsman. She then punches him into oblivion and achieves a clear victory. Nina is also ramping up her powers against the mage. As an ancient fiend, she summons powerful flames to completely overpower her opponent. The flames clash against the mage's magic, but Nina's powers are just a lot more intense, and she secures a victory. With the puppets taken care of, Kala is hoping to move on to the next round, but more of those stupid gargoyles have appeared around them. Frustrated and tired of this shit, Kala uses his powers to strike down the gargoyles all at once. Millie and Nina cheer on as faithful groupies while Kala destroys all of the gargoyles. Surely this should have been the end, but then Kala senses another looming danger. Giant poisonous dragonflies and spiders have started to emerge from a magic circle. These creatures are large in number and a complete pain to deal with. Even though Millie and Nina are ready to fight these monsters, Kala decides to handle the insects on his own. He uses his remaining strength to summon a bunch of poisonous thorns which immediately eradicate all of the bugs in the area. Millie and Nina can't believe that their master is so strong. The girls then wonder if the old hag Naga is going to let them move on to the next round. But when Naga hears them calling her an old hag, she crashes out and reveals her secret weapon. Naga summons a small poisonous spider that looks less like a monster and more like a toy. Even though the creature looks weak, Kala knows not to underestimate anything. Millie and Nina quickly jump forward to kill the small bug, but they just can't catch the damn thing. The bug jumps around, hopping on the bodies of the other poisonous bugs and getting bigger at the same time. Kala then realizes that this small spider is eating parts of the dead bugs in order to get bigger. Ultimately, the small spider turns into a gigantic beast that overshadows everything. Once again, Millie and Nina decide to take care of the monster, but the spider pews out a venom that slows down the girls. Kala gets worried and tries to help out his beast girls before they die. Kala uses the rest of his beast points to quickly detoxify Millie and Nina. Once the beast girls are free of the poison, they are ready to fight again, but Kala stops them. He orders the girls to go back to their beast space while he takes care of the stupid spider. This time, Kala summons Phoenix to help him out. The Thunderbird beast girl summons her lightning to subdue the spider, allowing Kala to move in for a kill. While trapped, the spider shoots venom towards Kala, which he barely dodges. With his wings deployed, Kala moves closer and closer to the spider. He finds the right opportunity and plants his sword deep within the spider's head, bringing its life to an end. The spider explodes, the first stage of the trial comes to an end, and Kala receives 5,000 beast points. He is also rewarded with a special skill which gives poison resistance to the user. Kala is happy with his loot since these types of skills are pretty rare. Naga then commends the boy for passing the first trial. However, there is another trial waiting right ahead, and Naga is looking forward to seeing how Kala is going to perform. Despite not knowing what dangers lie ahead, Kala heads forward with Phoenix. They enter a dark cave where a level 60 magic dragon is already lying in wait. Naga tells Kala that he needs to defeat her pet dragon for the second trial. Otherwise, he will end up becoming food for her oversized lizard. The magic dragon is all riled up and incredibly ferocious. Kala has to want Phoenix to dodge its attack. He is starting to get worried because the dragon really is quite powerful. It uses a special attack to push back Kala and then summons red wind that completely surrounds Kala. Phoenix quickly jumps in and uses her lightning to keep Kala safe and neutralize the dragon, but her powers can only do so much. Once the dragon is done throwing a tantrum, Kala moves in and tries to land a hit. But when his sword hits the dragon, Kala realizes how tough the monster's scales really are. Kala barely dodges another attack as Phoenix summons lightning to slow down the dragon. Kala then receives the chance to stab the dragon right in the eye, but this ends up backfiring. The dragon becomes even more angry and unleashes a fiery breath that will definitely kill Kala. As the fire moves closer, Kala realizes he got too cocky and messed up. Fortunately, Leah appears to protect her master. She uses a protective sword aura to keep the flames at bay. Leah sends the flames back towards the dragon, causing its remaining eye to explode as well. In its anger, the dragon releases several fiery rings that almost threaten to burn away Kala and Leah. Kala manages to get out just in time, but he is more surprised to see Leah outside of the sword. Leah explains that in her desperation to keep Kala safe, she detached herself from the sword. Now Leah is going to stay close to Kale, just like the other beast girls. Kala then decides to take care of the dragon once and for all, but Naga has other plans. Since her pet is now completely blind, Naga decides to cause the dragon to self-destruct, unleashing immense powers that can wipe out Kala and his beast girls. Kala braces for the attack by using the protective sword aura as a shield. The dragon implodes and Kala uses his shield to keep himself and his beast girls safe. Things are about to look dire, but the impact fades away and Kala's shield manages to survive. However, since Leah is still linked to the sword, she ended up taking a lot of the damage from the shield and now she's not looking too good. Kala gets worried and orders Phoenix to take Leah back to their beast space where she can heal and recover from her wounds. Kala is now pissed that Naga would pull such a dirty trick just to harm him. However, Naga is unfazed at all and she tells Kala to move on to the next trial if he still values his life. With immense anger, Kala moves towards the next trial stage, only this time the area looks like a fancy house with a delicious feast ready. Kala looks around in confusion but ends up getting spooked by someone unexpected. Samantha is somehow in this trial as well. She's glad to see Kala after getting trapped in this place for 2 months. Samantha tells Kala that she also found a relic card, but ended up getting stuck in the third trial. Kala is taken aback by seeing Samantha out of nowhere, but the whole situation just feels strange. Samantha leads Kala through the room acting completely different from her normal self. Kala's then shocked as Samantha plants herself on the bed and tells Kala to do the same. Out of nowhere, Samantha becomes incredibly thirsty and tells Kala that she only ever wanted to be with him. With Samantha on top of him now, Kala has no idea what to do. She keeps shoving her melons in his face and tells Kala to leave behind everything and stay in this realm. Kala knows that something is wrong, so he plays along, only for Samantha to pull out a knife. Kala grabs Samantha's hand and he quickly realizes that it was Naga all along. The cunning woman is impressed that Kala saw right through her act. Since Kala's proven himself to be worthy, Naga offers to give him anything as long as he stays in this realm. However, there's no way Kala's going to stay here no matter how hot Naga is. Instead, he pulls out his sword and uses it to strike down Naga right then and there. Naga releases her dark energy, turning the fancy room into the dark den that it really is. She finally reveals her true form as a giant half-snake. Naga then directs a powerful energy beam towards Kala, which he narrowly escapes. He continues to get attacked by the Serpent Girl, but Kala dodges all of her attacks with incredible swiftness. He is hoping to make Naga feel super sick until she is too weak to attack. Naga manages to track down Kala but fails miserably. Kala appears behind her and launches a barrage of punches to weaken the monster. He then uses lightning powers to electrify Naga, causing her great damage. Kala gives Naga one last chance to admit defeat and give up fighting. However, the stubborn monster reveals that she can heal infinitely, so no matter how much damage Kala can do, Naga will just keep healing herself. This means that Kala needs to kill Naga before she regenerates. This monster is proving to be more and more difficult. Naga then mocks Kala and wonders why he doesn't use his beast girls for the fight, although Kala mentions that he simply feels strong enough to defeat Naga on his own. In reality, Naga has realized that Kala is trying to protect his beast girls, since all of them have been fighting for a long time ever since entering the relic card. Naga actually feels jealous that the beast girls have a master like Kala who is willing to keep them safe. Kala tells Naga that she can stop being evil and leave this stupid place, but the way Naga reacts makes Kala believe that she might be under some contract. So Kala then asks the thick monster girl if she would leave the ruins behind if someone found a way to get her out. Although Naga likes the sound of that, she believes that no one is strong enough to actually pass the trial. Plus, even though Kyle is confident that he will win, Naga reveals that if the trial is cleared, then she will burn in hellfire. So Naga has no choice but to use full force to kill Kyle. She thrashes her tail around, destroying everything in her path. Although Kala makes it out alive, he is terrified of Naga's strength. All of a sudden, the beast base opens up and all of the beast girls come out. They want to give Kala their remaining strength to help him defeat Naga once and for all. Kala accepts the help and allows their energy to flow through him. He then unleashes a powerful grass sword art skill, destroying everything in his path. As Kale unleashes his sword art skill, Naga also directs a powerful beam towards him. The two powers are about to collide with each, but Kale has more support. Naga notices all of the beast girls giving Kale their strength and she starts to feel bad. So instead of letting Kale die, Naga decides to withdraw her own powers and let Kale kill her. But you see, at the last moment, Kale realizes what's going on and he directs his powers away from Naga. Once the dust is settled, Naga wants to know why Kale didn't just kill her when he had the chance. Kale himself wants to know why Naga just decided to take the hit. Since there is no reason to continue fighting, Naga reveals that she is tired of being trapped within this relic card. In fact, Naga is also an ancient beast who was trapped within the relic card after stumbling upon it almost 1,000 years ago. Since then, Naga realized that every time a challenger enters the card, it consumes energy from the card itself. Ultimately, the card will be depleted of energy, and everything within it will be destroyed. Naga also reveals that she tried to leave this realm, but this place is now her prison, forcing her to stay. So with no hope of escape, Naga decides it would be best to just die. Hearing this makes Kale feel bad and he decides to form a contract with Naga in order to free her. Finally, Naga's dream of being a slave to some random kid is finally coming true. But with Kale's current strength, there's no way that Naga can actually leave the relic card. So Kale promises to get stronger and come back to free Naga from her hell. With this matter settled, Naga declares that Kale has cleared the relic card's Hellgrip trials. As a reward, he is given a Tier 2 relic card which unlocks the second phase of the Hellgrip trials. Naga also gives Kale a bunch of powerful Heaven-Earth Origin Stones that can help all 4 of the Beast Girls. She wants to give these gems to Kale as a sign of her friendship. Kale gladly accepts all of the rewards, but then he receives the greatest reward of them all, a kiss from Naga. The rest of the Beast Girls become insanely jealous, but there's nothing they can do about it. Kale and everyone else is about to get teleported out of the relic. As they leave, Naga reminds Kale of his promise and decides to wait for him. Soon enough, Kale and the Beast Girls arrive back at the academy. The entire experience in the relic card feels like a dream to Kale. However, his Beast Girls are still mad at him for letting another woman touch him like that. Kale tells the Beast Girls to let go of their stupid whining and to quickly use the gems. Kale immediately uses the Origin Stones to make the Beast Girls more powerful. Each one of the beasts receives a massive boost in their powers and level. They feel great after getting the upgrade. Kale himself also feels much stronger and he realizes that the stones made him more powerful as well. With the insane trials done, Kale orders his Beast Girls to head back to their beast space and rest. But Millie refuses to leave because she is still feeling salty about Naga's kiss. The Beast Girls all turn into little children, whining that Kale doesn't spend time with them at all. Kale has no idea what to do with himself as all these thick mommies circle around him, trying to get as close to him as possible. Some students from the academy also pass by and they can't believe that Kale is being groped by 4 hot baddies. Some of the Beast Girls end up fighting with each other, so Kale has to push them away before things can get too heated. In the end, Kale spends the entire night with his Beast Girls. He wakes up in the morning to the sound of his phone ringing. Apparently something surprising is going on at the academy and Kale has to check it out. So Kale rushes to his class, which he is incredibly late for. When he enters, a red-haired woman with huge fun bags is teaching the class instead of George. Her name is Moina Carlton and she will be the new teacher for the class. Apparently George had to go on a mission, so Moina took over his job. Before leaving, George did warn Moina about some of the problem students and now she has met the example himself. Kale tries to give a lame excuse for his tardiness, but Moina shuts him down. She tells him to just take a seat so that she can begin her lecture. Avery can't believe that Moina managed to shut down Kale so easily. Moina then gives her lesson and mentions how there are some professions that perfectly counter other professions. When Avery asks for an example, Moina mentions that her own profession is that of a melee mage and she can easily counter most support professions. But then the hot teacher mentions how the useless beast tamer profession is the one job that is a piece of cake for her. Porter hearing this makes Avery start yapping in class and he loudly tells Moina that Kale is a beast tamer. He practically forces the teacher to demonstrate her point, and even the rest of the students start demanding a match between Kale and Moina. Moina decides it would be best to use Kale to assert her own dominance and show the class how powerful she is. But Kale won't let some random teacher make a fool out of him, so both of them agree to the match and face each other on the training grounds. Moina starts off the battle by igniting her sword with magic flames. He jumps towards Kale with her sword raised, but as usual, Kale dodges the attack. He then summons Nina to show Moina what real flames are. Nina immediately absorbs Moina's flame, rendering her sword useless. So the teacher decides to summon ice powers in order to counter Kale and his beast. She runs towards him under the delusion that Kale will be weaker in close-range combat. But then Kale pulls out his own sword with a smug face and meets the teacher head-on. The student and teacher clash blades and Moina realizes that Kale is just really strong overall. Kale has been dodging all of Moina's attacks so far, so now it's his turn to turn the tables. He launches a powerful attack, causing Moina to immediately lose her weapon. The blade shatters and the rest of the students all cheer on as Kale comes out as the clear winner. Moina can't believe that a mere beast tamer is so strong. She wonders if perhaps Kale has a dual profession. However, Kale makes it clear that he doesn't have 2 professions. He simply tries to be as powerful as possible. Even though Moina believes that professions can counter each other, Kale thinks that as long as you have the strength, you can break free from the mold of the profession counters. Moina likes this attitude and she urges the entire class to learn from Kale. She then ends the class for the day as the students celebrate Kale's victory. Moina then takes the opportunity to ask Kale something important. She wants him to join the Academy's upcoming tournament. After all of the tournaments already held, Kale had no idea that there was going to be another one. Moina explains that the tournament is a way for different academies to clash against each other. And since she is leading the team, Moina wants Kale to join as well. Since Kale is being asked to join the tournament by such a hot teacher, there is no way he is going to refuse. However, he does have one condition. Kale wants her original Night Watch squad to join the tournament as well, even though most of them are dead weight. Moina tells Kale that he can pick stronger students, but Kale wants to use this opportunity to make his team stronger. So Moina accepts this condition, and after 3 days, all of them head over to the venue for the tournament. The place is actually quite lively and bustling with all manner of activities. Moina explains that the tournament is a pretty big deal and people usually buy tickets to watch this shit show. There are also vendors and businesses, making the entire venue really busy. Kale then notices a few strange-looking people, and he asks Moina what's the deal with them. Moina explains that people from the Mercenary Association, a major conglomerate and an assassin organization also attend the tournament in search of fresh meat. Hearing this makes Kale feel a bit excited. He had no idea that the tournament was going to be so popular and he wonders who the previous winners were. All of a sudden, Kale hears a commotion. He turns around and finds that some girl has slapped Avery. The girl and her teammates accuse Avery of groping them and being a complete creep. Tanit and Vivian try to defend Avery, but the other girls are adamant that he is the one who groped one of their members. Moina arrives on the scene demanding to know what's going on. The girls reveal that some fat guy groped her sister, and since Avery is the only fat person here, he must have done it. Kale can't believe that the girls would throw an accusation like that without any evidence. So he demands to see the security footage, and if Avery is proven innocent, then Kale wants the girl to apologize. However, things only become even more intense when Melvin and Denham show up. The girl accusing Avery runs towards those 2 bozos and demands them to stand up for her. Kale is actually shocked to learn that Melvin and Denham are the previous champions of the tournament. He can't believe these pathetic losers are considered victors. In turn, Melvin and Denham try to defend themselves. They blame the unrealistic environment of the Phantom Trial for their previous loss against Kale. This time, both of the losers promise to take down Kale no matter what. The girl complaining about Avery can't believe that Melvin and Denham just left her. Soon enough, the first round of the tournament is also announced, and all the participants are asked to enter the main arena. As the annoying girls leave, they promise to teach Kale and Avery a lesson. Meanwhile, Kale himself can't believe that he has already made an enemy and the tournament hasn't even started. As the girls leave, Avery wonders what the announcement is talking about. Moina can't believe that the fatty didn't read the rules. Apparently, the tournament is divided into two parts. The first phase is an audition where all the students will take part in a battle royale with no rules at all. This phase will last for an hour, and all of the contestants left standing will move to the next round. In the second round, the contestants will engage in a one-on-one duel, and the last person standing will be the winner of the tournament. With the rules explained, Avery and the others head over to the arena for the first phase. Everyone is gathered. Anticipation is high, and no one has any idea what to expect. The round then begins, and all of the contestants just attack each other like wild animals. Avery and Tina charge towards their opponents while Vivian provides them with support. The two fighters actually manage to push back their opponents, and Kale is also impressed by their abilities. He believes this battle royale will be a good opportunity for the rest of his team to grow stronger. Just then, some guy tries to attack Kale but fails miserably. Kale just kicks him away while enjoying the show. Meanwhile, the girls who accused Avery of being a creep finally notice him and decide to enact their revenge. They pounce on Avery, hoping to teach him a lesson. However, instead of fighting back, Avery just dodges the attacks while trying to explain himself. One of the girls uses her chain to bring down Avery, her attacks becoming more and more vicious. Talpina then tells Avery to just fight back, but then the girl with the chain turns on her. She almost hurts Tina with the chain, only for Kale to intervene. At this point, all of the girls are convinced that Avery did something wrong, and since Kale is defending him, then he must be a creep too. With this logic, the girl directs her chain towards Kale, but the attack is blocked by Avery himself, and he uses his sword to break the chain. Even though Avery wanted to clear the misunderstanding, he can see that the girls have now resorted to hurting his teammates. So the fatty decides he has no choice but to use violence against the girls. The girls can't believe that a fatty like Avery would actually dare to fight back, so they decide to use their ultimate move to bring him down. All of the girls use chains to create a massive web that crashes right on top of Avery, but the fatty dodges just in the nick of time. However, now that Avery has lost his balance, he gets caught up by the chains quite easily. Not only is Avery's sword in the grip of the chains, but one by one, all of his limbs are chained up as well. With the girls surrounding him on all sides, Avery is unable to move as the chains become tighter around his arms and legs. The girls decide to tear Avery to shreds. As the fatty continues to struggle, Tina and Vivian are on the verge of doing something to help, but Kale stops them. He tells them to notice the look on Avery's face. Clearly, he is planning something. All of a sudden, Avery breaks away the chains with an intense force that pushes the girls violently back. With Avery free, the girls decide to move in for another attack. However, this time Avery is determined to show everyone the true strength of a fatty. He uses his weight to let out a shockwave that sends all of the girls flying into the air. At this point, the other participants are watching this show as well, and they almost feel sorry for the girls. Then people hear one guy talking about how the girls deserve to be beaten up for making such a big fuss about a simple touch on the thigh. Kale and the others realize that the creep who groped one of the girls is actually here. Now that he has exposed himself, Kale throws the guy towards the girls and they instantly recognize him as the pervert. Just then, Moiner arrives as well with the surveillance footage, and the girls realize that they just accused an innocent man. The girl who blamed Avery quickly apologizes to him, but the fatty lets go of the matter with a good attitude. Determined to continue the fight now that the drama is over, Avery and Kale are about to head off but get stopped by a strange little girl. The cute little girl turns out to be a monster who unleashes a mental attack just by screaming. Avery, Tina, and Vivian have a hard time standing straight while under the influence of the mental attack. So Kale orders Phoenix to use her lightning powers to give the little girl a taste of her own medicine. The girl becomes frightened by the lightning and she stops her mental attack, allowing Avery and the others to recover. Tina and Avery then charge forward towards the little girl, while Vivian gives them a boost. However, the little girl orders one of her own teammates to protect her. Just as Avery and Tina get close, a shield props up, stopping them from harming the little girl. With their weapons in hand, they try to break the shield, but then the massive energy wall regenerates, pushing back Avery and Tina. The little girl then orders her other teammates to launch a powerful attack towards the two losers trying to harm. The attack hits the fatty and Tina, and they become too weak to even hold their weapons. The girl then uses another mental attack to get the job done, but Kale decides to intervene. He orders Phoenix to strike down lightning on the girl and the rest of her team. Despite getting brutally neutralized, the little girl orders her minions to quickly heal her up. Kale realizes that the girl must have done something to her teammates to turn them into mindless lackeys. As the girl restores her health, she then demands another shield as Kale decides to charge forward with his sword ready. The girl is having a hard time keeping up, and Kale is also ramping up the intensity. He tells Tina and Avery to attack the girl from the side while Vivian is ordered to give everyone an attack speed boost. With the help of Kale, Avery and Tina charge right towards the girl despite her shield. Together, the three of them launch a joint attack in order to break the shield and subdue the strange little girl. Even though the girl is starting to get worried about her safety, she still assumes an annoying attitude, ordering around her puppets to keep her safe. Tired of this stupid fight, Kale uses more of his powers to break the shield with his sword. The shield instantly falls apart and the girl is left completely exposed. However, the fight is not over as Kale deals with the brainless minions. They try to protect the girl even at the cost of their own lives. So Kale has no choice but to use his strength to inflict a serious wound on these puppets, causing them to bleed. With her minions injured, the little girl decides to use the entire arena against Kale. She summons her powers and manipulates every single contestant, drawing their attention towards Kale. All of a sudden, everyone drops what they're doing and charges towards Kale. At this rate, the battle royale has turned into something else entirely, so Kale decides that it would be best to bring this phase to an end. He summons his wings and flies into the air, using his sword to gather enough power to launch a powerful grass sword art attack towards the vicious group of people. The arena gets destroyed and the people scatter all over the place. Even the little girl falls to the ground with a hard thud. Everyone comes out of their hypnosis, and the 3 minions the girl was using as her human shields decide to exact their revenge. They surround the girl, threatening to report her to the committee for violating the rules and using such a dirty trick. Now that the tables have turned, the girl starts whining like an annoying brat and begs the others not to report her. The audition phase comes to a close and everyone has Kale to thank for that. A lot of people manage to survive the battle royale simply because Kale ended things early. Kale's team then advances to the second round where they defeat team after team. At this point, people are so scared of Kale that some teams just forfeit the entire fight. So just like that, Kale and the others manage to reach the final round, and their opponent is going to be the Dragon Tiger Squad. Moiner explained to Kale that the Dragon Squad are a group of fighters who participate in competitions just to earn the prize money. The leader of the squad is a guy called Patrick, who uses lightning, and the rest of his team includes a warrior, an earth mage, and a healer. Now, Kale and the others face off against Patrick and his team. Patrick tells Kale that his weak teammates are really bringing him down, which makes Avery really angry. Kale then has to hold off his fat friend while he insults Patrick for being just a scammer. Hearing this makes the warrior Klein lash out. He uses his ball and chain to attack Kale but gets blocked by Tina instead. Tina and Klein then engage in a battle as the rest of the members also begin their fights. Patrick chooses to challenge Kale himself. This should be a pretty easy match for Kale since he can just summon Phoenix to deal with the guy. The Beast Girl uses her lightning to strike down Patrick. His weaker attacks do no damage and Patrick watches helpless as Phoenix's lightning almost burns him to a crisp. Before their leader can get obliterated, the Earth Mage erects a shield, blocking the attack for Patrick. Avery then turns his attention towards the Hot Mage and attacks her with his sword. He actually manages to land a hit, but the wound instantly gets healed by the healer Sophie. Avery realizes that fighting the mage is going to be pretty difficult with a healer also present. Patrick tries to act arrogant and cocky in order to intimidate Kale, not knowing that he is the 1000th random NPC that Kale will be defeating pretty soon. However, instead of defeating him, Patrick wants Kale to join his team. He believes that together they can win so many more competitions and earn so much money. However, Kale gives Patrick a reality check by making him check just what his teammates are going through. Not only has Tina and Vivian managed to take down the warrior Klein, but even the fatty Avery managed to defeat the Earth Mage and the healer. With Kale's team coming out on top, Patrick feels really embarrassed by this loss. But then all of a sudden, the Earth Mage decides to use her remaining strength to give Patrick one final power up. The extra strength allows Patrick to gain a whole ass new armor that looks like it's made out of plastic. And the Earth Mage ends up collapsing after using her remaining strength. With his newfound powers, Patrick summons lightning to himself, which he can barely control. He then directs the attack towards Kale and the others, who barely dodge in time. Patrick then summons another powerful attack, and this time things are starting to look grim. Avery, Tina, and Vivian are not sure if they can safely run away from this attack. So Kale has no choice but to try something. He summons Nina and orders her to fuse her flames with Phoenix's lightning. At first, the Beast Girls have no idea how to achieve this, but they try nonetheless. As the girls fuse their powers, the flames and the lightning merge, creating a golden light. From the light, a powerful spear emerges, which is known as the Rushing Thunder. With this spear in hand, Kale braces himself as Patrick hits him with another one of his massive attacks. At the same time, Kale throws the spear towards Patrick, causing a massive impact. Patrick is then violently pushed back and his special armor is destroyed as well. Kale then towers over the arrogant leader and tells him that the match has reached its end. Patrick's teammates quickly rush towards him as he lays on the ground motionless, while the rest of the arena celebrates as Kale's team is declared the winners of the team competitions. Everyone in the arena starts cheering on the Night Watch team as Kale basks in the glory. The team is then rewarded with a special Heaven Formation skill that is considered incredibly rare and powerful. Vivian explains that this sort of skill applies to the entire team and gives each member an insane power-up based on their profession. Excited to earn this reward, Kale can't wait to use the skill as quickly as possible. However, Moina arrives on the scene as well, and it's clear that this is her first taste of victory. The teacher doesn't shy away from hugging Kale in front of everyone. She decides to take her students out for a meal and drinks to celebrate their victory. Even though Avery is too tired to do any real partying, Kale motivates him to get into the spirit of the celebration. Everyone is excited to finally relax and enjoy a special evening. Later in the night, Moina and the girls drink as much as they want while Avery tries to sing at the karaoke. Moina no longer cares that she is with her students. She just wants to get as drunk as possible. However, Kale is missing and Moina wonders where her star pupil went off to. All of a sudden the room goes dark and Kale appears with a Kale. Today is actually Moina's birthday and he wanted to do something nice for his teacher. Kale explains that he saw Moina's information and figured out that today was her birthday. Moina tears up as her students celebrate her birthday. She can't believe she got so lucky with such nice students. But Tina and Vivian mention that Kale should have told them sooner so that they could have prepared a gift for Moina as well. However, winning the team competition is more than enough for Moina and she simply wants to enjoy the rest of the evening with the Night Watch squad. The following day, the tournament continues with the one-on-one duels. Despite being drunk, as long as no one has to go against Kale, things should be fine. In fact, there are so many people that Kale doubts he will have to go against his own teammates. But then the first round begins and Kale's opponent turns out to be Avery. Since Kale knows that Avery has gotten pretty strong, he simply wants to have a nice clean fight where they go all out and have a good time. However, Avery starts acting cocking, which pisses off Kale, and he decides to use Millie to teach Fatty a lesson. Millie moves forward to teach Avery a lesson, but Kale stops her. He wants the ant girl to go a little easy on the Fatty so that he doesn't feel too bad. While Kale and Millie are discussing the battle, Avery leaps into the air with his sword, ready to take down both of them. But then Millie blocks the attack with a single hand. Avery continues to attack her, but after 10 moves, the ant girl moves back. She then uses her immense strength to punch Avery in the gut, flinging him into the air. Avery gives up on the fight as Kale tells Millie that she still went a little too far. Kale is declared the winner and then the next round commences. Surprisingly, Kale's next opponent happens to be Vivian. Ignoring it as a coincidence, Kale encourages Vivian to use everything that she's got, so she decides to use her special technique to subdue Kale completely. Rings appear around Kale's arms and legs and he can no longer move. In fact, Kale's energy is getting drained as well. Vivian then uses invisibility to teleport behind Kale, hoping to launch a sneak attack, but the attempt fails. Kale grabs Vivian's hands before she can even land a hit and she is forced to give up as well. Despite Vivian's growth, Kale is the clear winner of this round. Unfortunately, Kale becomes even more suspicious when his next opponent is also his own teammate Tina. To this point, it feels like someone is deliberately trying to match up Kale with his own squad. Tina pulls out her spear and tells Kale not to go easy on her. Since Tina has always been serious about her strength, Kale decides to bring out his own sword and use his real strength. Tina and Kale then clash against each other, creating a showdown that leaves the entire arena excited. Kale is actually impressed that Tina managed to survive 10 rounds against him, but the girl is only getting started. Kale senses an increase in power as Tina unleashes her berserk mode. The fight between Tina and Kale continues as the girl triggers her berserk powers. Kale barely dodges an attack from Tina's spear and he realizes he needs to switch things up. So Kale immediately teleports behind Tina, hoping to gain the upper hand, only for Tina to turn back and launch a counterattack with her spear. Kale is pushed back and he realizes that Tina's really has grown quite a lot, but he needs to bring this fight to a close. He uses his sword to direct a powerful strike towards Tina as she also charges forward with her spear. Unfortunately, Tina is overwhelmed by Kale's powers and she loses her balance. However, despite wavering, Tina still holds on and aims her spear towards Kale once more. Seeing that Tina won't back down anytime soon, Kale deploys his wings and rushes towards Tina with another insane attack. The girl also summons her own powers to aim directly towards Kale. Both of the attacks create a huge impact which completely blows over the audience. Once the dust settles, Kale emerges with Tina in his arms. He's declared as the winner of this round as well. But before Tina returns back to the rest of the team, Kale lets her know that she is one of the strongest warriors he has fought in a long while. But as the next round begins, everyone is shocked to hear that Kale's opponent is going to be Denham himself. Just like a fool, Denham admits that it was fun for him to see Kale slaughter his teammates one by one. Kale realizes that this cheap-ass mage was the one who forced Kale to go against Avery and the others back-to-back. When Denham gets furious that Kale learned the truth, he starts summoning his wind magic in the hopes of killing Kale so that no one can learn the truth about Denham rigging the matches. Denham uses his wind magic to overpower Kale, but he is no match for the lightning powers summoned by the prodigy. Out of anger, Denham tries attacking Kale once more, but his attacks feel pretty useless, and now the rest of the arena is cheering on Kale as well. So Denham gets even more pissed off, and he uses his wind magic to pull a dirty trick. Denham uses his powers to summon the weapons of every single person in the arena. Imbued with magic, the weapons fly right towards Kale as Denham manipulates them. As with hundreds of swords aimed directly at him, Kale has a hard time dodging all of them. So he summons Nina and orders her to use her powerful flames to burn down the weapons. Nina does exactly what she's told and creates a fiery tornado that destroys the swords and sends some of them flying towards Denham himself. The mage freaks out that his plan didn't work, but he still refuses to admit defeat. Denham then tells Kale to look around because he somehow managed to erect a wind wall around the entire arena. Now Denham can safely use his forbidden scroll in order to take down Kale, no matter what. Using a scroll is strictly illegal during the tournament, and Kale can't believe that Denham would risk getting permanently banned just for some petty revenge. However, ever since Denham was defeated during the Phantom Realm trial, he lost his status as a genius and has been harboring hatred towards Kale, so the stupid mage took out a loan in order to buy the Forbidden Scroll. Denham even admits that he is now in debt, but he placed bets on himself for this fight, thinking that he will definitely win. Hearing this deranged plan makes Kale realize he's dealing with a psycho. He can only watch as Denham uses the scroll and summons a powerful firebird. Nina moves forward to deal with the bird, but for the first time her powers are just not enough, and Kale starts to get worried about the outcome of the match. The illegal firebird is starting to ramp up its powers and Nina can no longer keep up. She tries to attack the fire monster but fails completely as she falls to the ground beaten and bruised. Kale is now even more worried. His beast girl is down and the firebird is just going out of control. Even Denham is acting completely crazy, praying that Kale will be burned to a crisp. The fire rages on and it becomes so intense that it obliterates the entire wind wall. Now the rest of the arena can witness the insane firebird as well, and all of them have no idea what to make of the giant bird. Now Moina, who is also present in the crowd, recognizes the bird as the Golden Crow. She springs into action because the Golden Crow can burn everyone and everything within the arena. The crowd is starting to get stressed out, and Kale has no idea how to control the situation. He then receives a notification from the system letting him know that as the ancient Phoenix Fiend, Nina has the ability to be reborn through the flames. So she basically needs to die in order to unlock her true potential. Kale then asks Nina to charge towards the Golden Crow and do whatever it takes to bring it down. Denham makes fun of Kale for purposefully sending one of his beasts into the line of fire. However, as a brainless fangirl, Nina has no problems with risking her life for Kale's sorry ass. Nina then flies into the air and merges with the Golden Crow. A huge explosion turns the sky completely bright, and then finally, everything settles. Moina arrives at the arena to find Kale still standing. With him, Nina is also alive and well, but now she has fancy-looking wings. As expected, Nina was reborn through the flames, and now she's a lot stronger. There is also no sign of Denham anywhere, so the crowd freaks out when they realize just how strong Kale really is. The tournament announcer declares Kale as the winner, but he also mentions that Denham was found rigging the matches and using a forbidden scroll. But since the pathetic mage has already been defeated, there's not much the committee can do now. With Denham now dead and gone, Kyle is on the verge of becoming the champion of the tournament. However, Melvin arrives on the scene as well, and when he takes a look at the destruction, his attitude completely changes. Melvin reveals his true colors as a pathetic coward, who is really scared of Kale. He bows down and apologizes to Kale and decides to forfeit the fight. The arena realizes that Kale really is some sort of an all-powerful genius beast tamer. As the winner, Kale gets to go to the treasure pavilion with his team and choose his own reward. So Kale and the rest of his team head over to the pavilion where they marvel at all of the treasures. This place is huge and full of valuable skill books and weapons. Moina tells Kale that he picks one skill and one weapon. But since Kale is already pretty loaded, he decides to let the others pick out anything that they might need. Avery decides not to pick anything since he is satisfied with his weapon. Vivian, on the other hand, finds an energy skill book that can be pretty useful for her abilities. And Tina decides to pick out a powerful spear that is perfect for her combat style. So Kale happily lets the two girls choose these treasures so that they can become stronger in the future. Later on, with the tournament over, Moina decides it is time for the students to head back to the academy. But then the head of a mercenary group stops Kale and invites him to join their group. The guy has a briefcase full of money which he is hoping is going to make Kale eager to accept the offer. But then a little dwarf comes out of nowhere and pulls the guy away. The dwarf head believes that Kale will be the perfect addition to their group instead. While the dwarf and the Vincent family guy fight with each other, Moina excitedly tells Kale that the dwarves are known to have divine weapons, but that's not really a big deal for Kale. Just then, the queen mommy elf arrives and she plants her melons in Kale's face, hoping to seduce the young boy and make him join the elves. However, the three heads end up fighting amongst themselves, and Kale is left feeling really disgusted. He just wants to leave and head back to the academy. So Moina encourages her students to just make a run for it. The following day, Moina glazed Kale in front of everyone for winning the tournament. She then tells Kale to come up and give a speech, but he is nowhere to be found. Avery tells Moina that Kale is actually skipping class, which passes her off. Meanwhile, Kale is actually with a domain known as the Death Tomb. He needs to complete another advancement quest by killing a bunch of monsters. The Death Tomb is pretty creepy, but Kale gets even more scared when something grabs his leg from below. Kale is a little surprised to find a bunch of weak zombies in this domain. He needs to kill these creatures and then collect a number of fire beads, so naturally, Kale summons Millie to plow her way through the horde of zombies. As usual, Millie punches the zombies to oblivion, killing every monster in sight. However, Kale notices that the monsters only drop a few spirit beads. Something does not feel right, and Kale looks around for some sort of a clue. All of a sudden, from within a chest, a blue monster appears. This guy is actually a great calamity, and he's insanely powerful. But Millie is arrogant enough to think she has a fair chance, so she charges forward with a punch ready. As soon as the ant girl moves closer, the Calamity pushes her back with immense force. She then moves forward once more, hoping to land a hit, but at the same time the blue monster opens his mouth and unleashes a beam of dark energy. Kale tries to tell Millie to get out of the way, but it's too late. Millie gets hit by the attack and she starts feeling really sick. So Kale summons Nina and orders her to use her flames. Nina directs her powers towards the Calamity, trying to burn down the monster. At first it looks like the flames worked and Nina shifts her focus on Millie, but then the Calamity sends a giant skull head towards the Beast Girls. Kale scoops in and destroys the skull with his sword, but things are starting to look dire in this domain. Despite the Calamity being a complete pain in the ass, Kale rushes forward with his sword and activates his skill to destroy the monster once and for all. He manages to strike down his opponent, bringing the fight to an end. Kale then ends up getting the required spirit beads to complete the advancement quest. With another quest done, Kale heads back to the real world and thinks about how mad Moina is going to be because he skipped her class. However, while Kale is looking out towards the sea, he hears a cry of help. Surprisingly, Bailey is struggling in the water as a sea monster chases her. Kale intervenes, cuts down the monster, and saves Bailey. As he picks her up, Kale actually notices just how thick Bailey's fun bags really are, and he starts to feel lucky for being the hero. Once the two of them are safe on land, Belly explains that she was trying to complete her own advancement quest but failed miserably. She needs to defeat the devil rays in the water and collect their eyeballs. After hearing Belly, Kale proceeds to remove his own shirt, making the girl thirst for his abs. Kale explains that he will help out Belly complete her quest, so both of them wear their diving gear, and before heading into the sea, Kale even gives Belly a bracelet which will allow them to talk underwater. Told in nearby shore as they enter the water, Belly quickly alerts Kale to a devil ray coming up behind them. She tries to fire her arrows towards the monster, but the devil ray is not only fast but also cunning. Since Belly's arrows have a lot of water resistance, she is even more useless than usual, and none of her attacks actually hit their target. So Kale struts his stuff and uses his sword to kill the devil rays in close range. As he cuts down one of the monsters, an entire swarm appears out of nowhere. But this only makes Kale's job easier. He just uses another skill to kill all of the devil rays with sharp cuts and slices. Kale then tells Belly that she should go collect the eyeballs while there is still time. Belly moves forward to do just that, but ends up getting sucked into a whirlpool that appears at the bottom of the sea. Kale tells Belly to swim away, but she can't. Within the pool, there is another giant monster waiting to strike. This monster turns out to be a giant octopus that grabs onto Belly using its tentacles. Belly cries out for Kale to save her ass from the disgusting creature. Kale rushes forward and cuts down the tentacle. He then grabs onto Belly and together they swim away, but the monster octopus has started chasing them down. Kale rushes forward with his sword raised and decides to cut off all of the tentacles, but the octopus is resilient. It shoots ink towards Kale, catching him by surprise. Meanwhile, Belly realizes that they are running out of oxygen and at this rate things are looking bad. But Kale still wants to kill the monster, so he uses his strength to swing Belly towards the surface of the water. He then prepares his sword to end the octopus once and for all. Kale summons Leah, and together they confront the beast. The octopus uses a special move to create a weapon out of bonefish, but as the powerful weapon moves forward, it gets cut down by Kale's own blade. Kale then moves forward, but the octopus is now trying to run away from him. So Kale and Leah track down the giant beast and decide to go after it within the depths of the ocean. For deep under the water, Kale finds a huge number of ships that were definitely destroyed by the octopus monster. With the creature not cornered, all Kale has to do is use his sword art skill to obliterate the monster within seconds. Meanwhile, Belly surfaces on the water, but she is worried about Kale. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for Kale to arrive as well. Seeing him gives Belly a ton of relief because she really thought that Kale was going to be a goner. Kale then gives Belly the eyeballs she requires to complete her quest. He also gives her a skill book that was dropped by the octopus. The skill is related to frost arrows, which is perfect for Belly, but she feels bad accepting it. Kale did all the work, and Belly wants him to keep the rewards. However, Kale insists on giving the book to Belly, and she has no choice but to accept. Belly happily accepts the skill book because Kale has realized that right now he really needs to find a water-type beast to improve his underwater fighting abilities. So the skill book is useless for him, and Belly would benefit a lot more. Kale then tells Belly to use the skill so that he can see how powerful it is. Belly summons a powerful new bow and fires a frost arrow that freezes the sea itself. Belly starts jumping up and down out of excitement, but Kale is only focused on her melons, and he continues to enjoy the sight. The following day, Belly tells Kale that she has officially passed the 4th class quest. Kale also reveals that his own class has now reached the 5th level. Just then, Moina arrives and demands to know where the hell Kale was during her class. Belly takes the blame and tells Moina in a convoluted way that Kale and her were on the beach and got wet. Moina immediately thinks that Kale and Moina were making out, and she accuses her students of being a degenerate couple. However, seeing Kale and Belly freak out makes Moina drop the act. She was only teasing the students. In fact, Moina heard that Kale helped out Belly pass her 4th class quest. Kale explains everything, and after learning what happened, Moina promises to find a water-type beast for Kale. Just then, Avery, Tina, and Vivian also arrive. They have to complete their own advancement quests, and they are hoping that Kale will help them out as well. Kale and his team head over to the advancement quest area to accept their respective quests. All of them are fired up because the entire building is buzzing with the news of Kale's arrival. After everything that he has done, Kale is now a household name, and people have similar expectations for his teammates as well. Avery gets a little too excited and starts acting cocky, which makes Tina quickly shut him down. If everyone then accepts their advancement quest, and Kale has already decided that they should go through each quest as a team. This plan will take a lot longer, and people now have expectations from Kale's teammates as well. So Avery decides that he will complete his quest on his own strength. Tina also wants to use her own powers and complete her quest without any help. Even though Vivian would have loved some support, seeing that the others are so confident in her skill makes her declare that she will do her quest alone as well. However, Kale can tell that as a support profession, Vivian is now cut out for a solo battle, so he creates another plan. Kale decides to closely watch Vivian and make sure that she comes out of the quest alive. Vivian actually manages to take care of the initial wave of monsters, but now she needs to find the Spider Queen and take out its core. So she decides to use the bodies of the dead spiders as bait in order to lure out the Spider Queen. She then crouches in a corner and imitates the sound of the spiders to attract the queen. However, Vivian ends up underestimating just how powerful the Spider Queen really is. The giant monster ambushes Vivian and then almost crushes her before the girl moves out of the way. Vivian realizes she needs to get out of the Spider Queen's attack range and then figure out some other way to beast this ugly-ass beast. Vivian can barely stay on top of a tree branch as the Spider Queen shoots her poisonous webs towards her. She falls to the ground and tries to make another escape, but the spider has surrounded Vivian with her webs. Vivian tries to break free as the spider's web tightens around her body. She has no choice but to stare down the Spider Queen's ugly mouth as the monster prepares for a feast. But then Kale jumps in and cuts off the web before Vivian gets eaten. Glad to see her savior there, Vivian watches as Kale summons Millie to take down the Spider Queen. The Ant Girl dodges the barrage of webs and moves closer to deliver a fatal blow. But the Spider Queen ends up trapping Millie within her web as well. The poison works fast and Millie starts to feel really dizzy. Kale is then forced to use his Phoenix Flame skill to purify the venom and free Millie from the spider's grasp. Yahello, as soon as the Beast Girl is free, she charges towards the Spider Queen once more with insane rage. Millie punches the oversized bug to oblivion and returns to her master. Vivian is still under the effects of the poison, so Kale uses his poison resistance skill to purify her body. As Vivian slowly gains her strength, she quickly alerts Kale to watch out because the Spider Queen is back. Only this time, Vivian uses her own skill to subdue the giant monster and bring it down for good. In its last-ditch effort to fight, the spider shoots out another web aimed directly for Kale and Vivian. The spider's web is about to hit them, but Vivian and Kale move out of the way just in time. Kale praises Vivian for her fast thinking, even though she is still too shy to accept any compliments. Later on, all of the teammates reunite after completing their advancement quests. Avery complains that his quest was too hard, but he and Tina are more curious to know how Vivian defeated the boss in her quest. At first, Vivian is about to admit that Kale is the one who helped her. But then Kale himself gives all the credit to Vivian so that her pride isn't bruised and the others don't make fun of her. The following day, Moina is forced to have a class at the beach to teach the students about underwater combat. But the class has turned more into a vacation. Avery is having the time of his life hanging around girls in swimsuits. Kale, on the other hand, is not present because Moina recently gave him a special water-type beast. Since Kale can gain a new beast, Moina felt like the Yingyu fish she found in an ancient cave feels like the perfect fit. Telling Avery then asks Moina where Kale is, but she tells the fatty to just relax and have a fun day. Avery then starts thirsting after Vivian and Tina in swimsuit, so the girls decide to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Kale has found a secluded spot where he can form a contract with the Yingyu fish. He activates his contractual skill and forces the fish to reveal its true form as another thick baddie. Only this time, the skill causes the small fish to turn into a massive version of itself, which completely stuns Kale. On top of his massive new fish beast, Kale crashes right through the other people in the water. He has no way of controlling his new beast, and he just awkwardly apologizes to everyone. Moina, Tina, and Vivian are also playing in the water, but they see the fish a little too late. Kale's fish rams right through the girls, causing them all to fling into the air and land right on top of Kale instead. Since Yunyu is still pretty unstable, Kale tells the fish to change back to its normal form. This causes the girls and Kale to splash back into the water. Only this time, there is a teal-haired girl with them as well. This little girl is the true form of the Yunyu fish. Yuigu apologizes to Kale for causing so much trouble for him, but she thought that the three thick girls in the water were sea monsters. Hearing this makes Moina and the girls take revenge on Kale, and they all give him a good beating. Later on, Kale is in Ruben's office, where the director has no idea why his best pupil can't have a normal day for once. Kale just caused a massive scene in a public beach, and the academy has to deal with the damages. At first, Kale tells Ruben to just use his money to pay for the damages, but Ruben feels bad taking money from a student. Instead, the director wants Kale to accept a special mission on behalf of the Academy in order to make up for his mistake. Just then, Moina barges in as well and explains to Ruben that she is the one who gave Kale the fish beast. She is willing to endure whatever punishment the director has in store. But Ruben explains that Kale has already accepted a special mission, and since Moina is also responsible for the mess, she can lead the entire Night Watch squad for this quest. Ruben then reveals that the Academy is looking for a special 5-colored crystal. He then shows everyone a campus that will help Kale and the others find the Dark Zone dungeon. Within this dungeon lies the 5-colored crystal. Ruben warns Kale that this mission is going to be very difficult, but he and the rest of his teammates are ready to test out their new skills. As Kale and the others leave the office, Moina reminds Ruben that a dark magician is also sealed away within the Dark Zone. She worries that Kale is far too young to be taking on such a mission, but Ruben believes that Kale is more than capable of handling things, and he even wishes to include the boy's name in the list of special talents. After accepting Ruben's quest, Kale and the others head over to the Death Tomb domain, where bodies from Kale's previous fight are still lying around. Kale tells Vivian and the others that he actually came to the Death Tomb to complete his own advancement quest. Using the campus, Kale tries to find the entrance to the Dark Zone dungeon itself. As he moves further in, the compass starts glowing and Kale finds a strange coffin. Kale then starts to break down the coffin to reveal the entrance right underneath it, but there is another barrier present. The barrier was probably placed there to keep out intruders, but Kale has a feeling it might be there to keep something sealed. Either way, as the compass glows, Kale uses it to unlock the seal and clear the entrance. Kale then leads his scared friends to the underground area, which goes really deep into the ground. It takes all of them a long time to arrive at the Dark Zone dungeon. Once they have entered the space, Kale picks up the compass and notices that there are 4 distinct paths ahead, with a gravestone in the middle of the room. Surprisingly, Vivian can actually read the ancient words written on the grave. She explains that 1,000 years ago, an evil sorcerer known as the Spirit Demon used dark magic to create dangerous spells. However, the dark magic consumed the souls of innocent people, and the Spirit Demon turned into a real problem. So 5 strong magicians used their respective powerful crystals to seal the evil sorcerer. Vivian then mentions that at the end of the 4 passages, one of the crystals probably resides, and this is exactly what Ruben wants Kale to collect. This task is starting to look more and more impossible. So Avery thinks it would be best to just enter the 4 passages one by one and get the crystals. However, the tablet also says that the passages have been corrupted by the dark magic and coming back is going to be impossible. As Avery moves forward, he immediately stops when he realizes that even just 2 hours in the passages will turn him into the Walking Dead. So Kale now has to figure out how to get the crystals and keep his friends safe. Despite the dangers of moving forward, Tina tells Kale that all of them just got powerful and they really want to fight. In fact, even Avery is excited to explore this place, and Vivian always wanted to go on a spooky adventure. So Kale decides that all 4 of them will split up and enter the 4 passages. Then they will reunite at the end with hopefully the 4 crystals. Avery's path ends up being pretty long, but he finally sees a light. At the end of the passage is a room full of gold. The fatty thinks he is about to become rich, but then 3 zombie bears appear out of nowhere. Avery tries to treat the bears like puppies but fails. The monsters lunge towards him and Avery is barely able to lift up his sword to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Tina has to fight a one-horned bull in the passage that she chose. However, the monster is completely immune to her attacks and gives the girl a seriously hard time. Vivian is also suffering because she has to fight a blackwater tortoise, which does not suit her fighting style at all. Vivian tries to hide behind a rock, but the turtle destroys it, exposing her as well. Kale, on the other hand, comes across a volcano in the passage that he chose. The volcano then erupts, and from the flames a magma behemoth emerges. Since the monster is a fire type, Kale decides to use his newly acquired aquatic beast to get the job done. He summons Yingyu, who is a lot more carefree than the other beast girls. Yingyu is not scared of the behemoth at all, and she summons her own water companions to fight the monster. A turtle, dolphin, and octopus made entirely out of water attack the magma behemoth, cooling down its flames. Despite not really doing anything, Yingyu feels like this was a big win, and she forces Kale to give her a compliment. Kale doesn't want Yui to get too far ahead of herself because the magma behemoth is still very much alive and well, so the stupid beast girl decides to erect a giant water wall to keep the monster at bay. She is sure that her shitty abilities are going to work, but then the behemoth breaks through the water and attacks Yui. Kale is forced to grab the girl and move out of the way before they both die. Yingyu feels embarrassed that during her first real battle, Kale had to save her sorry ass. The magma behemoth is still coming in strong, threatening to destroy both Kale and Yingyu. However, instead of just admitting that she's weak, Yingyu decides to redeem herself. She holds off Kale and summons her water powers to create a vortex aimed directly towards the behemoth. Then Yingyu decides to change her form and grow bigger than the behemoth itself. She turns into her giant fish form, absorbing all of the water within the small cave. Kale watches in awe as the majestic fish turns the water into a powerful beam that destroys the magma behemoth completely. In just a few seconds, the monster is defeated, and Yingyu turns back to her normal self. With the threat out of the way, Kale finally finds one of the crystals that Ruben needs. Yu also finds a dark energy bead which she gives to Kale. Apparently this bead has amazing healing powers and Kale decides to keep it. After collecting the challenge, Kale reunites with the rest of his friends who have also managed to clear their passages. Avery, Tina, and Vivian excitedly tell Kale all about their adventures and how each of them got some cool items which makes them stronger. Avery got some bear fluid that makes his sword technique stronger, while Kale almost freaks out as Tina flashes him only to reveal her new armor. Vivian also got a new coat that allows her to breathe underwater. Bo2, Avery, and the others also managed to get the crystals, so now Kale believes they should head to the last chamber where the spirit demon is probably hiding. As they move forward, Vivian shares that the spirit demon has now devolved into an elemental being that feeds on the dark energy in this dungeon. He wants to get strong enough to eventually break through the barrier. Kale realizes that Ruben probably wanted him to take care of the spirit demon before he got out, but with the enemy so dangerous, he has doubts about the success of this mission. Thankfully, Kale has his 3 bossos to cheer him on and boost his ego. With their support, Kale decides to face the spirit demon no matter what. The Taylor group hypes themselves up as they enter the new chamber. Beyond the doors is a dark forest littered with undead, rotting animals. Kale and the others believe this must be the work of the spirit demon. All of a sudden, Kale's malice skill activates, and he warns everyone to take cover. In a surprising turn of events, the Night Queen herself appears. She is pleased to see Kale after almost getting killed by him in the ancient ruins. The Night Queen reveals that she killed most of the animals in this area, and she managed to find a strange crystal as well. As soon as Avery sees the crystal, he starts yapping how it must be one of the 5 colored gems that they are looking for. Now the Night Queen knows that Kale and his friends are after the 5 gems as well, so she decides to kill all of them and take away the remainder of the crystals. Avery tries to be the hero, but his fat ass quickly falls to the ground when the Night Queen strikes him with her whip. Since the Night Queen is really strong, Kale decides not to take her lightly. He summons all of his beast girls to enter the battlefield. Surprised that Kale managed to gain more ancient fiends, the Night Queen reveals her true strength as well. Millie is the first to charge forward, and she tries to land a hit. However, the Night Queen uses her whip to capture Millie. She then orders her tiny bat monsters to destroy Millie, but several lightning strikes obliterate the little creatures. Phoenix and the others won't just watch and do nothing. They push back the Night Queen and rescue Millie as well. The Night Queen realizes that she is no match for the Beast Girls, so she tries to run away like a coward. This time, Yui steps up and uses her water powers to stop the Night Queen with one hit. Kale feels like all of this is going a bit too easy, and his intuition is right. The Night Queen emerges right behind and almost bites his neck in order to turn him into her submissive slave. But Kale saw this move coming and teleports behind the Night Queen instead. He then throws a couple of punches, hoping to get the job done once and for all. The Night Queen manages to move away from the attack just in time. She is angry that Kale is forcing her to use so much of her energy. Before the fight can continue, a weird-looking eye appears in the sky, which is the true form of the spirit demon. The eye then opens up a portal which unleashes several powerful dark beasts. Kale orders Tina and Vivian to take care of Avery, and then commands his beast girls to handle the dark beasts as quickly as possible. All 5 of the beast girls use their powers to bring down the dark beasts one by one. The tense situation also forces Kale to team up with the Night Queen so that they can also destroy some of the dark monsters. After several minutes of intense fighting, Kale and the Night Queen manage to take care of all the dark beasts. However, the spirit demon eye is still active and another wave of monsters is about to appear. The entire area fills with thick smoke and Tina and Vivian can no longer see Kale. The Night Queen also looks around confused, unable to detect anyone's presence. Kale notices that his beast girls are having a hard time staying alert in the mist, so he orders all of them to return to the beast space and rest up until the next fight. All of a sudden, the mist clears up a little bit, and Kale finds Tina, Vivian, and Avery. But Avery's condition looks really bad, and it looks like the attack from the Night Queen left him gravely wounded. The girls tell Kale that the Night Queen found them in the mist and tried to kill all of them. However, the girls pushed her back and tried to save Avery. On the verge of dying, Avery tells Kale that he wants the Night Queen to die. In fact, Tina and Vivian also force Kale to get Artie of the Night Queen no matter what. Kale is not dumb enough to fall for this trick, and he immediately demands to know exactly what the hell is going on with his so-called friends. Tina and Vivian try to convince Kale that he needs to kill the Night Queen because she attacked Avery. But Kale is not an idiot, and he knows that these friends of his are actually just false illusions. So he plays along and tells the fake Tina and Vivian to just kill the Night Queen themselves. The illusions are confused at Kale's change in attitude, but then Kale explains that there's no way Tina and Vivian would act like this. So the false girls drop the act and attack Kale, revealing their true colors. Kale pushes the girls back with his sword, but then the fake Avery gets up and grabs him from behind. With the fatty on top of him, Kale is unable to move as Tina and Vivian try to attack him again. While the Night Queen is also stuck in the mist and she gets attacked by the spirit demon himself. The demon tells the Night Queen that he will use her energy to grow stronger and break out of this dungeon. The Night Queen tries to attack the shadow monster but fails. She then gets caught in the spirit demon's deadly grasp and is unable to move. The demon proceeds to suck out the Night Queen's dark energy, and he promises to kill Kale and the others as well. The Night Queen can feel her energy fading and she is about to collapse. But of course Kale comes to her rescue after destroying the rest of the dark clones. The Night Queen is grateful for Kale's help and promises to repay him in the future. For now, the spirit demon has returned as the Eye in the Sky, and it's pissed off that Kale tried to attack him. As the dark monster summons his powers, Kale also ramps up his own sword art attack for a powerful strike that should bring the spirit demon to an end. The Kale charges forward with his blade, but the powers of the spirit demon are too intense. He can feel his blade being pushed back. However, the Night Queen decides to transfer her remaining energy to Kale so that he can finish the job. With this extra bit of power, Kale pushes his sword forward and unleashes an energy beam that eradicates the spirit demon one and for all. As the dark energy disappears, the entire dungeon returns to normal as well. The zombie animals return to their original state as cute little animals, and the mist goes away as well. Kale then finds Tina and Vivian, who actually ended up fighting with each other because of the mist. But now Kale assures them that no dark energy will ever manipulate them again. The Night Queen, on the verge of collapsing, also uses her last shred of energy to heal Avery and restore his health. Once she's done, the thick baddie falls and Kale is the first to catch her. Since the Night Queen turned out to be an ally, Kale decides it would be best to let her enter the beast space and recover. The rest of the beast girls all hate the idea of sharing their master with another hot mommy, but they decide to deal with it. Phoenix promises to kill the Night Queen if she pulls any sort of trick while in the beast space. With this matter settled, Kale goes back to the academy and gives the 5 crystals to Ruben. The director can't believe that Kale and his team actually managed to find the crystals. He was expecting the mission to be a lot harder for them. Kale then mentions everything about the spirit demon, but leaves out the fact the Night Queen also showed up. Later on, Kale heads into the forest, where he finally lets out the Night Queen from the beast space. But the Queen has other plans and wants to take over the academy, causing Kale to give her a warning. Kale tells the Night Queen he will send her ass back to the Dark Zone if she tries to cause any more trouble. The Night Queen was only joking and decides to leave now that her health has been restored a little bit. She promises to meet Kale again, but not as enemies. The Night Queen then turns into a bat and flies away while Kale watches her leave. As Kale himself is about to go away, he hears a loud explosion in the distance. Apparently the Night Queen, whose real name is Anna, has been attacked by Dracula, who wants the demoness to become his wife. Dracula looks like an absolute creep, and there's no way Anna is going to marry his ugly ass, so he decides to attack Anna and grab her by the throat so that she can't run away. Anna has no idea how to break herself free as Dracula tries to bite her neck. She wonders if Kale is going to save her again, and right on cue, Kale himself shows up. Lankily, Kale tells Dracula to get his chopped ass face away from Anna. The monster gets angry that Kale had the audacity to intervene when he was trying to court his future wife. So Dracula pulls out his sword, ready to destroy Kale. But then Kale already has his weapon ready and charges towards Dracula with no hesitation. The monster realizes that Kale's strength really is remarkable, so he summons his demon aura to make his sword even more powerful. However, Kale has seen these types of bozos countless times and he knows that all of them are a joke. So when Dracula tries to strike down Kale, he simply moves away and tries to stab Dracula. As Kale confronts Dracula, he notices that somehow the stupid vampire has possessed all of the animals in the forest, and now they are coming straight for Kale. Using his dark powers, Dracula turns the small animals into giant beasts that have vicious bloodlust. Anna warns Kale that these dangerous animals won't stop until he has been ripped into shreds. Anna then tries to force Kale to leave the forest since her business with Dracula is a personal matter, but there is no way Kale will just admit defeat, especially when he is fighting such a clown. So he summons Yingyu and Phoenix to take care of the rabid animals in the forest. The 2 beast girls are more than ready to claim victory for their master. Yingyu starts off by using her water summons to wash down the dangerous animals. Phoenix then uses her lightning attacks to electrocute the animals, bringing them to their demise. Once the animals are taken care of, Yingyu and Phoenix realize that they work well together. Kale then turns towards Dracula and tells the monster to just give up. Even Dracula has realized that Kale is not some ordinary beast tamer, so he leaves his sword behind and tries to flee from the forest. As Dracula turns into a swarm of bats, Anna tells Kale not to let the monster get away. Kale uses his sword to slash away at the fleeing bats, but he doesn't find Dracula's true form. With the bats gone, Kale turns to Anna, who is grateful that the young boy saved her again. But neither of them have noticed that the sword Dracula left behind has a bat sitting on it. This bat then enchants the sword and aims it straight towards Anna. Kale dispels the sword before it can kill Anna right then and there. But the bat remains and it tells Anna that she is now considered a traitor to the Night Clan because of her refusal to marry Dracula and siding with a human being. Sharing this makes Kale curious as to why the clan would just ditch Anna like this. Nana explains that a long time ago the first Night Queen fell in love with a human beast tamer, but the guy ended up betraying her for the sake of his own family, and the humans wiped out the entire Night Clan. Since then, Anna and her kind have considered humans as their ultimate enemies. However, since Anna got rescued by Kale and asked for his help, the clan now sees her as a traitor as well. Hearing this sob story makes Yui feel bad, so she begs Kale to let Anna stay with them. However, Anna doesn't need anyone's pity. She is more than capable of handling things on her own. So Anna decides to leave, but then she is almost attacked again and barely makes it out alive. Kale and Anna turn around to find two agents from the Special Beast Bureau known as Yui and Lei. They want to capture Anna since she is a dangerous beast. So Agent Lei charges forward with his scythe, hoping to subdue Anna. Despite using her whip to block the attack, Anna is pushed back and the scythe leaves a wound on her arm. Then Yui fires a trap gun, which expels a web towards Anna, but Kale cuts it down. Kale can't believe that in the span of just one day, Anna got attacked 3 different times. The special agents, on the other hand, demand to know why Kale is meddling with their business. The agents explain that they are part of a bureau that is tasked with hunting down members of the Night Clan. But Kale is not impressed by them at all, and he just takes the agents as a joke. However, seeing that the Special Beast Bureau is an official organization, Kale is not sure if he should engage in battle with the agents. Lin is starting to get pissed off, and he tells Huey to just attack and capture Anna no matter what it takes. Since Kale can't directly hurt the agents, he decides to pretend to be on their side and acts like he wants to capture Anna as well. Kale moves towards the Night Queen, but instead of hurting her, he gives her the black magic bead, which should heal her wounds. Kale wants Anna to make an escape while he distracts the agents. Anna has no idea why Kale would give her something as valuable as the black bead, but for Kale, it's just a small token of appreciation towards Anna's help in the Dark Zone. So with the plan set in motion, Anna and Kale pretend to fight while Huey tries to use her gun trap again. Eventually, Anna flies away and Kale doesn't try to stop her. But then Huey fires another gun trap aimed for Anna, and Kale has to cut the web in half once more. Lane realizes that Kale was working with Anna and allows her to escape, so he orders Huey to go after the Night Queen while he tries to teach Kale a lesson. Lane charges forward with his scythe, ready to bring down Kale, but he has the misfortune of going against Millie instead. Lane tries to use his scythe to land a hit on the ant girl, but Millie uses her strength to shatter the weapon. Lin is completely taken by surprise after losing the scythe, and he now has no way to defend himself, as Millie gives him a good beating. However, before things can escalate, Ruben arrives on the scene demanding to know what's going on. Pissed off at the ruckus going on so close to the academy, Ruben wants to know why the agents attacked his students. Lee explains that as a member of the Special Beast Bureau, it is his job to hunt down any ferocious beasts and detect dark energy in the area. However, Kale ruined everything by interfering and letting the beast escape. Ruben then turns to Kale and learns his side of the story. Kale pretends to be the victim and tells the director that he simply wanted to form a contract with the beast, but the two agents ruined his chance and his beast got away. The agents try to call out Kale for telling this bold lie, but Ruben stops them. He threatens to take serious action against the Special Beast Bureau if they don't get off the campus grounds. Before the agents leave, Kale demands some sort of payment for the loss of his beast. Hui can't believe that the kid has the audacity to ask for money, but Lei tells her to just give up the gold coins they have. Kale feels very proud of himself for this clever trick. Once the agents leave, Ruben tells Kale that he needs to find the beast he was trying to tame and create a contract with it as soon as possible. But the Night Queen is long gone and Kale has no idea how to look for her. This is when Ruben tells Kale that he should perhaps check his pocket, and then the director leaves. So Kale looks at his jacket pocket and finds Anna in her bat form safely tucked in there. She then comes right back out and transforms into her normal self. Anna explains to Kale that she took advantage of the chaos and decided to hide in his pocket while he dealt with the agents. Kale is glad to have reunited with Anna so quickly, but the Special Beast Bureau is still going to be a pain in the ass. So Kale decides to recruit Anna's help as he tries to clear his 6th class advancement quest. This dangerous quest leads Kale to the Stonefire Forest, where he needs to find the Flame Demon and kill it. As luck would have it, Kale ends up stepping on a weird-looking rock, which turns out to be the Flame Rock Demon himself, and he is pissed off. Neat and cocky as always, Kale promises to kill the Flame Rock Demon no matter what. The monster gets riled up and throws a fiery rock towards Kale. But Kale orders Millie to shatter the rock and take down the Flame Rock Demon as well. Surprised that his rock was actually broken by some ant girl, the demon erects an entire wall made out of rare stones. This time, Millie is unable to break through the stones at all. She punches over and over again but ends up admitting defeat. Since Millie is now useless, Kale summons Phoenix to deal with the stone wall instead. Phoenix uses her lightning to shatter the precious stones, which makes the Flame Rock Demon even more upset. The demon throws a tantrum and unleashes a ring of fire, trapping Kale and his beast girls within. Instead of just bringing out Yingyu from the beginning, Kale now realizes that he is fighting a fire demon and he summons his water beast. However, instead of Yingyu, Anna comes out of Kale's pocket. She decides to come up with a weird plan and pretends to tie up Kale with her whip. The other beast girls think that Anna has gone rogue, but they wait for the plan to play out. The flame demon is glad that Kale has been subdued and he moves forward for the kill. Anna then asks the demon why he hates humans so much. So the giant rock explains that he was only a mere stone until his master taught him how to turn into a beast. The Flame Rock Demon's master was also another ancient stone, but he got taken away by some greedy humans. So now, the demon wants to break free and find his master no matter what. Kale tries to reason with the Flame Rock and promises to help find his master. However, the demon is not convinced. So Anna tells the demon that she knows of a way to get him out of the Stonefire Forest. But she also makes the demon feel bad by mentioning that he probably can't handle the outside world, since humans are really dangerous. Hearing this makes the arrogant Flame Rock stupidly reveal his core. Apparently, the Fire Rock demon can remain immortal as long as he has his core with him. Now that Anna has tricked the demon into revealing his weakness, she tells Kale to rush in and take away the core. Kale doesn't hesitate and smashes the Flame Rock's hand, taking away the core from him. The demon falls apart now that his main source of power is gone. Kale is grateful to Anna for her help, and even Millie and the other Beast Girls are surprised that the Night Queen wasn't planning anything sinister. However, the celebration is cut short when the Flame Rock demon reforges once more. Only this time, the demon has no intentions of fighting. He reveals that he has a small core that can help him stay alive, but Kale took away the main core with all the power. So now the Flame Rock demon simply wants to leave the forest and find his master. Anna actually encourages Kale to add the Flame Rock demon to his beast space as well. This way he can have extra help and also help find the stupid rock's master. So with an extra beast with him now, Kale heads back to the class change hall where he officially clears his 6th class advancement quest. The rest of the students in the hall are amazed that Kale has already reached the 6th class. They also wonder if Kale has an amazing physique since he's so powerful and reached such a high level. Hearing this makes Kale realize he has a skill book which can allow him to increase his own physical attributes. So the entitled brat uses up the skill book and starts showing off his new powers by destroying the display screens in the class change hall. The receptionist has to remind Kale that he is once again destroying private property. Once Kale is done with his business in the class change hall, he heads out only to find complete chaos. Anna was supposed to be waiting for him, but there are signs of a clear struggle. Kale has a feeling that the stupid Special Beast Bureau agents have something to do with this, so he follows the clues and finds himself entering a strange warehouse. As soon as Kale steps in, Lei and Hui surround him with the rest of their agents. They captured Kale in order to lure him out and exact revenge. And with no Ruben around, the agents can go all out with their brutality. However, Kale is willing to let Kale go if he decides to leave Anna behind. Of course, this is unacceptable, so Kale summons the Flame Rock demon to show his strength as an unofficial beast. As soon as the demon is summoned, he goes completely berserk, and the agents quickly retaliate as well. The agents try to bring down the massive Flame Rock but fail to do any damage to him. But then, just as the demon is about to summon his fire, his powers don't work at all. He then reveals that the agents are using weapons that have beast origin stones embedded in them. These stones actually restrict the powers of a beast immensely, so the Flame Rock demon is left defenseless as the agents try to subdue him. Kale gets so pissed off he summons Phoenix and orders her to use lightning to smash all of the weapons the agents are using. This allows the Flame Rock demon to use his flames and burn down everything around him. Even Hei and Louis become worried as Kale activates his skills and prepares to confront them. Lei and Hori still have the audacity to try and fight Kale, but the Flame Rock demon unleashes more of his fire and burns all of the agents to a crisp. Kale then heads deeper into the warehouse in order to find Anna, but what he ends up finding is much worse. Delsus, in a small room, Kale sees several special beasts trapped in tiny cages, and Anna is also chained up within this room. Kale breaks through the cage and frees Anna. She has already gotten so weak and can barely stand up. Kale wants to know what the hell is going on in this place, and then the director of the bureau himself arrives. This fat-ass man named Bai explains that he comes from a line of beast tamers, and his ancestor was the beast tamer who betrayed the first Night Queen. However, over the years, the beast tamers are no longer considered strong, and Bai's family has taken a massive hit to their reputation. So Kale realizes that these sick people trap special beasts and now do experiments on them in order to gain more power. Bias is actually proud of the sick work he has been doing. He reveals that his agents trap special beasts and then modify them to make them more powerful. But at the same time, the beasts are tortured and treated like slaves. Bias then demonstrates his sick mind by torturing a dog-like beast via electrocution. The fat man then openly reveals that he has an infinite supply of beast stones and will use them to take over all of the beasts in the world. In fact, Bai even wants Kale to join his sick plan so that together they can take over the military and the entire kingdom. But Kale plays along and asks Bai where he got so many beast stones from. It turns out that Bai is the one who took away the ancient stone master that taught the Flame Rock demon how to turn into a beast. He then experimented on the rock and extracted its spiritual energy to create the beast origin stones. Hearing Bai's story makes the Flame Rock demon lash out because now he knows where his master went off to. However, before the demon can attack Bai, Kale stops him because he wants to try to find the location of the ancient stone. So Kale pretends to work with Bai if he first shares where the stone is located. However, Bai is not so easily fooled. He first wants Kale to give up his own beasts in order to see the ancient stone itself. Kale gets annoyed and decides it is better to just kill Bai and then storm the rest of the warehouse, so he summons Nina and Phoenix to take care of Bai. At the same time, the fat man unlocks all of the cages in the room and orders his modified beasts to take down Kale and his beast girls. With their combined power, Nina and Phoenix manage to take down the entire group of beasts, but there's just too many of them and they end up getting surrounded by the monsters. Meanwhile, during the battle, the Flame Rock Demon senses remnants of his master in a different room and decides to check it out. He ends up finding his master in a pool of strange, spiritual water. The demon tries to take out his master from the pool, but the liquid ends up harming him. Kale and Anna enter as well and tell the demon not to act so recklessly. If he continues to touch the liquid, then the Flame Rock can lose his life and destroy his master in the process. So after calming down the demon, Kale summons Yingyu and orders her to use her powers and remove the ancient stone carefully. Yingyu carefully manipulates the water to pick up the stone, but as soon as it's outside, the Flame Rock Demon goes in for a hug. All of a sudden, cracks start appearing in the stone and Kale can see a woman inside. Back in the other room, Nina and Phoenix are having a hard time taking care of the large number of ferocious beasts. But then all of a sudden, something changes, and the beasts stop acting like mindless monsters. Instead, they turn on Bai, who is now shitting in his pants. Kale, Anna, and the Flame Rock Demon arrive as well and reveal that they have disconnected the ancient stone from Bai's technology, and now he can no longer use the powers of the origin stones to control the beasts. Bai starts crashing out as all of the beasts that he experimented on turn against him. Kale and the others decide to leave as the room turns into a bloodbath. However, something entirely unexpected happens. Bai reveals his true form as a modified beast as well. He already changed his body a long time ago in order to grow stronger. With his newfound strength and powers, Bai believes that Kale can never defeat him. The Beast Girls also freak out because of how ugly Bai's new form is. Nana feels bad that she's too weak to help defeat Bai and avenge the beasts. However, Kale assures her that he's going to win no matter what. Bai then fires powerful energy towards Kale, which he barely manages to dodge. Acting cocky, Bai teases the monster before narrowly escaping another attack. With his wings activated, Kale rushes towards Bai and lands a hit right on his stupid face. Bai is pushed back by Kale's attack, but then he quickly recovers and tries to crush the beast tamer. Kale moves out of the way, but he notes that Bai really is quite fast, even in his massive form. Kale then uses his wings to fly up in the air and launches a powerful attack towards Bai, increasing the distance between them. But Beta is not done yet. He uses a disgusting mouth on his stomach to extend out a tongue that wraps around Kale and pulls him in. The Beast Girls and the others watch as Kale gets eaten by Betai's stomach. They decide to make a move, but then Betai's stomach splits open and Kale bursts out, inflicting a massive wound on the monster. With Betai now significantly slowed down, Kale makes use of his own ultimate sword art technique to blast the monster away. However, Bei still doesn't die because he has the genes of several beasts within him. Bei is sure that his self-healing will kick in and restore his body, but everything has a limit. The fat man freaks out when he realizes that none of his wounds are healing at all. Kale tells Bai to just give up because there's no way he is making it out alive from this embarrassing defeat. Just then, Samantha of all people shows up with a powerful military general and several men from the army. Samantha explains to Kale that she has been working under General Fang to investigate Bai and his illegal beast modifications. She was supposed to take down the organization, but didn't realize that Kale already handled most of the work. The men from the military rush forward to subdue Bai. Meanwhile, General Fang and Samantha are shocked that Kale managed to take down the Bureau within one day, even though they have been working on a plan for months. Fang is so impressed that he immediately wants Kale to join the military under his command. He reminds Kale that he did receive a military invitation after completing the latest Phantom Realm trial. Kale realizes that he completely forgot about the letter. Fang explains that the invitation is for the military competition, and Kale is more than welcome to participate. But Fang is so eager to have the young boy join the military, he decides to drop the formalities and recruit Kale right then and there. Fang even proposes that Kale should marry Samantha and starts calling Ruben to make the arrangements. Things are moving too fast, and Kale tells the general that he will participate in the military competition with his friends and earn his spot through the right channels. Fang finds Kale's attitude refreshing and looks forward to seeing his performance in 6 months, when the competition will start. Later on, once Kale is alone, he tells Anna to come out, but a warrior-looking woman with thick melons and hard abs appears along with Anna. The woman introduces herself as Shiji, the Stone Princess, and she is incredibly grateful that Kale came to save her before the cruel humans drained all of her powers. Shiji kneels down and begs Kale to form a contract with her so that she can serve him for the rest of eternity. Carol is taken aback by this sudden request, but he did recently pass the 6th class and needs to get another beast, so he decides to fulfill Shiji's request and forms a contract with her. Carol then learns that Shiji is actually one of the 10 ancient fiends as well, and will likely adapt just fine with the rest of the team. Shiji then turns to the Flame Rock Demon and tells him that he needs to go back to the Stonefire Forest to cultivate his powers and achieve his human form. Only then can the demon return to fight by her side. Hearing this makes the Flame Rock really happy, especially now that he has reunited with his master. As soon as Kale arrives at the academy after his ordeal with the Bureau, he is met with Avery and Tina, who look really flustered. The look of worry on their faces makes Kale concerned, and he demands to know what's wrong. Avery explains that the 3 friends were leveling up in the Dragonbone Wasteland when a strange girl ran up to them asking for help. Her name is Huang Shan, and she was being chased by monsters and came running to the group. However, before they could escape, a tower erected out of the ground and sucked in Vivian and Sean. So now the two girls are trapped in the tower with monsters, and Kale is the only one who can help. So Kale heads over to the wasteland where Ruben is already trying to control the situation. He explains that the tower is an ancient ruin known as the Dragon Tower, and this place is super dangerous, so the military has sealed it off. But there is no way Kale and the others will just wait around until someone goes inside to rescue Vivian. So Ruben gives Kale special treatment and decides to let him enter the tower. As soon as Kale and the others enter the tower, they are met with a portal that probably leads to some strange domain. It is likely that Vivian and Sean went through the portal as well, so Kale does the same. Immediately, the group is teleported to a strange forest with no signs of Vivian. They move deeper into the domain and come across a burnt-out fire with some clothes right next to it. Tina and Avery are shocked to find Vivian's clothes next to the bonfire. They fear the worst and wonder if perhaps she has already been killed by something. As always, Avery gets too dramatic and refuses to believe that Vivian is dead. He tries to act all tough, but his leg gets snatched up by a weird tail. Kale pulls out his sword and cuts the tail in half. All of a sudden, a bunch of lizardmen appear from the forest surrounding the small group. Kale is already worried about Vivian, and he's not in the mood to kill off some fodder enemies, so he acts quickly and charges forward with pure hatred in his heart. While Kale is fighting off the lizardmen, Tina and Avery are also kicking some monster butt. After some time, the three friends manage to take care of the lizardmen, but there are several more in the area. So Kale summons Nina and orders her to burn away the monsters. Nina complies and uses her fiery attacks to burn down the lizardmen. She excitedly waits for Kale's praise, but ends up getting attacked by a monster that looks like a dinosaur. Feeling embarrassed that she almost let down Kale, Nina tries to fight the dinosaur but gets violently pushed to the ground. She explains to Kale that the monster has really bad breath. Tina and Avery then rise up to the challenge but end up getting subdued as well. The dinosaur has high defense and can't be attacked in the traditional way. But then Kale notices that the dinosaur mainly uses its tail to fight back, even though it can easily bite off Avery's head. So Kale realizes that the dinosaur's weakness is actually its mouth. So Kale moves forward with his sword and stabs the dinosaur right in its jaw. Avery the dinosaur falls down and only one lizard man remains. However, he tries to make a run for it, so Kale and the others chase after the stupid lizard. They realize that the lizard man is going straight for another portal, so Kale throws his sword towards the monster, stabbing it through the chest. Once the last lizard is dead, Kale and the others walk through the next portal in search of Vivian. However, they end up in an entirely new place. This new area is a lot more bright than the dense forest, and there is also a really long river cutting through the land. Tina believes that Vivian must have crossed the river at some point and reached the other side. Using his insane eyesight skill, Kale notices another portal on the other side of the river with a bunch of lizardmen standing around. It is clear that they will need to make the journey across the river as well. But with no boat in sight, Tina has no idea how they will manage to do that. Kale then turns to Avery and tells him to use his sword to cut down trees and create a makeshift raft. After some time, the raft is ready and the friends start crossing the water. But then Avery opens his fat mouth and wonders if there's a sea monster in this huge river. Just then, the raft begins to rattle, and a giant tortoise dragon throws Kale and the others into the river. The water dragon starts chasing after everyone, so Kale has to bring out Yingyu before they lose their lives. Yingyu creates a water bubble around Kale and his friends, keeping them safe. She then turns her attention towards the dragon but ends up getting hit by one of its attacks. The dragon then starts to suck up all of the water, so Kale tells Yingyu to stop the creature before he makes the situation a lot worse. Yuiyu then uses the water to create powerful sprouts, which are then aimed directly at the confused water dragon. Yuiyu charges forward with the water and tries to deal a lethal blow. Instead of killing the dragon, Yui gets sucked right into its mouth. Tina and Avery tell Kale that his beast got eaten by the dragon, but they simply need to wait for the grand finale. Yuiyu destroys the dragon from the inside out, leaving its body in several pieces all over the river. Kale then tells Yunyu to free them from the bubbles so that they can continue on their journey. Once the party reaches the other side of the river, they are confronted by another batch of lizard people. This time, Kale orders Yunyu to stay behind and take care of the monsters while he and the others rush towards the portal. Yunyu happily complies and starts beating down the lizards while Kale makes his way to the portal. Through the next portal, Kale, Tina, and Avery find themselves on the edge of a cliff with gale dragons flying all over the place. Avery almost fell off the cliff and would have died if it wasn't for Kale's help. Kale and the others then prepare to fight the gale wind, but the battle is interrupted by the appearance of a giant white dragon. The white dragon preys on the smaller dragons, and Kale notices that there is a dagger stuck in its claws. Tina recognizes this dagger as the one being used by Sean, so Kale thinks that the dragon might have taken Vivian. Without thinking, he flies into the air and tries to fight the white dragon. However, for the first time, Kale is actually pushed back and the dragon ends up catching him. Tina and Avery think that Kale is done, but this was his plan all along. He wanted the dragon to take him to its lair so that he could try to find Vivian. Kale's hunch turned out to be correct, and he not only finds Vivian but also Sean and some other students, but all of them have been knocked out cold. In his worry for Vivian, Kale fails to realize that the dragon is in the lair as well, and he almost gets put to sleep as well. but Kale gets out of the way in the nick of time. Since the lair is too small to fight, Kale decides to summon Nina, Phoenix, and Yingyu to lure the dragon outside and defeat it. The Beast Girls get into position and use their combined powers to shove the dragon outside of the lair. However, they are surprised to see that even the full extent of their forces left only a small dent on the dragon. So the girls launch another attack, directing all of their elemental forces towards the dragon. Unfortunately, Yingyu gets knocked out of the air and almost crashes on the ground before Kale catches her. Tina and Avery also arrive and inform Kale that the dragon's weakness is on its forehead. On the way to the lair, they came across a mural depicting two dragons fighting, and one of the dragons was being attacked on its forehead. This dragon is the white dragon itself, and it has some sort of a magical seal on its head which needs to be broken. So Kale doesn't waste a second and tells Nina and Phoenix to attack the dragon from both sides. He then orders Yui to fly above the dragon and use her water powers to attack its head. However, Yui's water beam gets turned into ice by the dragon's breath. This is no issue because the distraction allows Kale to move in for the lethal blow. With his sword raised, Kale makes his way right for the dragon's forehead and then leaves a bloody bruise, causing the dragon to fall back into its lair. With the monster taken care of, Kale and the others shift their focus on Vivian and the rest of the people who were trapped in the lair. One guy starts yelling out for help because the dragon eggs in the lair have hatched and one of the baby dragons is now trying to eat the guy. The Kale tries to stop the small dragon but ends up almost getting burned, so he moves away, only for Anna to appear out of nowhere. The Night Queen can see that Kale is in trouble, so she pulls out her whip and grabs the dragon's neck, allowing Kale to decapitate the little baby. With the rest of the eggs also hatching, Kale decides to kill all of them like a ruthless monster, and the rest of his friends cheer on his cruelty like psychos. Anna then notices that the white dragon is quite different from the baby dragons. She can sense that there is a seal on the dragon that might be cursed, so she uses her vampire cleansing powers to remove the seal from the white dragon and reveal its true form. To the surprise of no one, the white dragon turns out to be another hot woman with huge milkers. Her name is Alika, and she is apparently an ancient dragon who led the lizard people. Alika explains that the dragon god summoned the tower to give the lizard people a refugee. However, he ended up turning the lizards into slaves and put a curse on Alika so that she became senseless and cruel. Alika is grateful to Kale for helping her out, but now she can sense that the dragon god is about to wake up. Kale decides he needs to get back to Ruben and warn him about the dragon god so that the military can prepare. Kale and the others pick up Vivian and Sean and then use a portal created by Alika to get out of the tower. Kale promises Alika that he will come back to help her out. However, Kale has no idea that there are people who are after Sean and they are not happy that she was taken away. Once outside of the tower, Ruben is glad to see the students are safe. Vivian can't believe that Kale and the others went into the tower just to save her, and she feels really grateful. Just then, Ruben turns towards Sean, who is quietly trying to get away. He demands to know who that strange girl is and why she is trying to sneak away. Vivian lies and tells Ruben that Sean recently enrolled at the academy. Her lie is caught when two other people come out of the portal as well. The warrior and the prop master introduce themselves as members of a performing troupe. They tell Ruben that Sean was part of their group but ended up running away after stealing a bunch of treasure. Sean tries to defend herself, but the warrior grabs her and forces her to reveal someone called Jasmine. Just then, a bright light appears and a small fairy emerges. This fairy known as Jasmine tries to defend Sean, but the little creature is too weak to even lift up her ugly head. As Sean worries that Jasmine might die, Ruben and the others are amazed to learn that the girl's companion is a legendary creature from the fairy clan. As if demons and vampires and other creatures weren't enough, this joke of a kingdom also needed to have powerful fairies. Sean explains that Jasmine was also a member of the troupe, and they spent all of their time together. However, one day Jasmine got sick, and the troupe leader decided to sell her off. There's no way Sean was going to let her cute little friend be milked for more money, so together they left the troupe. And now Sean has been trying to find some way of making Jasmine better. But then the warrior and the prop master reveal that Jasmine has already been sold off to by the director of the Special Beast Bureau, so they need to take her back. However, hearing this gives Kale a lot of pleasure because he can inform these losers that Bai has been arrested and won't be making any more deals or giving the troupe any more money. Despite hearing this, the warrior gets riled up and forces Sean to give up Jasmine. Kale intervenes and stops the big guy from getting violent. Kale reveals that Sean will be attending the academy since he spoke to Ruben and recommended her as a student, so the troupe cannot launch an attack without also making an enemy out of the military. Seeing that Kale won't back down anytime soon, the warrior uses his powerful whip to crush Kale, but ends up missing. The prop master then deploys his special elemental cards that not only have magic but can also track down their opponent, so Kale is left swerving left and right as he tries to get away from the magical cards. He narrowly escapes from a hit multiple times. The prop master tells Kale that he can just give up, but Kale is only getting started. The warrior and prop master watch like idiots as Kale flies towards them. He dodges the whip and then teleports behind the warrior, letting the magic cards explode in his face. The warrior gets so pissed off he goes berserk and threatens to take Kale back to his land where he will be whipped for life. Kale realizes that the warrior has gone completely mad and the prop master still has more of those dangerous cards, so he has nowhere left to go and ends up taking a direct hit from one of the cards. Kale is then trapped with the prop master right behind him and the warrior coming in from the front. The prop master throws endless cards towards Kale, while the warrior uses his whip to strike him down as well. Instead of admitting defeat, Kale triggers his speed skill to dodge the dual attack. Once the attack is over, the warrior no longer has any stamina left and the prop master has run out of cards. Kale feels like he just gained the upper hand, but then something unexpected occurs. Kale looks around and finds several cards surrounding him in a circle formation. He realizes that the prop master wasn't trying to bring him down, he was laying down a trap, and now Kale has been caught right in the middle. The prop master thinks he has taken care of Kale, but then his powers turn against him. His props start failing and a huge explosion even causes the warrior to fall down. Kale has broken through the card formation and now he is pissed off. The prop master has nowhere to go as Kale threatens to hurt him with his sword. Scared of losing his life, the prop master and the warrior decide to leave Sean alone. Now that the battle is over, Avery and the others glaze Kale for being so strong, even though they could have helped during the fight as well. Sean also thanks Kale for keeping her safe, but Jasmine is still not looking good and needs help. Kale asks Vivian if she can help the fairy, but Vivian's healing skills are too basic. Ruben then reveals that Jasmine is going through a rare sickness that only fairies can endure. This is the butterfly sickness, and if a fairy survives the ordeal, she will turn into a beautiful butterfly. However, most of the time the fairies end up dying. With no way to help Jasmine, Kale decides to keep the little fairy in the beast space, which might help her regain her health. Sean is once again grateful for Kale's help and she promises to see Jasmine again once she is better. With Jasmine now resting, Kale turns to Ruben and mentions that he would like Sean to enroll in the academy. Ruben is too exhausted after dealing with everything, so he just tells Kale to take care of Sean's enrollment process. The following day, Kale and Sean arrive at Ruben's office for the admission test, but there are some interesting strangers also present. Kale tells Ruben that he has completed Sean's admission procedure, and now all she needs to do is go through the entrance exam. However, when the weird strangers hear this, they laugh at Sean for even bothering to enter the academy. These strangers are Duan Miao, the #1 swordsman in the kingdom, and his fat, ugly disciple known as Sun. Ruben explains to Duan that Kale is a top student and he recommended Sean for the academy, so the girl is allowed to take part in the entrance exam. However, Sun believes that Sean looks too weak and pathetic to be a student at the academy, and he doubts if she even has any real skills. Kale defends Sean by mocking Sun and doubting his abilities. This causes the big guy to pull out his sword and move in for an attack, but Sean stops Sun's blade with her own small dagger. Ruben tells Sun to stop lashing out, otherwise he won't get a chance to enter the academy at all. Seeing all of this makes Duan doubt if the academy even has the same standard as it once upheld. But Ruben is also starting to doubt if Duan's disciple really is fit for the academy. So it is decided that Sean and Sun will fight against each other, and the winner will get to enter the academy. At first, Kale believes that Sean isn't ready for the challenge, but Sean herself speaks up. She feels like she is more than capable of handling things. So later on, everyone is gathered at the training ground where Sean and Sun will confront each other. Sun has a tendency to yap a lot and say meaningless things. Kale just tells Sean to do her best. Ruben then begins the fight and Sean moves first. She wants to rely on her speed and agility to win this fight. Sean closes the distance between herself and Sun but ends up getting pushed back. Sun relies on brute force and slams his sword down on Sean. However, the girl appears on top of the sword instead and kicks Sun in the face. Huangshan has a hard time keeping up with Sean as she moves around the battlefield. He is starting to get exhausted, and then to make matters worse, Kale mocks Sun for being such a laughable disciple of the swordsman. Hearing this makes Sun so angry he decides to attack Kale instead. But all of this is a trap to rile up Sean. The girl goes after Sun to stop him from attacking Kale, but at the last second, Sun turns around and attacks Sean instead. However, Sean not only dodges the attack but appears behind Sun and leaves a wound on his leg. The big angry loser falls to the ground whining about the pain, and then Sean finishes the job by punching him. Seeing his disciple get turned into a joke makes Duan really mad, so he decides to attack Sean instead. But then Kale jumps in and stops the old swordsmaster from intervening. Kale calls out Duan for cheating and trying to interfere with the match. The rest of the people also call out the so-called sword god for being such a horrible person and blatantly cheating. Duan tries to excuse his shitty behavior, but even Ruben is forced to call him out. Kale then tells Duan that no matter what, Sean would have won the match because Sun has been severely injured. But since the old man is not willing to back down, Kale challenges Duan to a fight. Duan accepts the challenge because he thinks he is arrogant enough to win against Kale. The swordmaster tries to strike down Kale, but all of his moves get parried. Taken aback by his strength, the old man uses more of his powers in order to take down Kale. But this fight is just making Kale feel even more excited to prove Duan wrong. Kale watches as Duan summons an intense light, which turns his excitement into worry. The intense light surrounding Duan's sword makes it difficult for Kale to see what's going on. The old man then launches an attack towards Kale, which he can barely see. Although he dodges the attack, Kale has no idea what's going on, and Ruben also finds this move very strange. Duan then makes the light brighter, completely blinding Kale, but the prodigy catches the trick and decides to expose Duan right then and there. The so-called sword master is actually using a bunch of needles and not his sword. Ruben calls Duan a disgrace and everyone basically boos him out of the academy. Duan asks his master about his enrollment, but after the embarrassment he experienced, Duan no longer cares about the military academy. Meanwhile, everyone glazes Kale for beating the sword god himself. Sean is also amazed that Kale turned out to be so powerful. As for her enrollment, Kale declares that Sean passed the entrance exam and will be enrolled in the academy. Sean is incredibly happy to hear that she passed. Now she has a safe place where she can get stronger. However, Sean asks Kale if there are any missions or quests which reward a decent amount of money. Since Sean has no way of paying her tuition fee, Kale decides to take her to the Mercenary Association Tavern. Kale introduces Sean to Mary and inquires if there are any easy quests which the inexperienced girl can take on. Unfortunately, Mary reveals that all of the quests have already been posted and there are no new jobs. Disappointed to hear this, Sean is then bothered by some rowdy men who tell her to join the professional league. This is the first time Kale is hearing about something like this. Mary tells Kale that the professional league is a tournament where participants fight each other solely for rankings and a huge amount of money, but the matches are usually life and death, and Mary tells Kale not to join the professional league. As soon as Mary tells Kale not to join the professional league, the system alerts him to a new quest where he needs to participate in the professional league and win as the champion. Completing this quest will grant Kale 5,000 beast points. Since this opportunity will allow Kale to get stronger and Sean to get some money, he happily accepts it and tells Mary not to worry. Kale then grabs Sean and together they head over to the city's main arena. Vivian, Tina, Avery, and Belly are already waiting for Kale to show up. Belly decided to join the league as well and she is hoping to grow stronger with Kale. Vivian and the others then promise to help Sean get the money she needs to pay her tuition. While everyone is discussing the competition ahead, Kale senses the presence of someone weird nearby. Accompanied by two hot elf waifus, an arrogant elf prince known as Lin Yi is eager to challenge Kale. Apparently, when Kale won the last tournament, the elf queen begged him to join her race, but he coldly refused her. Kale remembers the moment well and tells Lin that he wasn't interested in his mother's proposal. The disregard makes Lin mad and he promises to teach Kale during the league. Nechi, as Lin gears up to exact his revenge, the rules of the league are announced. Just like all the other competitions, this one also begins with an initial round where contestants need to form teams of 3 and fight each other. The team still standing after half an hour will move on to the next round. Before Lin leaves, he once again reminds Kale that they will be settling the score in the arena. The elf prince leaves and Kale turns his attention towards the team building. Sean has an idea in mind since there are 6 of them. She believes that Vivian, Avery, and Kale make a good team, while Tina, Belly, and Sean herself work really well together. Impressed by Sean's strategy tactics, everyone happily divides into their respective teams. The first round then begins, and all of the contestants go all out as they try to bring each other down. Kale's team and Sean's team also prepare themselves for the fight ahead. The battle begins, and the contestants start lashing out at each other. Avery defends his own team, while Vivian gives him support as he swings his sword around. Kale has also managed to take down a good chunk of people. When he looks over at Sean and the others, he sees Tina struggling against a really big guy, but then Belly fires her arrows, causing the guy to fall back and allowing Sean to swoop in with her blade. Just like that, the girl takes care of everyone in the vicinity. Colored is impressed by how fast Sean is, but then he becomes worried as someone fires a magic shot towards her. Sean barely makes it out of the way, but the magic attacks are flying all over the arena. A group of mages are going completely berserk, firing their arrows left and right in order to hit as many people as possible. As people try to move out of the way in chaos, the mages continue to terrorize everyone. Huang Shan mentions that these mages are not fair, and somehow the mages hear her over all of the screaming, so they decide to concentrate all of their powers together in order to take down Shan. Unfortunately, Shan gets hit and her arm starts bleeding, so Avery, Tina, and Belly all become furious. They charge towards the mages out of pure anger because they dared to hurt Shan. Soon enough, the mages are surrounded and get their asses beaten. But despite experiencing this humiliation, the leader of these clowns still wants to continue fighting Kale and the others. The 3 mages combine their powers once more and create a giant magic vortex that vaporizes everyone who touches it. At this rate, the arena might actually cave in, and Avery is starting to understand why the professional league is considered dangerous. The mages are relentless and don't care at all how many people they kill with their stupid skill. So Kale summons his vines to trap the mages in their place and let their own magic burn them into ashes. A huge explosion occurs and everyone watches as the mages scream and cry for help, but nothing can be done now. By the time the smoke settles, the mages are roasted meat. No one in the arena feels bad about those 3 bozos losing their lives. However, Kale has no idea that the elf prince Lin is about to strike him with his bow and arrow. Fortunately, the elf girls present with Lin express that launching a sneak attack is unbefitting for the elves and would tarnish their reputation. Of course, Lin tells the girls to shut the hell up, but then the announcer declares that the battle royale is over and anyone who continues fighting will be disqualified, so Lin has no choice but to drop his weapon for now. Since the first venue has bin damaged due to the mages, the venue for the second phase is in a different area. This time the arena is in the open air. The announcer explains that the second phase will consist of team battles. However, contestants can change their teammates if they feel like they need to group with better people. Although a lot of people abandon their original teams, Kale and the others decide to stick with the teams Sean proposed since everyone is working well together. Soon the preparation phase ends and the second round begins. The first teams to go against each other are Kale, Avery, and Vivivan versus the elf prince Lin and his two hot elf servants, Ain and Ling. Avery quickly gets riled up because he can't believe that those two hot elf servants are serving someone like Lin. He moves forward to deliver an attack, but Kale reminds his fat friend to be mindful of any sneak attacks. Lin fires an arrow towards Avery, which he barely manages to dodge because his head is so full of himself. Vivian gives Avery a speed boost so that he doesn't embarrass Kale in front of everyone. At first, Avery manages to dodge another one of Lin's arrows, but then Lin orders his servant to use magic to distract Avery. As the fat kid tries to shield himself from the attack, Lin moves in closer and kicks Avery right in the gut. Avery falls to the ground, clutching his stomach. Lin then mocks Kale and tells him to watch as he fires 3 more arrows towards Avery. Yui Ghost summons Millie to destroy the arrows before they even meet their mark. Millie's terrifying strength breaks through Lin's defenses and he starts crashing out. He has no idea how to protect himself. None of his attacks are effective against Millie. Lin then turns to his servants and forces them to do something as Millie draws closer and closer. The elf prince threatens to sell the elf girls into slavery if they fail to stop Millie. Despite only knowing defense magic, Lin uses her powers to summon several rocks on top of Millie, crushing on the spot. Lin thinks that he finally gained the upper hand, but Kale tells him that there's no one such a simple attack will stop Millie. Just then, Millie emerges from the pile of rocks completely unharmed and ready for round 2. Lin freaks out and forces Lin and Antax to do something, but the elf girls are in no shape for a fight. Lin is left exhausted after using up all of her energy, and Anne is worried about her well-being. Plus, Anne is also unwilling to fight because she knows only holy magic and is not suited for such fighting. Avery then decides to get back into the battle and destroy Lin for forcing 2 girls to do the fighting for him. Lin ends up grabbing Lin's throat and threatens to kill her if Anne doesn't use her magic. So the elf servant has no choice but to use her powerful magic staff. She summons a bright orb of light that completely blinds Avery, leaving him open for an attack. Lin quickly fires his arrow while Avery recovers, but his plan is spoiled. Kale jumps in and stops the arrow before it reaches Avery. Now that Lin has done something so despicable, Kale doesn't hold back either and charges forward to punch Lin. However, at the last second, Lin uses Anne as a shield and Kale is forced to stop himself. He can't believe that Lin would be so pathetic and use someone else as a shield. Lin sees no issue with using Anne and Ling as his personal trash because his mother gave these 2 servants girls to him. Lin truly believes that as a noble, he has every right to treat his servants like shit, but Kale finds this extremely disgusting. At first, Kale wants to teach Lin a proper lesson, but he doesn't want to start trouble with the elves, so he decides to punch Lin right in the face, causing the entire arena to cheer him on as well. The battle comes to a close and Kale's team is declared the winner. Meanwhile, Anne and Ling also realize that they no longer want to serve someone as shitty as Lin. Next up, Belly, Tina, and Shan go up against 3 men who instantly look down on the girls. Belly fires an arrow towards the big swordsman. The guy dodges the attack and rushes towards Belly with his sword raised. However, Belly reveals that her arrows have a tracking function, and the guy ends up getting hit in the back. Kale then turns towards Tina and Shan to see how they're doing. Tina's opponent is also a spear user, so it might be a tough battle. However, with a divine weapon, Tina easily breaks through the shield and armor of her opponent, assuring a clear victory for herself. Then the last member of the opposing team, an old mage, decides to use his powers to perhaps turn the tide around. But then Shan appears behind him, threatening to kill the old man with her daggers, so the mage admits defeat and the girls are declared the winner of this match. Cleo praises Tina and the others for growing so strong in such a short amount of time. However, Tina believes that their opponents were too weak and she didn't get to really show off her strength. Avery then mentions that perhaps Tina and the other girls will face Kale in the next round instead. As soon as the words leave Fatty's mouth, the announcer shares that Kale's team will be going up against Tina's team. Tina can't believe that Avery's bad mouth worked again, and she gives him a good beating. The match then begins and Tina decides to go after Avery. As the two clash with their weapons, Vivian tries to provide a buff to Avery, but Belly stops her. Kale then protects Vivian, but gets ambushed by Shan instead. However, Kale was expecting all of this and he manages to push back the agile girl. All of a sudden, rings of magic appear around Tina, Shan, and Belly's legs. Vivian has used her aura to place a debuff on the girls, forcing them to move a lot slower. Kale is surprised by Vivian's tactic and feels proud to see just how far she has come after all of her time training and struggling. Since Vivian is going all out, Kale decides to unleash his powers as well and take down the other team. Hearing this makes Tina and Belly realize that they have already lost the match. and they feel a little insulted that Vivian was the one who stopped them. However, Shan refuses to give up, and even with the debuff on her legs, she uses her insane speed to charge towards Vivian. Shan rushes past Kale and aims straight for Vivian. Once the pink-haired girl is down, the magic debuff on everyone slowly starts to disappear. Tina and the others then decide to seize this opportunity to attack Kale together. They quickly run towards Kale with their weapons raised, ready to take him down. Kale can sense that all of them have worked really hard to reach this moment, and he can sense their powers flowing. So he decides to show Tina and the others some respect by using his grass sword art, which has obliterated several strong monsters already. So as Kale uses his skill, his sword unleashes a bright, intense green light that blinds everyone in the arena. Tina, Belly, and Shan are all violently pushed back, and this time they just accept their defeat. All of the girls realize that they are still no match for Kale, but Shan in particular feels bad that she wasn't able to defeat Kale. Seeing that the girl is upset makes Kale pet Shan's head and assure her that there are no losers in this competition. In fact, just being able to participate is a pretty big deal. Kale then tells Shan to look at the crowd, who are all excitedly cheering on the girls and the rest of the teams. Everyone in the arena believes this was one of the most amazing battles they have witnessed so far. As the crowd continues cheering, Kale and his team are declared the clear winners of this round. For the next match, Kale has to face a ferocious team led by Q-Hee. Avery feels like he has heard this name before, and then he realizes that Q-Hee is a famous boxer who looks like the perfect muscle mommy. Trapuhi and her goons immediately look down on Kale and believe that he should just quit the match while he still has some dignity left. However, this only makes Kale feel more hyped up. The match begins. Both sides take their positions, and Trapuhi is the first to charge forward. She tries to punch down Kale, but then the boy summons Millie to do the beating on his behalf. Trapuhi immediately underestimates the ant girl, but Millie makes sure to not hold back either. She punches the professional boxer, pushing QM back with immense force. Recognizing that Millie is not just some dumb ant, QM gets serious as well. Meanwhile, Avery's fat ass is also holding well against the swordsman he is fighting. Kale, on the other hand, is fighting a stupid mage that can shoot ice crystals. The mage fires a couple of shots against Kale, but Vivian jumps in and destroys the crystals with her powers. Kale is glad to see Vivian now thinking fast on her feet, but then the mage decides to end Vivian's whole career by shooting an incredibly large crystal. At first, Vivian thinks that she has a fair chance to withstand this attack. However, the crystal is too powerful, and without even trying, Vivian just assumes the worst and stands in front of the crystal like a dumbass, waiting to get killed. Luckily, Kale springs into action and uses his sword to cut the crystal in half before it can reach Vivian. Kale's attack is about to hit the mage, but he steps in and pushes her teammate out of the way. Millie then tells Kale that he should let her handle this fight, but Kale now wants to go against Kale, he on his own. Kale, the swordsman that Avery is fighting, also notices that he is now going against one of the most powerful opponents. He believes that if he is neutralized, then he won't have a chance to win the league. But getting rid of Avery is proving a lot more difficult than he expected. Avery actually charges forward with his sword and cuts down the swordsman's weapon. Instead of letting this setback get to him, the swordsman uses some sort of weird power to extend his sword. He then swings the weapon towards Avery, leaving a deep slice on the fatty's chest. However, Avery uses this opportunity to unleash his berserk mode and direct a lethal blow on the swordsman. As Avery falters, Vivian comes to his aid and makes sure he is okay. At the same time, the mage rushes over to the swordsman to make sure that his teammate is not brutally injured. Since Vivian is busy healing Avery, Kale realizes that he will need to secure a victory on his own. He has no issues with taking on Kale by herself as well. She uses flames to ignite her fists and charges towards Kale with full steam. The flaming punches are actually difficult for Kale to keep up with, and he even gets a scratch on his face for the first time ever since he started this ridiculous beast tamer journey. Kale then realizes that even his sword is not powerful enough to withstand his attacks. So as the professional boxer dives in for another attack, Kale deploys his wings and flies into the air. Seeing this makes Kyuchi get riled up, and she decides to unleash her ultimate attack. The boxer summons a powerful aura and a flaming bird as she rushes towards Kale with her fists ready. Kale then tells Millie to directly face Q-Hee with her own powerful punch. The two baddies fly towards each other. The impact from the punch causes Q-Hee to crash to the ground, but she's already gearing up for another round. Instead of waiting around, Kale relies on his grass sword art technique to finish the job and pound Q-Hee into the ground. With Q-Hee down, her other teammates decide to forfeit the match as well, and Kale's team is declared the winner. Kale is glad that he gets to advance to the next round. He doesn't give a shit at all that Avery is severely injured. Belly and the other girls are also worried about Avery, but the fatty tells them not to worry. The only issue is that with Avery in no shape to fight, he can't participate in the next round. Thankfully, for the final round, only 2 members will take part in an all-out battle royale. Along with Kale and Vivian, the other contestants who made it to the final are a busty woman known as the Vengeful Empress, and her partner, the Vengeful Emperor, and the 2 warriors Jia Yui and Pan Tu. Kale takes one look at Jia Yui and Pan Tu and realizes that these guys are clowns who will be defeated quite easily. However, the Emperor and the Empress have an insanely weird aura. and even Vivian feels like there's something wrong with these two contestants. So the final round begins, and Gia immediately decides to attack his partner Pan. These two idiots start fighting between themselves instead of first taking out the others. Kale can't believe how dumb these losers are, but things quickly take a turn for the worst when the Emperor charges towards the two fighting warriors and smashes their skulls together. With just one move, the Emperor takes out two of the contestants, and Kale realizes that this guy and his partner are not normal at all. Kale then tells Vivian to just withdraw from the fight and head back because he doesn't want her getting hurt. Vivian feels a little disappointed that she didn't get the chance to fight alongside Kale. However, deep down, she knows that she'll only be a liability in the arena. Kale then turns his focus on the Emperor and the Empress as they make their first move. The Emperor throws daggers towards Kale, which he easily dodges. After finding an opening, Kale rushes forward with his sword, removing the Emperor's black mask. What lies beneath is the face of a puppet. The entire crowd grows confused, but Shan realizes what's going on. From the outskirts, Shan warns Kale that this puppet is known as the King of Spades, and it is a weapon used by the Red Queen, who is actually the leader of the troop. This is the same troop that Shan and Jasmine escaped from. The Red Queen removes her veil and reveals her true identity. She wants to exact her revenge on Shan for betraying the troop and taking Jasmine with her. Shan feels scared as the Red Queen threatens to turn her into a puppet. However, there is no way Kale will let anything happen to Shan. He challenges the Red Queen as she uses the King of Spades as her ultimate weapon. Avery and the other people watching the match feel like it's not fair that the Red Queen gets to use a weapon. However, since this is a no-rules type of league, the Red Queen can get away with anything. Kale has no objections to the puppet, but he does have one condition. If he defeats the Red Queen, then she needs to stay away from Shan and will be banned from ever entering this land ever again. The battle begins with the Red Queen ordering the puppet to shoot sharp needles from its hands. Kale dodges the attack, thinking that the puppet will be easy enough to deal with, but he has no idea how insane the puppet really is. The Red Queen transforms her puppet into a weird skeletal structure with several arms. Shocked to see the puppet transformed, Kale jumps into the air as he tries to block an attack. Since the puppet is made out of food, Kale summons his own fire and shoots it towards the puppet. But then the Red Queen reveals her next trick. The puppet can also summon fire from its hands. With its sword raised, the monstrosity sets the weapons on fire and starts swinging towards Kale. The Red Queen also reveals that the puppet can absorb the energy of its opponent through its hands. So Kale can fight all he wants, he will only end up suffering a major defeat. Well, before the puppet can attack him once more, Kale erects a giant stone wall for his own clever plan. The puppet tries to chip away at the rock, but it only sends pebbles flying everywhere. Kale then manipulates the pebbles and sends them right into the exposed holes on the puppet's hands. The Red Queen feels like Kale is just using useless skills, but then the smile on her face drops when she sees the boy use his Heavenly Fist skill to completely destroy the puppet. By filling the holes on the puppet's hands with pebbles, Kale stopped it from absorbing energy and shooting fire. The Red Queen has no idea what to do as she looks at the broken pieces of her puppet. Kale then turns his sword towards the Red Queen, threatening to strike her down as well. But the villainous woman starts acting like the victim. She begs Kale to spare her life in exchange for anything that he wants. Kale then tells the Red Queen to stop coming after Shan. With the Red Queen admitting defeat, Kale is declared the winner of the professional league. Not only is Shan grateful to Kale for helping her out, but the entire arena cheers him on. For securing victory, Kale will receive 50 million dragon coins and a dragon scale dagger, and the system also rewards Kale with 5,000 beast points so that he can level up his beast girls even more. Kale is then presented with the dragon scale dagger, which looks really powerful. Shan in particular is amazed by the weapon and marvels at it. Meanwhile, Vivian, Tina, and the others also congratulate Kale for not only winning the league but helping out Shan as well. Since there's a lot to celebrate tonight, Kale decides that the entire group should go out for drinks. But he wants Avery to stay back, not only because of his injuries, but Kale knows that the fatty will come between him and all the thick baddies. However, Avery feels just fine and wants to join the festivities as well. So Kale and the others hit the bar where everyone endlessly glazes Kale, but they also acknowledge Shan's strength. Since Shan was a true team player, Kale decides to give her the dragon scale dagger. He believes that someone like Shan can make better use out of the weapon. At first, Shan is reluctant to accept the reward Kale got for winning the league, but then everyone else also shows off their weapons they got thanks to Kale. So Shan accepts this generous gift. All of a sudden, the waitress arrives at the table and informs Kale that some military-looking man is waiting for him outside. Kale believes that this might be Ruben with news about the Dragon Tower situation, so he decides to head out and meet the man. However, as soon as Kale is alone, the waitress turns on him and attacks him with a fiery explosion. The waitress reveals that she is an assassin known as Lotus, and she has been ordered to kill Kale. At this point, Kale's life is just a repeat of the same old shit over and over again. And just like always, he orders Millie to take down the thick assassin. However, Lotus places one of her explosive talisman on the ant girl, creating a huge explosion that envelops everything. For a second, Kale gets worried about Millie because he was not expecting such tiny talismans to be so powerful. But then Millie comes out completely unharmed from the attack and tries to crush Lotus. As Lotus escapes from the attack, she realizes that Millie is actually one of the 10 ancient fiends. She actually has the audacity to ask Kale to give up the Beast Girl in exchange for his life. Kale quickly turns down Lotus because there is no way he is letting go of the thickest ant girl in this universe. So Lotus decides she will kill Kale and then take Millie for herself. Hearing that someone wants to separate her from her master makes Millie really pissed off, so she tries attacking Lotus but fails. The assassin uses a special talisman to pin down Millie, restricting her from moving around. Now that his first line of defense has failed, Kale decides to deal with Lotus on his own. He summons his sword, which makes the assassin laugh because she doubts that a thin piece of blade will do anything against her. Lotus has no idea that the sword is also an ancient fiend, and she refuses to believe Kale when he reveals this fact. Instead, Lotus uses another talisman to summon a giant Grim Reaper. The Reaper brings down his sickle towards Kale but fails to do any damage. Lotus then reveals that the Reaper actually consumes souls and uses them as soldiers. So she orders the Reaper to summon countless skeletons. Kale tries cutting through the skeletons, but his sword just goes through them. He then relies on his good old grass sword art technique to dispel the skeletons within a giant vortex of wind. Lotus gets worried because now her skeletons have failed as well, so she uses more talismans to shoot fire towards Kale. This strategy also turns out to be a dud because Kale summons Nina and orders her to show Lotus what real fire looks like. With all of her tactics exhausted, Lotus has no idea what else to do. She tries to use more talismans, but Kale just tells her to stop acting like a clown. Instead of admitting defeat and acting in a professional manner, Lotus falls to the ground and starts crying like an annoying little baby. She feels like a complete pathetic loser for failing to take down a beast tamer. Lotus makes it sound like an insult, and Kale reminds her that he's not some ordinary beast tamer. In fact, since there's another hot girl just crying out, Kale decides to rizz her up and work his charms. He tells Lotus that her talismans are not that bad, and she can actually make money by selling them. Getting praise makes Lotus feel better, and she wonders if it's really possible for her to do business. Kale reveals that he will talk to Ruben so that Lotus can do business with the military academy. He even gives the assassin some money so that she can buy more powerful talismans. With her hopes renewed, Lotus thanks Kale for his help and then promises to meet him under better conditions. She even leaves him with a hug, making Kale feel flustered. As Lotus runs back into the darkness, Millie and the other Beast Girls tell Kale that he should go after the girl and demand to know who hired her. Kale is so used to people hating on him that he decides to let go of the assassination attempt. Instead, he tells the Beast Girls to look forward to the more positive things in life. Later on, Kale and his entire gang arrive at the Dragonbone Wasteland to check out what's going on with the Dragon Tower. However, they are surprised to see a large number of people also making their way towards the tower. Kale and the others are confused to see so many people in such a dangerous area, so Shan decides to find out what's going on. Apparently, the military has asked for people to help out with the situation in the tower, and the person who manages to sort things out first will get an immense reward. Hearing this makes Kale curious, so he quickly heads over to the tower where Ruben is trying to recruit people. The director is glad to see Kale, and he congratulates the boy for winning the championship league. Ruben then explains that he has been working with Alika, and the dragon god is on the verge of waking up, which is why they need to act quickly. Rizbin tells Kale that the offspring of the dragon god have already awakened and are now hunting down food within the tower. However, once the dragon god awakens, then all of the dragons will likely break free from the tower and attack human beings. Hearing this makes Kale realize that the situation is far more serious than he thought, and he wonders why Rizbin is not using military personnel instead of recruiting strangers. Rizbin explains that relations with the neighboring kingdoms are not good. This is why the army cannot be deployed in case something goes wrong. Kale understands the director's strategy and offers to extend his help. Ruben is more than happy to receive the help of the most powerful kid in the entire country. He then turns towards Alika to explain the rest of the situation. Alika is glad to see Kale again, especially since she knew he wouldn't just abandon her in the tower. Alika explains that within the tower there are portals that ultimately lead to the Dragon Rest Temple. However, since time is of the essence, Alika will use her powers to directly teleport everyone to the temple itself. Though as Kale pays attention to the briefing, he senses something unpleasant nearby and turns around to find Lin Yui, the stupid elf prince. Lin is not happy to see Kale again considering what happened last time, but he is still arrogant as ever. Avery then tries to act like a tough guy and provoke Lin. He raises his sword towards the elf only to be met with a stone wall. Kale and Avery are shocked to see that the hot elf servant known as Lin is still working with Ling Yi and using her earth powers to defend him. However, Lin makes it clear that she's not working for the stupid prince at all. Hearing this makes Lin lash out and he tries to hurt the elf mage, but someone stops him with an arrow. Another thick hot elf arrives on the scene, warning Lin to stop messing around and causing trouble. This hot elf actually knows about Kale and how he helped out Ling and Anne. Lin then introduces Kale to the elf clan's general, Princess Qingyu. Lin is actually Qingyu's younger brother, and she apologizes on his behalf. However, Kale is not willing to let go of the matter, because he has figured out that it was Lin who sent Lotus after him for an assassination. Hearing that Kale almost got killed makes everyone act up. Avery and the others pull out their weapons and threaten to kill Lin for what he's done. Before things can escalate, Kale and Qingyu stop everyone from advancing forward and hurting each other. Qingyu becomes remorseful, and tells Kale that killing the elf prince is only going to make things more comfortable. However, Kale is only holding back right now because there is a greater calamity to deal with. Alika then informs everyone that the dragon god has awakened, and if it's not killed within a few hours, then it will become too strong and wreak havoc on the entire world. So Kale is tasked with leading all of the recruits through the portal and taking on the evil dragons. As soon as everyone arrives on the other side of the portal, they are horrified to see the large number of dragons in the area. Vivian gets scared and wonders what would happen if these dragons went loose in the human world. But Kale won't let that happen, and he decides to lead everyone on the battlefield. All of the recruits bring out their weapons and take on the dragons. Avery, Tina, Belly, Vivian, and Shan are also doing a great job of fighting against the dragons. Kale is actually proud that these leeches managed to get strong enough to fight on their own. However, while Kale is fighting, he sees a familiar face on the battlefield. Sherry is trying to ward off a dragon, but she's about to get crushed, so Kale swoops in and kills the monsters. Gary is really glad to see Kale again, even though Kale himself just looks slightly annoyed. Then some guy named Xuan also arrives and grabs Shreya as if trying to pull her away from Kale. In reality, Xuan has been trying to date Shreya, but she keeps refusing him because of Kale. Gary's Xuan tells Kale to stop meddling in his affairs. Everyone freaks out because a much larger dragon has arrived. This is the poison dragon, and it can spew out a corrosive poison that is highly dangerous. Everyone runs for cover, but Sherry and Wee get caught right in the line of fire. Duikat actually summons a shield, but only for himself. He leaves Sherry to rot alone. Sherry feels bad that she will end up dying after seeing Kale for the first time in a long while. She prepares for the worst, but then another shield props up, leaving Sherry surprised. With the help of his beast girl Shiji, Kale has actually erected a stone shield for everyone on the battlefield. But he observes that even though the shield is strong, it is slowly rotting away because of the dragon's venom. So Kale uses some of his beast points to make Shiji stronger, allowing her to create shields which are durable and effective against the venom. While everyone is glad for Kale's protection, Juane is still within his pathetic-ass shield, whining about Kale getting in his way. Avery then turns to Juane and mocks him for acting so tough when he abandoned Sherry and only made a shield for himself. Juane tries to act tough, but even the dragon calls him out on his bullshit by attacking his shield with venom. The flimsy shield starts to disintegrate and Juane crashes out. Meanwhile, Kale tells all of the recruits to focus his energy on the smaller dragons while he takes out the poison dragon. With his wings deployed, Kale flies closer to the dragon and summons Phoenix and Yinyu to take care of the monster. Yinyu uses her powers over water to control the venom, while Phoenix electrocutes the dragon with lightning. However, there's just too much venom and the girls have a hard time keeping up. So Kale uses more of his beast points to boost Yu and Phoenix's powers. The beast girls start to feel a lot more battle ready. Phoenix uses her lightning attacks on the dragon. At the same time, Yu makes sure that none of the venom falls on the people down below. With the dragon distracted, Kale then charges forward with his sword and delivers a lethal blow. Kale manages to take down the poison dragon, which makes the rest of the fighters feel like they are following the right person. With the bigger dragon taken care of, Avery and the others charge forward to take care of the remaining dragons. Meanwhile, Shuri secretly watches Qingyu and Lin enter the dragon temple. They are clearly trying to kill the dragon first so that the elves get all the credit. However, Shuri arrives as well and forces Shuri to accompany him to the temple so that they can stop the elves and kill the dragon themselves. Sherry bluntly refuses to help out Juta's sorry ass because he literally abandoned her. She rejects his pathetic offer and decides to join forces with Kale instead. Jutas then heads towards the temple in anger while Sherry joins Kale. She helps him kill a few dragons while summoning her powers. Kale then asks Sherry why she didn't go ahead with her boyfriend Juin. Hearing this makes Sherry almost puke because Juin is not her boyfriend. They just go to the same college. However, Sherry does mention to Kale that she joined this mission in order to meet the person that she truly loves, which is definitely Kale himself. All of a sudden, Avery and the others tell Kale to head to the temple and fight the dragon god. Although Kale wants to stay back and help his friends, all of them believe that only Kale is capable of defeating the dragon god. So Kale heads over to the temple, where he finds a shit ton of treasure and gold. As Kale moves further in, he can hear someone crying out for help. This person is Juan, who has been captured by the three-headed dragon god, and below them Qingyu and Lin are cowering from fear, unable to move a single muscle in the presence of the dragon. Juan sees Kale and begs for help, but the dragon rips apart the stupid boy into pieces. Seeing this makes Lin panic, and then the dragon turns towards him. Unfortunately, before the dragon can get rid of the elvish pest, Qingyu fires an arrow to save her brother, but ends up catching the dragon's attention instead. Before Qingyu can become dragon meat, Kale swoops in and saves her. Getting saved by Kale makes Qingyu start thirsting after him just like all of the other girls. The elf princess then warns Kale that the dragon has teleportation magic. So after saving Qingyu, Kale charges towards the dragon with his sword raised. He tries hitting the monster with multiple attacks but ultimately does no damage. Kale then goes in for another strike only for the dragon to disappear and then appear behind him. Kale barely has the chance to use his sword to block the dragon's attack. He then gets pushed towards the ground as the dragon unleashes its fiery breath. Kale summons a powerful energy beam and fires towards the dragon, but then a teleportation circle appears out of nowhere. Kale's attack goes through the teleport circle and comes right back towards him. Although Kale manages to dispel the attack, he has no idea how to deal with this dragon. He stares in horror as the dragon summons even more teleportation circles, using them to strike down Kale. At this rate, Kale fears that he will lose his stamina, and then he gets hit by the dragon's claw from one of the teleportation circles. Kale falls on the ground, losing grip on his sword, which falls away from him. He tries to reach the weapon, but the dragon is right on top of him. King Yu thinks that Kale is done for, but of course that's not going to happen. Instead, Kale summons his vines, which tightly wrap around the dragon's 3 heads. He then uses beast points to make Leah and the sword more powerful. With this newfound strength, Kale charges towards the dragon and removes all 3 of its heads with one sword swing. As Yu marvels at how Kale managed to take down the dragon on his own, Kale himself notices a legendary dragon egg in the treasure hoard pile. He picks up the egg, deciding to keep it for himself. Avery and the others also arrive on the scene, letting Kale know that they have taken care of the smaller dragons. However, just as things are about to settle down, Sherry shields Kale from an incoming attack. She gets hit right in the chest by a poisonous arrow fired by Lin Yi. Yu slaps her stupid brother for doing something so disgraceful, but Lin Yi does not give a shit at all. He used a very powerful poisonous bee sting on the arrow, which should have killed Kale, but then Sherry ruined his plans. Instead of turning himself in, Lin Yi makes a run for it. Kale really wants to trip off the stupid twink elf's head, but he needs to focus on Sherry. Yu mentions that the antidote for the poison can only be found in the venom forest outside of the elf city. So Kale doesn't waste a second and decides to head over there immediately in order to save Sherry. Outside of the Dragon Tower, Ruben and Alika can't believe that Kale is already going somewhere else after defeating the Dragon God. They want to give him his rewards and celebrate the victory. However, Kale makes it clear that he needs to save Sherry, since she took a hit for his sake. Ruben offers to send some troops with Kale, but he declines. Instead, Avery and Tina suggest that they should accompany Kale on his journey. Since Avery and Tina just got out of a brutal battle, Kale tells them to rest up. Instead, he turns towards Yu and tells her to take him to the Venom Bee Forest. It was after all Yu's brother who hurt Sherry, so the elf princess is more than ready to accompany Kale. After traveling in a horse carriage for a while, Kale and Sherry arrive at the Venom Bee Forest. Yu explains that in order to save Sherry, Kale will need to take the pheromone gland from the queen bee's body. The forest is actually off limits for elves because the queen bee has killed their kind before. She has existed for thousands of years and is known as a formidable enemy to the elves. This is why, when Kale and Yu try to enter the forest, they are stopped by some elf guards. They have been ordered by the queen to not let anyone get through. Despite being the princes, the guards do not let Yu or Kale enter. So Kale tells the elf princess to look after Sherry while he barges his way into the forest, taking out the guards as well. Yu then fires her arrows as well as a warning for the elf guards to not interfere while Kale finds the antidote. Within the forest, Kale kills a bunch of oversized insects, but he has still not found a single bee. He then makes his way towards the giant tree in the center of the forest, where several smaller bees are flying around. Kale assumes this is likely where the queen bee is as well, and starts slashing away at the bees like a maniac. Once the monsters are dead, Kale is about to continue his search, but the queen bee herself appears. Despite the queen's intimidating aura, Kale has sensed someone else's presence and he tells the person to come out. Out of nowhere, some random-ass guy makes his appearance, impressed by Kale's keen senses. This weirdo notices the sword in Kale's hands and immediately recognizes it as one of the 10 ancient fiends. The man's name is actually Zhao, and he is supposedly a beast tamer that only appears rarely. Zhao thinks he's some big shot, but Kale has never even heard of this ugly-ass loser. But then he remembers that Ruben mentioned Zhao once before. He is known as a beast tamer who can control insects, and he did some evil shit but hid away in the forest where the military couldn't arrest him. Zhao himself admits that he plans on taking his swarm of bees into the city where he will control everything. Kale has no time to deal with such annoying idiots, so he tells Zhao to step back because he only wants the queen bee. Of course, Zhao is not willing to back down because it took him a long time to tame the queen bee. So he summons a golden armored longhorn beetle to fight on his behalf. Kale summons Millie as well, since this is exactly the type of fights the ant girl likes. Millie unleashes a barrage of punches, but the beetle doesn't even receive a scratch. She then decides to pick up the monster by its horns and flip it over. However, the beetle summons a blast of energy which violently shoves Millie away. Zhao is pretty proud of his own ferocious beasts and how powerful they are, but the show's not over. Millie gets right back up and realizes that when the beetle is charging up its energy beam, the rest of its body is completely vulnerable. So Millie charges forward as the beetle is gearing up for another attack, and she obliterates the stupid insect into pieces. Zhao's ugly grin turns into madness and he unleashes another beast. This time he summons the Crimson Flame Butterfly. Kale notices that there's something weird about this butterfly and he stops Millie from confronting the creature. Instead, he summons Nina to handle this fight. Nina is more than ready to use her flames to burn down the monster, but then she notices that the butterfly is emitting a strange blue powder which is burning her skin. Zhao explains that the Crimson Flame Butterfly has a corrosive powder that can burn through anything. Instead of backing down, Nina fires her flames towards her opponent. Nina ends up burning the flame butterfly into a crisp, which makes Zhao panic. So he gets even more insane and decides to pull up with his remaining 3 ferocious beasts as if he still has a fighting chance. Zhao summons an oversized poisonous scorpion, a deadly praying mantis, and a disgusting-looking leech. He is confident that this time, Kale will suffer. However, Kale just summons his own hot lightning mommy to take care of these stupid pests. Phoenix then uses her lightning attacks to electrify the bugs, obliterating them completely. At this rate, Zhao is starting to crash out, but he has one final trick up his sleeve. Instead of summoning another weak-ass insect, Zhao rips off his shirt and reveals his own strength. This headache of a person starts flexing his muscles, as if Kale will be intimidated by him. Instead, Zhao receives a satisfying punch right in the face by Kale. Taken aback by this humiliation, Zhao turns towards the queen bee and decides to take her pheromone gland to make himself stronger. The powers of the bee allow Zhao to grow berserk and take over the entire forest. He summons several poisonous bees to surround Kale and his beast girls. However, as soon as things are starting to look dire, Anna flies out of Kale's pocket and appears on the battlefield. She can't believe that Kale is always getting into some sort of trouble no matter where he goes. The Night Queen then summons her powers in a whirl and takes on the bee swarm on her own. Anna makes quick work of Zhao and his stupid poison bees that are a complete joke. Seeing that he has been completely vanquished makes Zhao turn into an oversized baby. He grabs Kale's leg and begs for mercy. However, since Zhao is the reason that the forest has turned into such a dangerous place for the elves, Kale decides to arrest him and hand him over to the authorities. He then picks up the queen bee's gland and heads to the elf city. The entire city is celebrating because Kale managed to take care of the venom queen bee and cleanse the forest. Even Xing Yu is grateful for Kale's help, even though he really only wanted to save Sherry. Since this occasion is so important, Xing Yu's mother, the queen elf herself, arrives. She also offers her sincerest gratitude to Kale for saving her people. Kale then mentions that none of this would have happened if it wasn't for Lin Yui. Hearing this makes the queen upset, but Xing Yu assures her mother that Lin Yui is being punished for his crimes. Since her son turned out to be such a disappointment, the queen decides that Xing Yu will take up the throne in her place. She then instructs Kale to go to his arranged room in the palace where he can purify Sherry of the toxin. As Kale leaves, the elf queen notices the look on Xing Yu's face and tells her daughter that she should just seduce Kale and become his wife in order to have a good life. Later on, Kale watches over Sherry as she finally wakes up from the poison. She can't believe that once again Kale saved her. Unlike her usual cold disposition, this time Sherry acts a lot more loving towards Kale. As the hot girl moves closer to her crush, Xing Yu barges in and declares that she loves Kale more. Sherry and Xing Yu end up arguing with each other because both of them have fallen for Kale's chopped ass and they are now fighting over him. Kale is once again caught between 2 busty women begging for his attention, so he decides to dip out of the elf city and head back to the military academy. Kale shares everything that happened with Avery and the others, who find the situation very funny. Avery is a bit jealous that Kale gets all of the hot girls, but he is destined to be the fat, ugly sidekick. Once the jokes are over, Kale mentions that the selection for the military is about to begin. Apparently, a lot of people are participating, but only 10 will be chosen for the final selection. Avery, Tina, and Vivian believe that the selection is going to be a piece of cake, considering all of them are students of the military academy. Seeing his friends so confident makes Kale also excited to take part in the selection. With Kale carrying them, everyone is confident that the road ahead is going to be a smooth ride.